This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Memorials, a novel by Richard Chizmar, read by Michael Crouch and Jonathan Todd Ross.
For Richard Gallagher, with gratitude and admiration. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born? William Butler Yeats, The Second Coming.
Project Proposal. Date, April 18th, 1983. Class, American Studies, 301. Instructor, Professor Tyree. Group members, William Anderson, Troy Carpenter, Melody Wise. Roadside Memorials, a study of grief and remembrance. We've all seen them, on our way to the grocery store or the post office or a faraway vacation destination. Keeping a lonely vigil on the side of the road, stark white crosses surrounded by candles and photographs, stuffed animals and flowers, ceramic angels and red or yellow ribbons. We slow down to take a look, shake our heads in regret, and then continue on our way. And they're forgotten. Roadside memorials not only honor the accidental death of a loved one, but they also play an important role in the grieving process for surviving family members and friends. They often form a connective thread of remembrance and help survivors to maintain an emotional bond with the departed. Roadside memorials originated in the early 1800s, most prominently in the American Southwest, especially in what is now Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Many Latin Americans placed such memorials to mark the location where their loved ones died. The first documented memorial to appear on the East Coast was in Connecticut in 1812. Now, in 1983, there are thousands of such memorials scattered around the nation's bustling highways, suburban streets, and remote backroads. So many, in fact, that there is talk of legislation and regulation in some states, towns, counties, even outright bans. But for now, these emotionally charged shrines remain a relatively new and increasingly controversial development. And behind each of them is a story. Our group proposes to travel by automobile throughout central and northwestern Pennsylvania on a 5-day road trip. Utilizing a variety of visual mediums, still photography, film, and video, we plan to create a 60 to 75-minute documentary entitled Roadside Memorials, A Study of Grief and Remembrance. This visual presentation will be supplemented by dramatic commentary, as well as personal interviews with family members and close friends of the accident victims. We will begin our journey on the campus of York College, and then travel north via I-83 and a network of back roads, following the shoreline of the Susquehanna River. On our first night, we will stop in Sudbury, Pennsylvania, the hometown of group member Billy Anderson, where a very personal roadside memorial dedicated to his late mother and father still stands. From there, we will navigate a winding path to the northwest, venturing deep into the heart of Pennsylvania's Appalachian region. We will drive without a pre-planned route, wandering with a purpose, searching for roadside memorials, and attempting to discover the heart-wrenching stories behind them. Video footage. 8:43 a.m., Friday, May 6th, 1983. The sound of muffled voices over a dark screen. After a moment, the lens cap is removed, and we are greeted by blue sky and bright sunshine. The camera angle shifts, and we see an orange Volkswagen van with black side panels parked at the curb. The rear double doors are standing open. Off to the side, on the nearby sidewalk, is a jumbled heap of what appears to be camping gear: knapsacks, a fishing pole, a rolled-up tent, a pair of lanterns, and folded-up lawn chairs. There are also 2 large Coleman coolers and a half-dozen brown paper grocery bags filled with packaged food. A young woman, olive skin, dark eyes, long brown hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a yellow sundress and white high-top Chuck Taylor All-Star sneakers, emerges from the back of the van. She appears out of breath. A sheen of perspiration glistens on her bare arms. The camera zooms close. She sees it, and sticks out her tongue. "Camera equipment's all loaded," she says. "What do you think? Food next, then the gear?" "I think Billy should put down the camera and help pack the van," an off-screen voice says. "We're already behind schedule." A young man carrying 2 grocery bags appears in frame. Brown-skinned and diminutive, he's dressed in tan khaki shorts and a matching button-down shirt. A red bandana is tied loosely around his neck. He's wearing thick-framed glasses, and his hair is styled in a large afro. From behind the camera, a cheerful male voice announces, "Meet Troy Carpenter, ladies and gents. Say something, Carp." Troy places the bags in the back of the van and glances over his shoulder. Adjusting his eyeglasses, he frowns and says, "Something." The man holding the camera groans and slowly pans to the roadside, where their female companion is leaning over to pick up a grocery bag. "Your turn, Mel. Introduce yourself to our adoring audience." She spins around, her face lighting up into a $1 million smile. Her teeth are very white and perfectly straight. We see a scattering of freckles across her nose and cheeks as she gives the camera a flirty wave. "Hello, adoring audience. My name's Melody Wise. I'm here in York, Pennsylvania, on this beautiful Friday morning with the grumpy boy wonder Troy Carpenter," she gestures at the camera, "as well as Billy the Kid Anderson, our esteemed camera operator. As soon as we finish loading up the van, we're hitting the road in search of life's and death's eternal truths." Her smile fades, and she shrugs. "That's all I got. I'm still half asleep." "You did great," Billy replies. And we see his blurry thumbs-up surface in front of the lens. And then, the screen goes dark and silent.
Day 1, Friday, May 6th. 1. Later, when the trip went bad, I would remember the bleeding man on the bicycle and wonder if he was a sign of things to come. 2. The van, a Volkswagen Westphalia pop-top camper that, from the moment I first laid eyes on it, reminded me of the Mystery Machine from Scooby-Doo, belonged to Melody's sister. Tamara Wise was 6 years older than Melody and more of a mother figure than a sibling. She'd bought the van used from an old stoner who manned the ticket booth at a drive-in movie theater in Richmond, Virginia, where Tamara worked as a secretary in a real estate office. It was the first vehicle she'd ever owned, and she was very proud of it. Once she managed to accumulate enough vacation days, she and her boyfriend planned to hit the road and explore the coastline of New England, something she'd dreamed about doing ever since she was little. After a lengthy and at times rocky negotiation, Tamara agreed to rent the van to us for the princely sum of $300. I'd bitched and moaned about unfair price gouging, but after Troy pointed out how much money we'd be saving by not having to pay for nightly hotel rooms, the numbers didn't look so bad. In the end, we each agreed to chip in $100 and share the cost of gas. To add insult to injury, Tamara's rental agreement came with a handwritten list of rules and regulations. No smoking cigarettes or weed inside the van. Tamara was, of course, allergic. No eating food of any kind inside the van. Can you see me rolling my eyes? The van must be returned within 7 days with the exterior washed and the interior vacuumed. Reasonable enough. Photocopies of both my and Troy's driver's licenses must accompany cash payment of the rental fee, just in case the entire trip was an elaborate ruse to kidnap and murder Melody. And last but certainly not least, Melody Wise, and only Melody Wise, was authorized to drive the van. No sweat off my back. I had no desire to drive that toaster on wheels. At the bottom of the lined sheet of notebook paper upon which the rules were listed, Tamara had scribbled her name. Directly below, she'd neatly printed each of our names and drawn lines next to them. Melody and Troy had dutifully complied with their signatures. I had not. In a gesture of silent protest, I'd scrawled William Shatner in chicken scratch. For as long as I could remember, Star Trek had been my father's favorite television show. Either no one noticed what I'd done or they decided not to say anything. Not that it really mattered. Unbeknownst to the other group members, our photocopy of the rental agreement was currently crumpled into a ball roughly the size of a $50 and crammed inside the van's backseat ashtray. 3. I think we should take the Brookshire Road exit, Troy said from the passenger seat, a Pennsylvania state road map spread out across his lap. He squinted at it and traced a zigzagging route with the tip of his finger. I like our odds better on the back roads. Quality over quantity? Melody signaled to change lanes and sped past a pickup truck hauling an open trailer loaded down with lawn equipment. The driver, beard, sunglasses, faded green John Deere baseball cap, gave the van a double take, no doubt wondering how it came to be that such a pretty young woman was chauffeuring around a black teenager. Probably thinks it's a kidnapping in progress, I thought. Watch the idiot pull over at the next rest stop and call the cops. Precisely, Troy said. Oblivious to the truck driver's stare, he began refolding the map. The interstate's too much of a crapshoot. Half the accidents on 83 involve out-of-state victims. No way are we tracking down those families. Not in a week, anyway. Melody glanced at the rearview mirror. Exit's coming up. You okay with Brookshire, Billy? Fine by me, I said, trying to disguise the fact that my mouth was full of hot fries. Back roads are a lot more camera-friendly anyway. Camera-friendly. Now that was an odd way to put it. Not for the first time, I wondered if what we were doing might be an exercise in poor taste. No matter how we framed it, and no matter how well-intentioned we might be, I had to admit the whole thing was a bit morbid. Maybe Aunt Helen was right, and it was better to just leave the dead alone. After all, didn't they deserve their peace? As with the other times doubts had surfaced inside my head, I kept my mouth shut and didn't say a peep. The documentary had been my idea in the first place, and besides, it was too late to turn back now. Stealing a peek at the mirror to make sure Melody wasn't watching, I snuck another handful of hot fries into my mouth and began chewing as quietly as possible. The bootleg Van Halen t-shirt I'd bought last summer from an Ocean City boardwalk vendor was covered in a bib of bright orange crumbs. I leaned over and casually brushed them onto the floor, getting rid of the evidence. Earlier this morning, standing outside Melody's apartment, she'd flipped a quarter to determine which one of us got to ride shotgun. Troy called heads for the win, and although I'd initially been disappointed, I now believed I'd gotten the better end of the deal. Even with all the gear squeezed into the rear of the van, there was still plenty of legroom to spread out and, best of all, tons of snacks within easy reach. Not to mention, from my vantage point in the back, I didn't have to serve as co-pilot and take charge of giving directions. For Christ's sakes! As if reading my thoughts, Troy flung the wrinkled mess he'd made of the road map onto the dashboard. 1580 on the SATs and I can't even fold a fucking... The wind grabbed at the map and tried to suck it out the open window. Son of a... Troy snatched it in midair, crumpled it against his chest like an accordion, and hurled it onto the floorboard, where he pinned it with the heel of his shoe. Before I could manage to get out a word, he spun around and wagged a finger in my face. I don't want to hear it, Billy! Melody smirked at the rearview mirror and steered off the exit, leaving behind 2 lanes of northbound traffic on I-83. I leaned forward in my seat, ready to have some fun at Troy's expense, but at the last moment decided against it. It was too early in the trip to start poking the hornet's nest. There would be plenty of time for that later. Instead, I replied, "Not saying a word, my friend," and then I sat back and closed my eyes. 4. At 18 years old, Troy Carpenter was the youngest of the group. Last spring, he'd graduated high school a year early, and also the smartest one in the room. While technically still a freshman at York College, he was already pursuing a double major in accounting and English, and on pace to earn a degree in just 3 years, if he didn't end up in the hospital with a bleeding ulcer first. To say that Troy Carpenter was wound up tight was a little like saying the summit of Mount Everest offered a fairly decent view of the surrounding countryside. I'd once watched Troy practically suffer a nervous breakdown because of a $5 parking ticket left on the handlebars of his moped. On another occasion, I'd talked him out of sending his literature and sexuality professor a rage-filled, borderline threatening letter because the man had had the audacity to give Troy an 88 on his midterm essay. And I know that being 20 points shy of a perfect SAT score absolutely gnawed at his soul. He drank my Lanta like it was water and chewed antacids as if they were breath mints. He rarely got more than 4 or 5 hours of sleep at night, and sometimes he went all day without bothering to eat. I genuinely worried about the guy, and yet I had to admit he made an easy target for my hijinks. It was virtually impossible to spend an extended period of time in Troy Carpenter's company and not be amused and entertained by his idiosyncrasies. He went through more mood swings than a pregnant housewife carrying twins. His bad taste in music, country and western for God's sake, the twangier the better, was only rivaled by his horrible fashion sense. He was a die-hard conspiracy theorist, not to mention a passionate believer in both Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, and had little patience for those who weren't. The most recent rabbit hole he'd disappeared into involved the rumored existence of a sophisticated network of underground tunnels running all the way from Baltimore City to Washington, D.C. Troy insisted that government officials were using these hidden tunnels for nefarious purposes involving the urban drug trade. He'd left numerous messages for reporters at the Baltimore Sun and Washington Post newspapers, but had yet to hear back from anyone. Despite all of this, Troy and I had grown closer as the spring semester progressed. I found myself teasing him less and less, and actually feeling protective of him, almost like a big brother. He may have been a tornado of anxiety-ridden, hormonal adolescence, but he was also the most authentic and nicest guy I'd ever met. There was no hidden agenda with Troy Carpenter. For better or worse, he was just Troy. And once he finally let me in and I really got to know him, it wasn't difficult to understand why he acted the way he did. 5. How long? The Appalachians? Depends, Melody said. Tomorrow night? Don't stay too long in Sudbury. The mountains? Grounded in truth. Those folks can be odd. As I dozed in the warm wash of sunlight slanting through the van window, I overheard snippets of broken conversation, like listening to a radio station with a weak signal. Not dangerous? Talked about that. Be fine. Seen a black person. As usual, Troy was worried. After reading a handful of articles discussing the backwoods stereotypes of the Appalachian people, he'd developed an intense dread regarding how we'd be accepted by the locals. Just look at us, he'd quipped, staring at our reflection in the grocery store window as we'd stocked up on supplies for the trip. Toss in a blonde chick and we'd look like a Benetton ad. It also hadn't helped that we'd recently rented the movie Southern Comfort, in which a group of Army Reserve weekend warriors conducting maneuvers deep in a Louisiana swamp are stalked and killed by rifle-toting Cajuns with bad teeth. Just in case. Of those are rumors. That doesn't me feel better. 6. Although he would freely admit to being terrified of snakes, cockroaches, rats, ghosts, and any other number of potential dangers, there existed two great fears in Troy Carpenter's life. The first was losing his scholarship. As a high school student, he'd attended the prestigious Calvert Hall School thanks to a pair of academic grants provided by the Maryland State Board of Education and an independent alumni council. How else could a third-generation Cherry Hill kid graduate in the top 5% of his class from a private Catholic institution with a 5-figure annual tuition? Now, at York College, he was once again riding the scholarship train. Despite only needing to maintain a 3.0 GPA to keep his full ride, and never once coming within spitting distance of dropping below a 3.85, he shuffled his way around campus enveloped within a brewing storm of impending doom. Either he succeeded and made something of himself, or it was back to the mean streets of Baltimore, where half the guys he'd grown up with were either dead or in prison. The daily pressure of such thoughts was enough to paralyze even the most emotionally balanced of students, something my friend clearly was not. His second great fear was disappointing his parents. Troy's father, Raymond, a decorated Vietnam vet and former assembly line worker out on long-term disability after losing most of his right foot in a factory accident, was the one who taught Troy the wonders of literature. Their Hanover Street row house may have been filled with second-hand furniture purchased at parking lot flea markets and the local Goodwill, but the numerous bookshelves lining the walls overflowed with literary treasures. Stacks of hardcovers and paperbacks, most of them picked up at various library sales. There was everything from Hemingway to Bradbury, Faulkner to Haley, Joyce to Dubois. The complete works of Langston Hughes and James Baldwin and those from Toni Morrison thus far held special places of honor. A narrow shelf in the second-floor hallway was dedicated to the works of the world's great poets. Keats and Cummings, Shakespeare and Poe, Whitman and Frost. There was even a crate of old comic books, or picture books, as Mrs. Carpenter called them, tucked away in the bottom of Troy's bedroom closet. Star Wars and X-Men, The Incredible Hulk and Classics Illustrated, Tales of the Unexpected, and Troy's all-time favorite, The Fantastic Four. Most of them were missing their covers, but Troy didn't care. For him, it was the words that mattered the most. Troy's mother, Claudia, worked in the cafeteria at nearby Union Memorial Hospital. She was the disciplinarian of the family, all about strict rules and consistent boundaries and tough love, but always with an emphasis on the love. According to Troy, she gave the world's best hugs, the kind that made you feel safe and strong and like you could fly, regardless of how old you were. The summer before he'd left for college, while his father was busy playing his weekly game of hearts with friends from the neighborhood, Troy and his mom spent nearly every Saturday evening camped out on the sofa, watching whatever movies happened to be on television. If they were in the middle of a game, they took turns on the Scrabble board during the commercials. In preparation for those nights, they'd stockpile candy from the corner store. M&Ms and strawberry Laffy Taffy for Troy, Hershey's Kisses and Sweet Tarts for his mother, and pop a bag of an amazing new snack invention, popcorn nuked in the microwave. Sometimes, if the movie was a long one bag wouldn't be enough, and they'd spoil themselves with a second. Heavy on the butter. Troy didn't talk about home very often, but when he did, you could really tell how much he missed those Saturday nights with his mom. Unlike most young men in their late teens, Troy wore his love and devotion for his parents unabashedly on his sleeve. As a result, he took his fair share of mostly good-natured ribbing. At one point, his roommate, Brent, an alligator shirt collar turned-up preppy from Washington, D.C., had started calling him Mama's boy. But that came to an abrupt halt once Troy began tutoring him in math. Every Sunday night, like clockwork, Troy called his folks collect from the payphone in his dormitory lobby, and at least twice a week he mailed home postcards with handwritten notes, usually updating them on his class grades and what he'd eaten for dinner that day. So, the mere thought of doing something that might cause them shame or disappointment sent Troy plummeting into an emotional tailspin. It wasn't until recently, when Troy allowed me to read a journal entry he'd written for his creative writing class, that I finally understood why. The road was a maze of bloody footprints. It looked like red paint. He'd been running away when the bullet struck, once in the back of the head and again in the shoulder. When the police arrived, they covered him with a dirty blanket and wouldn't let me near him. They shoved me back onto the sidewalk with everyone else. They didn't care that I was his brother. They didn't care. In August 1975, Choi's 8-year-old brother Morgan was the victim of a drug-related drive-by shooting. He had been playing stickball in the street along with a group of friends in front of the carpenter's home. These pickup games were a regular occurrence in Cherry Hill, and they often drew an audience. That day, a man named Tyrone Chester, Big Head to most everyone in the neighborhood, sat on a nearby stoop to watch while eating his lunch. Chester was a notorious heroin dealer and the intended target of the shooting. Troy was supposed to be there. In fact, wiffle ball had been his idea earlier that morning as he and his brother shared a Slurpee on their walk home from the 7-Eleven. But he dozed off on the living room floor while watching TV. The sound of gunshots woke him a short time later. The incident made the front page of The Sun and all 4 local television news channels, but the shooter was never identified. In life, the 2 brothers couldn't have been more different. Troy was the bookworm, the showman and goofball, comfortable in his own skin. Morgan was quieter, more of an introvert, and the best damn athlete in the entire school. His death had almost broken Mr. and Mrs. Carpenter. In hindsight, if it hadn't been for Troy, I really believe it would have. During the years following the shooting, he almost single-handedly lifted them up and gave them hope. He stayed clear of trouble in the neighborhood. He volunteered at the Humane Society and a nearby nursing home. At school, B's and B pluses turned into A's across the board. He won academic awards and was offered scholarships. Slowly but surely, the sense of doom lifted, and the 3 Carpenters began to feel like a family again. Troy told us all of this one night at Melody's apartment, after a breaking news story about a drive-by shooting in downtown Philadelphia interrupted the episode of Magnum P.I. we were watching. When he was finished talking, there wasn't a dry eye in the room. After hearing what had happened to his brother, and especially after reading his journal entry, I realized that all Troy had to do to save his family was place the weight of the world upon his skinny shoulders, at a time in his life when he wasn't even old enough to vote or buy a 6-pack of beer. The pressure he felt on a daily basis had to be staggering. I'd tried my best on more than one occasion to get him to loosen up. There was an Eddie Murphy concert in Philly, a handful of late nights at the local college bars. Try finding a fake ID for a guy who looked like the cartoon owl in the Tootsie Pops commercial. A hike at Cadorra State Park, and even a rowdy frat party featuring a pair of live bands. All resulted in rather limited success, the low point coming when Troy vomited all over my brand new Nikes after downing a single shot of tequila. A month or so ago, I decided to give him a nickname, a timeless fraternity tradition, even though neither of us belonged to one. Good-natured in mindset, and maybe I thought it would help him feel more like one of the guys. Initially, I was tempted to call him Owl, which was the first thing that came to mind due to his obvious intelligence and the way his glasses magnified his already perpetually wide eyes. But I knew that wouldn't be well received. Then I thought possibly Oscar, after the New York Yankees outfielder Oscar Gamble, the proud owner of the biggest afro in Major League Baseball. But when I brought it up, Troy looked at me like I had 2 heads and said, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm a Baltimore boy. I want nothing to do with the damn Yankees." Finally, I ended up settling on Carp. A genius move, I thought. A short and simple play on his last name. So far, though, it hadn't really taken. Not even a little bit. Like I said earlier, what you saw was what you got. Troy was just Troy. 7. I wasn't exactly sure how long I'd been dozing. I opened my eyes to blinding sunlight streaming through the van window, blinked a couple of times, and then remembered where I was. Groaning, I squeezed my eyes shut again. Day 1, morning. Or maybe even early afternoon by now. Either way, it was going to be a long-ass week cooped up inside this van. After a while, I forced my eyes open again, squinted out the window at rolling green hills, a farm pond glistening in the distance, a copse of faraway trees surrounded by cows. David Bowie's Let's Dance was playing too loudly on the radio. I felt the itch of a headache coming on. Do you think he'd been in an accident? Probably, Melody was saying, although he was heading in the opposite direction of the hospital. His bike seemed fine. I didn't see any damage. I'm just glad I didn't hit him. Can you imagine if... They were talking about the man on the bicycle from earlier this morning. Once we'd finished loading the equipment, Melody went inside to say goodbye to her roommate, a very nice older woman named Rosalita, while Troy and I waited by the van. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a casserole of homemade empanadas. Even covered with saran wrap, they smelled delicious. With my stomach grumbling, I took the still warm from the oven dish from Melody and stowed it inside one of the coolers. And off we went. I remembered what happened next with the slow-motion clarity of a waking dream. As we pulled up to the stop sign, Troy swiveled in his seat and looked at me. I could tell he was nervous. His eyes, behind his glasses, were enormous. Did I ever mention that sometimes I have pretty bad nightmares? Melody inched the nose of the van into the intersection. With the radio turned down, I could hear the rhythmic tick-tick, tick-tick, tick-tick of the turn signal. She leaned forward, glanced both ways, and began to make a left onto Margrove Street. As she did, I answered Troy. Great, you and me in the same tent. Maybe I should... Melody slammed on the brakes. As a man on a 10-speed bike zipped right in front of us, missing the van's front fender by no more than 6 or 8 inches. Even though he was speeding along, I could make out his details crystal clear. The stranger with the death wish appeared to be in his 30s, maybe early 40s. Tall and slender, receding hairline, skinny legs covered in coarse, dark hair. He was wearing navy blue athletic shorts and a plain gray t-shirt. Dark rivulets of what I first believed was muddy perspiration streamed down his neck and chest, soaking the front of his shirt. But it wasn't sweat. It looked like blood. His face a mask of crimson. Even his teeth were stained red. The man was smiling, a macabre, full-toothed grin. And then in a blink he was gone, swallowed up by the morning traffic. What in the hell was that? Melody had practically crawled onto Troy's lap in an effort to get a better look at the stranger. I have no idea, he stammered. I want to know. Should we go after him? Melody asked. And do what? I said, still staring out the window. I don't know. Maybe try to help him? Yeah, that's a big fat no from me. Troy actually crossed his arms over his chest and shuddered. That dude looked like the devil himself. Melody raised her eyebrows. The devil on a 10-speed bike? Before Troy could respond, the driver behind us laid on his horn. Melody frowned at the rearview mirror. Yeah, hold your goddamn horses! She checked both ways for cars and lunatics on bikes and made a left onto Margrove Street, driving in the direction from which the man had come. Leaning across the seat, I searched the road for a blood trail or signs of an accident, but didn't see anything. 2 blocks later, still nothing, and then Melody had to turn right on Logan and merge into a steady stream of northbound traffic. The bloody cyclist still a mystery, we were finally on our way. 8. The 3 of us had met 5 months earlier in Professor Tyree's American Studies class. AMST 301, as it was listed in the spring 1983 course catalog, was one of York College's most popular electives. Professor Marcus Tyree, who'd recently celebrated his 32nd year with the faculty, was highly regarded as both a charismatic and innovative educator, as someone who went out of his way to connect with his pupils. His classes invariably attracted the brightest young minds on campus. Melody Wise and Troy Carpenter were exemplary students with sterling track records. They belonged in his classroom. Me, though, Billy Anderson, unheralded sophomore, recovering degenerate and angst-filled orphan, not so much. The fact that I was enrolled in AMST 301 to begin with was nothing short of a miracle. This was how it happened. Following a less-than-inspired freshman year, a polite way of saying I'd bombed most of my classes and landed on academic probation, I'd spent the summer of '82 hauling concrete at a local construction site and taking a couple of night classes to hopefully boost my GPA. When I wasn't working or going to school, I kept to myself and rarely left my studio apartment overlooking the river. I watched a lot of television that summer. I did newspaper crossword puzzles. I taught myself to play the guitar. Every once in a while, when a restless mood struck, I ventured into the city proper and caught a Phillies game from the cheap seats in left field. Mostly, I did my best to stay away from the bars. Even at the recklessly young age of 18, with a fake ID purchased for $40 tucked away inside my wallet, I'd recognized that my drinking was becoming a problem. By the time 4th of July weekend rolled around, the construction gig had given me a perpetually sunburned neck and thick calluses on my palms. I had some difficulty playing guitar, and my medium t-shirts no longer fit. The hard work was good for me, though, and not just because of the newly added muscle. It was good for my soul. In a way, it felt like I was sweating out my demons for 8 or 9 hours a day. Some of them, at least. At the end of each week, while the full-timers peeled out of the parking lot in their pickups with paychecks burning holes in their jeans, I was too worn out to follow them into town and get myself into trouble. Weekends were spent sleeping until noon and catching up on laundry. Every Monday afternoon during my lunch break, I walked across the street to the First National Bank and deposited my check. I didn't need the money. The insurance payout from my parents' accident was earning interest in my savings account. But I was proud of myself, nonetheless. I rarely felt lonely or homesick. I actually preferred being alone. It was just easier that way. Most of my old friends from Sudbury had returned from college early that summer. They'd unpacked their suitcases and settled into their old bedrooms and picked up right where they'd left off, working part-time jobs at the mall or the swimming pool, hanging out nights at the Scoop and Serve or the drive-in movie theater, cruising the back roads with 6-packs of beer and the radio cranked up, or floating downriver on inner tubes, fishing, tossing the ball around, rekindling summer flings. Just the idea of all that felt like too much work to me. I'd moved away and moved on. I had no interest in looking back or going back, or even trying to stay in touch. Everyone in town had treated me differently after the accident. Overnight, it felt like I'd become a stranger to them, someone whom folks had a hard time looking in the eye. When I walked into a room, there were stealthy glances and whispers. God, I hated it. I hadn't even bothered to hook up the phone line when I moved into the new apartment. Who needed it anyway? As the summer wore on, my Aunt Helen paid me a number of surprise visits, usually with a back seat full of groceries to restock my pantry. It was good to see her, and a part of me was always sad when it came time to say goodbye. But another part of me, and it would have deeply hurt her had she known I felt this way, was filled with relief when I watched her drive away. As much as I loved her, my aunt was a remnant of my other life. A fucking reminder. Late at night, after her visits, I often found myself unable to sleep, staring at the ceiling, my head ravaged by a tsunami of dark thoughts and bittersweet memories. Those nights felt endless and lost and even a little bit scary. And when I finally did fall asleep, long after the witching hour had come and gone, I almost always dreamed of my parents. Still, for a while during that summer, it felt like my efforts were paying off. I managed an A- and a B in my night classes, and by the time students arrived back on campus for the fall semester, my confidence was on the upswing. At registration, I signed up for a full class load of 18 credits. I was no longer working construction, so I had plenty of time to study. I was steadfast in steering clear of the bars. I signed up for intramural basketball. I even went to visit my Aunt Helen for a long weekend in early October. When midterm grades were posted a short time later, I was shocked to discover that I'd earned 4 A's and a pair of B's. I must have checked the list at least a half dozen times to make sure it wasn't some kind of mistake, and nope, it wasn't. Not long after, I ran into Mr. Skelly, my econ instructor, in the cafeteria, and he suggested that I might be interested in Professor Tyree's American Studies class that next semester. Early registration was beginning in a week, he explained with a mouthful of turkey sandwich, and he and Tyree were longtime colleagues and racquetball partners. The class was very popular and usually filled up immediately, but he'd be more than happy to put in a good word for me. Flattered, I thanked him for his generosity and walked away not really anticipating anything would come of it. I signed up for American Studies 301 early the next week, and to my surprise was promptly accepted. I still hadn't made even a semblance of peace with what had happened to my parents. Many days I woke up angry and sad and confused, but I no longer felt completely adrift in my life. For the first time since before the accident, I had some sort of direction and focus. I was no longer drinking and was doing a lot better at pushing away the itch. I was sleeping and eating better, getting a little exercise. There was even a girl in my English class that I kind of liked. I actually began to feel hopeful about what the future might hold. And then the holidays arrived, and everything went to shit.
9. Video footage, 1:49 p.m., Monday, May 2nd, 1983. The classroom is empty. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As the camera swings around in a slow circle, we see a dozen rows of desks and chairs stretching from the front of the room to the rear, 5 or 6 in each row. It's a narrow room, the walls covered with maps and charts and indexes. A large metal desk sits center stage at the front. Behind it, a length of chalkboard covered in messy handwriting. An exit sign hangs above the only door, which is closed. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The image blurs and then quickly sharpens again as the camera operator zooms in on the blackboard. Roanoke and Croatoan and 1590 swim in and out of view. And then we hear a door bang open off-screen, and a loud, boisterous voice. "Billy, I am so sorry to interrupt." The camera abruptly shifts to the left, and a grizzly bear of a man comes into focus. Professor Marcus Tyree is wearing a huge smile above his unmanageable beard and carrying a stack of books in his arms. He walks to the large desk at the front of the room and puts them down with a thud. "No problem, Professor, just giving the camera a test run. This thing's pretty amazing." The AV department to the rescue. He sits down behind the desk, and we hear the chair groan beneath his weight. "Glad it worked out for you." "Thanks to your help. Happy to put in the good word, although I admit I'm still a bit worried about the 3 of you going on the road by yourselves." "Don't be, it'll be fun." As Billy walks closer, we get a shaky glimpse of the professor's tattoo-covered forearms. "Melody'll watch over me and I'll watch over Troy." "And who'll watch over Melody? That girl can take care of herself, believe me." And then they're both laughing.
10. At York College, the last day of exams before Christmas break was Tuesday, December 21st. I had an 11 a.m. British Lit final, and that was it. Semester officially over. I finished my Blue Book essay on Emily Bronte in just under an hour and walked outside to a winter wonderland. A steady wet snow was falling from a slate-gray sky. The ground was already covered, and the mostly abandoned campus resembled a New England postcard. As I walked to my car, I listened to distant laughter and cries of joy coming from a handful of sledders on the hill in front of the library, and a gang of grade school kids waging a snowball fight across the pond. Another week or 2 of this frigid weather, and they would be ice skating and playing hockey. When I pulled out of the parking lot with Silent Night playing on the radio, it felt like I was driving inside of a snow globe. Thrilled to be finished with my exams, I spent the rest of the afternoon Christmas shopping. Later that evening, I went out for pizza and beers with the guys from my intramural basketball team. It was the first time all season that I'd accepted an invitation to join them. When the waitress asked for my drink order, I told her a pitcher of Sprite. No one at the table said a word about it. When I got back to my apartment later that night, I wrapped the only 2 gifts I'd purchased. a silver necklace and a set of carving knives, both for my Aunt Helen. I wasn't sure if she'd like what I'd picked out, but I figured she could wear the necklace to church if she wanted to and use the knives to cut up the vegetables she grew in her garden. I'd agreed to spend Christmas week at her house in Sudbury and was actually looking forward to it. I left the wrapped presents on the kitchen counter beside my keys, poured myself a glass of water from the tap, and got ready for bed. Once I was settled beneath the covers, I turned on the television. White Christmas was playing on cable. I immediately felt a lump form in the back of my throat. This was my mother's favorite movie. Growing up, we'd watched it as a family at least a dozen times, probably more. She always made hot chocolate with tiny marshmallows and turned off the lights so it felt like we were at the movie theater. On the TV, in my dark bedroom, Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye, both dressed in makeshift hula skirts, began dancing across the screen, crooning about devoted sisters. And for just a moment, as clear and present as if she were sitting right next to me, I heard my mother's voice singing along with them. It should have made me happy. It should have made me remember and smile, but it didn't. Instead, my heart broke into a million pieces, all over again. And then it was as if all the hope and goodwill and progress that had been stored up inside me those past few months bled out of my body in one great arterial gush, leaving behind nothing at all, except for tears. I lowered my head and let them come. Before long, I was sobbing and couldn't stop. And still, I didn't change the channel. I couldn't do it. The next few days, I left the bed only to use the bathroom. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I drank only from the glass of water on my nightstand until it was gone. And then I stopped drinking and stopped getting up to use the restroom. I just laid there in bed, curled onto my side, staring blankly at the wall, my face a mess of tears and snot, piss-stained blankets in a tangled heap at my feet, television on the floor, screen shattered into dozens of jagged pieces, just like my heart, listening for my mother's voice to come again. Until finally my landlord used his master key to let a frantic Aunt Helen into the apartment, and she got me cleaned up and whisked me away. 11. "Nope," Troy said, staring ahead at the hitchhiker. "Don't even think about it." We'd crossed a one-lane bridge spanning a dry creek bed, then rounded a long, winding curve in the road. And there he was, leaning against a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit sign. Dirty blonde hair hanging down to his shoulders, a cigarette dangling from his lips, James Dean cool. When he saw us coming, he snapped to attention and stuck out his thumb. "Why not?" Melody asked, pressing the brakes. "He looks harmless enough." I knew she was kidding. Troy did not. "He looks like he escaped from an insane asylum." Melody threw back her head and laughed, a high, cheerful sound that made my heart flutter. "You really are such a scaredy cat." She gave the man on the side of the road an apologetic wave as we cruised slowly past. He shrugged and grinned at her. "It's not about being scared," Troy insisted. "It's about being safe. Who wears corduroys and a long-sleeve t-shirt in this weather? He's probably hiding a hunting knife. Or maybe even an axe." "I think you've rented too many scary movies," she said. "And you see how baggy his pants were? No telling what he's got in there." She glanced at the mirror. "Whoa, hear that, Billy? Troy's talking about the hitchhiker's package." Her eyes twinkled with mischief. "He was kind of cute." "His what? No! Oh my God!" "I'm not judging you," she said, struggling not to smile. "Whatever floats your boat." "That's not what I meant, and you know it. I was going to say he could have a machete or even a sword stuffed down his pants for all we know." "Ooh, a sword, huh? A really big one?" "Melody, come on," she laughed. "Maybe I should start calling you Zorro." Did I mention that this was going to be a long trip? 12. Marcus Tyree didn't look like a typical college professor. At 6'4" and upward of 230 pounds, sporting an unruly nest of dark curly hair atop his head, A full beard and mustache without a hint of gray, and massive forearms covered in tattoos, my personal favorite being an ultra-realistic portrait of Bob Marley. He more closely resembled a starting offensive lineman on the Pittsburgh Steelers, or perhaps even a lumberjack. In a word, the guy was intimidating. Until, that is, he opened his mouth and began to speak. Tyree's soft, reasoned voice stood in stark contrast to the rest of him and immediately put his students at ease. As the semester began, I witnessed firsthand the reason why he was so popular on campus. Pacing back and forth in front of his cluttered desk, a toothpick jutting from the corner of his mouth, Tyree spoke with an energy and enthusiasm that was contagious. Unlike so many other by-the-book professors, he never spoke at you. He always spoke to you. His class didn't feel like a boring lecture. It felt like an intimate conversation between 24 people. In no time at all, I found myself looking forward to those Monday, Wednesday, Friday 10 a.m. meetings, often arriving early with the hopes of having some one-on-one time with the professor. No matter the topic, he had a way of communicating that made you feel as if you were the most important person in the world at that moment. I could definitely think of worse ways to start my day. In that regard, Professor Tyree was a lot like the new therapist I'd started seeing on Friday afternoons. Her name was Kathy Meraki, and I not only liked her right away, but also trusted her. So far, we'd only met at her downtown office a handful of times, but it felt like I'd known her for years. Going to see a counselor had been my Aunt Helen's idea. She'd first suggested it shortly after the accident in June, but I wouldn't even consider it back then. In my mind, I didn't need an expensive shrink to help me feel better. I'd read all about the 5 stages of grief in a pamphlet I'd picked up at the funeral home. I was going to be okay. I just needed more time. But after what had happened in the days leading up to Christmas, I now knew better. I needed all the help I could get. Following my breakdown, Aunt Helen tried to convince me to skip the spring semester and remain at home with her in Sudbury. "You need to take your time getting back on your feet," she'd pleaded. "You need to focus on rest and recuperation." But the more I'd thought about it, the more that idea terrified me. Even then, somewhere inside my addled brain, I knew that if I didn't drag my ass out of bed, and soon, I might never find the wherewithal to do it, whether for classes or anything else. So when the 3rd week of January rolled around, I shaved the uneven patches of whiskers off my chin, stuffed some extra clothes into a backpack, and returned to my quiet apartment by the river. My aunt had hired a local service to come in and clean, so the place was spotless. It even smelled good. She'd also surprised me with a brand new television for Christmas to replace the one I'd broken. I spent most of that first evening setting it up in the corner of my bedroom and figuring out how to connect it to the cable box and VCR. 2 days later, at 9:30 a.m., I shrugged on my coat, scraped the ice off my windshield, and drove the 1.5 miles to campus. I parked my car behind a mound of dirty snow in Lot C. When I got out and locked the door, my heart was beating so hard it felt like it was going to break free of my chest. From the back row of room 114, I watched the other students arrive for the first day of Professor Tyree's American Studies class. I wasn't the only one. Like me, the short black guy with the thick glasses showed up bright and early. Unlike me, he sat smack dab in the middle of the front row and placed what looked like a brand new spiral notebook on top of his desk. I immediately thought that whoever sat behind him was going to have a hell of a time seeing the blackboard over that magnificent afro of his. A few minutes later, Raquel Welch walked into the room. Okay, not really, but that was my first impression of her. A dark-complexioned waif of a girl dressed in jeans with butterfly patches on the knees and a baggy dark green sweater with matching holes for elbows. She glided down the aisle and found an empty chair along the wall. When she smiled at the guy sitting next to her and started chatting in a friendly voice, I immediately felt a stab of irrational jealousy. With multiple strings of colored beads intertwined in her long dark hair and a refreshing lack of makeup, she looked like one of those carefree hippies I'd seen in old photographs of Woodstock and Haight-Ashbury. When Professor Tyree called out her name during attendance roll call, I somehow wasn't surprised by what I heard. Melody Wise. Even her name was pretty. It sounded like a song title. 2 weeks later, we were assigned our project groups for the semester. When I heard Melody's name announced alongside mine and 2 others I didn't recognize, I covered my smile with my hand and pretended I had to cough. Once Professor Tyree finished going down the rest of the list, he instructed the students to get up from their desks and gather in their individual groups. Standing, I spotted Melody sitting beside a girl with red hair at the front of the classroom. I hurried down the aisle and was about to slip into the empty chair next to Melody when the black guy with the giant afro stepped in front of me and plopped down in it. Somehow I resisted the urge to push him and sat on his other side. We scooted our chairs into a circle and began introducing ourselves. By the end of that 90-minute class period, I'd learned that Melody Wise was from Fairfax, Virginia, a senior and computer science major, and set to graduate after the completion of a 4-credit summer course. A job with IBM was waiting for her in September. By the time I'd walked her to the bus stop after class, I'd discovered that she was a proud third-generation Puerto Rican, worked evenings at Giovanni's, a popular local restaurant, lived in an off-campus apartment with a roommate, and was contentedly single after a tumultuous breakup a year earlier. She was also 23, almost 4 years older than me, and completely out of my league. Once I came to terms with that somber reality, we quickly became friends. An actual friend. Someone I could talk to. A first for me after nearly 2 years of college. Not that I had anyone to blame for that but myself. I'd seen girls in the hallway crying as they said farewell to their roommates for winter break. Overheard guys in my freshman dorm drunkenly promise to include each other in their weddings one day. Others sat in the cafeteria and planned summer vacations together or visits to each other's hometowns. College had a way of doing that, creating closer than normal bonds in a remarkably short amount of time. As far as I could tell, it was the combination of sudden freedom and overwhelming vulnerability that was responsible for this pattern of behavior. It all happened so fast. On drop-off day, your parents and siblings drove you to campus and spent the morning and afternoon unloading the car and helping you set up your room. They met your roommate and exchanged pleasantries with your roommate's parents. Maybe, if there was enough time, you grabbed one last family dinner together at a nearby restaurant, and then they hugged you goodbye at the curb in front of your building and headed back home with a mournful toot 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 of the horn, leaving you all alone for the first time in your life. As you stood on the sidewalk, waving and blinking back tears, watching their car disappear in the distance, the world suddenly felt very big and the silence in your head was deafening. You slowly turned and stared at your reflection in the glass door entrance to your dormitory and thought, now what? Panic tightened your chest, your head began to spin. You glanced over your shoulder, fighting back the urge to take off running in the direction your parents' car had driven. Until finally you looked around and realized you weren't really alone after all. There were others all around you wearing the same lost expression on their faces, experiencing the same roller coaster of emotions you were feeling. Others who, just like you, were about to spend the next several weeks trying their best not to lock themselves out of their dorm rooms and oversleep and be late for class and do their laundry and homework and figure out how their meal cards worked and what to do with their fleeting moments of free time. And then before long, after sharing all of these terrifying new experiences with people who were once complete and total strangers, if you were lucky, you took another look around and realized that you were part of a different kind of family now. Which is exactly what happened with Melody and Troy and me, thanks to a better late than never assist from Professor Tyree. I mentioned earlier that Professor Tyree initially announced 4 members of our project group. The 4th was the girl with red hair, Charlotte Livingston. She was painfully quiet. It always sounded like she was mumbling, and had a distressing case of acne. She told us that she was a townie who'd grown up on a dead-end street just south of campus, and she was studying to become a teacher. A couple of days after the 4 of us got together for dinner at Giovanni's, a gathering that Melody had organized so we could all get to know each other better, Charlotte dropped the class without a word of warning to any of us. We never saw her again after that. None of us took it personally. Melody had been waiting tables at Giovanni's since mid-November, the shortest tenure of any of the half-dozen part-time waitresses who worked there. And because of this, she was often the recipient of last-minute schedule changes. As a result, she ended up being a no-show at 2 of the group's first 3 meetings at the library. Although she felt terrible about her absence and apologized profusely, I didn't really mind. It not only allowed Troy and me to get to know each other better, but also presented us with the opportunity to speak freely about our beautiful new friend. By this time, the 3rd week of February, I had already worked through most of my schoolboy crush on Melody. Of course, somewhere deep inside, I still held on to a sliver of hope that a romantic spark might one day be kindled. But I think even then I knew better. It was the way she looked at and spoke to me, like she was the adult and I was the teenager, which at 23 and 19, I guess we were, even if it didn't feel like it most of the time. I always expected her to pat me on the head when we said goodbye after class, or tell me she was proud of me for raising my hand and giving the correct answer. Not exactly fuel for late-night fantasies. Still, I told myself, it was okay to admire from afar what I couldn't have. Troy, on the other hand, had surprisingly little to say when it came to Melody's God-given physical attributes. When I pressed him on the subject, he agreed that she was attractive, but insisted it was her spirited and kind personality that made her so. Not one mention of her smoldering brown eyes, hourglass figure, or the way she walked in jeans. At first, I thought Troy might be gay, not that it mattered even a lick to me, but it soon became apparent that he was simply a lot more mature than I was. Something I would never admit out loud, even now. It's fair to say that after spending one-on-one time with Troy in the library, I felt an immediate attachment to him. He was different from anyone else I'd ever met before. Sure, the guy was smart as a whip and laser-focused on his studies. You couldn't help but notice that right away. But it was more than that. He was odd and interesting and, most of all, immensely likable. He showed up for our first meeting wearing a puke green cardigan sweater and carrying a scuffed-up briefcase, both of which he later told me he'd bought from a thrift store. After taking a seat, he opened the briefcase on his lap and pulled out a stack of spiral notebooks and a pair of individually wrapped Hostess Twinkies. He handed one of the cream-filled snacks across the table to me, and then pulled out a sheaf of papers and began going over the notes he'd taken earlier that morning in class. He'd even made copies for me and Melody. In so many ways, Troy Carpenter was 18 years old going on 40. But then some kind of internal switch would be thrown, and his eyes would swell up behind those thick glasses of his, and off he'd go on a tangent, rambling with childlike glee about UFOs and Stonehenge, Superman and Mark Twain, baseball and astrology. You name it, and Troy could speak extensively on the subject. Not to mention the barrage of questions he carried around with him. The guy was curious about everything. What was it like growing up in the suburbs? Did you ever have a tropical fish aquarium? Who taught you how to drive? Did you have a vegetable garden in your yard? Do you believe in ghosts? It was as if all the vast knowledge and experience he kept stored inside his brain had come from words printed inside books. And no matter how wise and vibrant those words might prove to be, he was starving for the one thing they couldn't provide: basic human interaction. It took a while, as it usually does with me, but I eventually realized that the hunger he was experiencing was something we both had in common, and it drew us together like moths to a flame in those frigid days of February. As the semester went on, Melody and Troy and I began spending more and more time together, and not just while working on our American Studies project. Soon, Troy and I began stopping by Giovanni's on slow nights to keep Melody company. We helped her assemble a pair of bookshelves she'd purchased from a mail-order catalog. Melody taught us how to make pollo guisado, a spicy chicken stew, from an old family recipe. They both came to watch me play intramural basketball. We began doing homework together and took turns hosting game and movie nights. Most of the time, it was all 3 of us. At some point, Melody began referring to us as the 3 Musketeers. But every once in a while, Troy was busy writing a paper or meeting with a professor, and it was just me and Melody. On one such night, she talked about the future and the life she hoped to live. The plan was to work her way up the ladder at IBM until she was promoted to a management position. Then she'd get married and have children, buy a big house somewhere near the beach. She never said much about her ex-boyfriend Matteo, only that it had ended badly. Unsurprisingly, I was equally reticent about my own love life. Or should I say, my complete and total lack of one. After significant probing, I finally admitted that I'd once had a high school sweetheart named Naomi, but we'd gone our separate ways shortly after my parents' accident. And there hadn't been anyone else since. It was a part of my past that my therapist and I were diligently working through. On a rainy evening in early March, while I was walking her home from work, Melody told me the story of how she'd lost her mother to an accidental drug overdose. Only 16 at the time, Melody returned from school to discover her mother's body sprawled on the floor of their upstairs bathroom. Her face had turned blue and there was a needle poking out of her arm. Shaking and in tears, Melody had immediately called 911 and then phoned her sister Tamara at work. Melody's father had long been out of the picture by then, and there were no relatives living nearby. Faced with the choice of moving closer to family in Puerto Rico or remaining in Virginia on their own, Melody and Tamara had been taking care of each other ever since. Sharing such a painful chapter of her life story brought us even closer together. She'd known about my parents by then, so I guess she'd felt that I would understand, and know what to say and what not to say. As more time passed and the departure date for our trip approached, our relationship continued to evolve. A mutual respect and trust had been earned. Melody became the wiser older sister I'd never had, and I became the knucklehead younger brother she'd always wanted. What happened to us later, during the trip, was the biggest regret of my life. 13. Anyone else have to pee? No. I looked up from the notebook I was scribbling in. I used the bathroom when we stopped for gas. I checked my watch. An hour and a half ago. Well, so did I. Troy peered down his nose at me. And now I have to go again. Melody sheepishly raised her hand from the steering wheel. Me too. Troy flashed me a smug look before swiveling around in his seat. At this rate, we might make it to Sudbury by... I made a show of studying my watch again so it could be seen in the rearview mirror. Oh, I don't know. Sunday or Monday. Sudbury, Pennsylvania, my hometown, and the first overnight stop of our journey. Oh, hush, Melody said, laughing. We'll be quick about it. The plan was to set up camp in Liberty Hollow Park just north of town. We'd grab a late dinner, go over whatever footage we'd managed to assemble today, and discuss the following day's route. The only problem was, at this point, we didn't have a single frame of video to look at. The day had gotten off to a rough start. It was almost 4:30, and so far we'd only run across a pair of roadside memorials, neither of which proved suitable for filming. The first one had been located at a rural four-way intersection in the town of Rockville. A huge wooden cross, at least 6 feet tall, surrounded by a scattering of empty whiskey bottles, burned-down candle nubs, and a waterlogged leather jacket covered in patches. A dozen or so photographs had been haphazardly stapled to the cross, their contents long ago stolen by sun and rain. In the biggest of the photos, I could just make out the ghostly image of a large...
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
clicks, no moment missed.
Bald man astride a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. He was wearing a black t-shirt with the sleeves cut off. His muscular arms were covered in tattoos. Someone had printed R.I.P. J.D. across the bottom of the photo in permanent black marker. Right as we were leaving, Troy had accidentally nudged one of the whiskey bottles with his shoe, upsetting a nest of ground wasps that had made their home in the nearby weeds. As he spun around in circles, arms flailing, legs kicking, squealing in terror, he was stung twice, on the hand and neck. You would have thought the guy had been shot the way he carried on. We stumbled across the second memorial on a curvy back road just outside of Hancock. A shallow, weed-choked drainage ditch ran parallel to the shoulder. Just beyond it, a grassy knoll separated the ditch from a stretch of nearby woods. Some time ago, a child had died there. There was no cross, so perhaps the family hadn't believed in a higher power. Instead, staked upon a single wooden post, leaning perilously to one side, was a poster-sized photograph of a young boy with short dark hair and big brown eyes. He was standing beside a stream, fishing pole in one hand, fat brown trout in the other. He was wearing a Pittsburgh Pirates baseball cap and a big happy grin on his freckled face. The boy's 2 front teeth were missing. Below the laminated poster with its curling and discolored edges was a mound of stuffed animals. Giraffes and bears, unicorns and horses. All of them filthy and rotting, the stuffing leaking out from their rain-swollen bellies. A pair of glass vases, nearly hidden in the tall grass, held bouquets of bare stems. Whatever flowers had once bloomed there were now long gone, just like the boy in the photograph. I stood there for a long time, staring at the boy's face on the opposite side of the ditch, wondering what his name was and if he'd played Little League baseball and whether he had any brothers or sisters. I listened to the birds singing in the trees and felt the warmth of the dappled sunlight on my face, and wondered what had happened to the boy's family. Clearly no one had been here for a while, so why had they stopped coming? Had they moved away, or simply moved on? And what about the Harley guy with the tattoos? His memorial had appeared even longer neglected, maybe even forgotten. What had become of his family and friends? Why did they no longer visit? Before we left each of the memorials, I snapped a handful of photos with the 35mm and Polaroid cameras. I figured I could find a spot somewhere in the documentary to include them. Melody could even record a short voiceover once we got back to campus. Maybe the man on the motorcycle and the boy with the missing front teeth didn't have to be forgotten after all. 14. While Melody and Troy used the Sunoco station's restroom, I stretched my legs in the parking lot, sipping a Pepsi I'd taken from the cooler. The place wasn't much to look at. The narrow slab of asphalt where Melody had parked was scarred with potholes, and the plate glass window out front was swathed in a spiderweb of cracks, most of them patched with fraying gray duct tape. There was only one working pump, the other 3 adorned with out-of-order signs handwritten on crudely cut pieces of oil-stained cardboard. A phone booth stood lonely and forlorn at the corner of the lot. You didn't have to work for Ma Bell to know that, just like the trio of defunct gas pumps, the telephone inside had long ago ceased to be operational. Scrawls of graffiti decorated what was left of the booth's filthy glass enclosure. One particularly witty soul had written, "Carly Jean Tucker digs my big pecker" in bright red permanent marker. Directly below that was a clumsily drawn penis and balls next to an upside-down cross. Still feeling the funk from the little boy with the missing front teeth, I wandered aimlessly around the parking lot, my shuffling feet sending up plumes of road dust. A plane soared high overhead, its vapor trail slicing open the sky behind it. I watched as it disappeared into the clouds. Kicking at some stray rocks, I sent them skittering into the weeds, where at least one of them struck something metal with a distinctively loud tink. Empty beer can? I wondered, walking closer to investigate. What else did I have to do? My traveling partners were taking forever, and I had a sneaking suspicion that one or both of them were doing a whole lot more than just peeing. Most likely, the empanadas we'd scarfed down earlier had come back to haunt them. Trying not to think too much about that, I walked back and forth, nudging the tall grass with the toe of my shoe. But I didn't find anything, metal or otherwise. A mosquito buzzed in my ear and settled on the back of my neck. I swatted it away. Spinning around in case it was circling for a renewed attack, I glimpsed a flash of bright yellow among the green and brown foliage alongside the road. At first I thought it was a sign someone had posted. No hunting or maybe private property, keep out. Then I realized it was a portion of yellow ribbon draped around the trunk of a tree. Walking closer, squinting now, I spotted what appeared to be the tip of a cross not far from the ribbon. Bingo. Draining the rest of my soda in a single gulp, I hurried along the gently sloping shoulder of the roadway. Ahead of me, 2 squirrels played a noisy game of chase in the branches of a towering oak. Butterflies danced in the late afternoon sunshine. Somewhere in the distance, there was the deep-throated thrum of a tractor working a field. And then it was right in front of me. A painted cross, so white it was almost blinding against the backdrop of trees. A name had been written on the horizontal plank. Chase Harper. On each side of it, a pair of painted red hearts. Bundles of cut flowers rested at the base of the cross, too many to count, none of them in vases, but most of them still relatively fresh. Someone had left a horseshoe next to a small American flag. Someone else a baseball. Off to the side, a small hand-painted sign read, "And the dust returns to the earth as it was, and the spirit returns to God who gave it." Ecclesiastes 12:7. A child's crayon drawing, 3 stick figures, 2 grown-ups and a child, standing in front of a house with crooked windows and a peaked roof. "I miss you, Daddy," printed over a cluster of puffy blue clouds. It had been enclosed in a Ziploc bag to protect it from the weather and pinned to the base of the tree. A little higher up, just below the strand of yellow ribbon, the bark of the tree was deeply gouged and scarred. That's when I looked down and noticed the tire tracks in the grass at my feet. Glancing over my shoulder at the road behind me, I spotted the remnants of a messy smear of skid marks. All of a sudden, it was very clear what had happened here. Despite the somber display surrounding me, I felt my heart begin to race with excitement. This was exactly what we were looking for. 15. As Melody readied herself to appear on camera, brushing her hair, adding some color to her cheeks, whatever the hell that meant, and changing her earrings to something a little less dangly, I began photographing the memorial. Beginning with wide-angle shots to lend it some perspective in relation to the surrounding countryside, I worked my way in from various angles, trying to bring life to the subject. I finally concluded with a series of close-ups of each of the items that had been left at the base of the cross. My ultimate goal was for the audience to be able to see and feel what I was seeing and feeling. The smudge of dirt on the baseball, the rough-hewn grooves along the bottom of the horseshoe, the perfect imperfections of the painted red hearts. I wanted viewers to feel like they could reach out and touch those things. Only a handful of cars drove past us, each of them slowing down to take a closer look at what we were doing. An older gentleman in a Ford pickup came to a full stop and slowly rolled down his window. But when Troy approached him, the man reconsidered whatever it was he'd been planning to say and quickly sped away. Troy, who had minutes earlier donned a 2 sizes too big bright orange safety vest as if he were a member of an actual road crew, gave us a shrug and returned to the shoulder of the road. The gas station attendant, the name tag on his chest read Henry, but I would have bet every last dollar in my wallet that he went by Hank, studied us from a distance. If the man wasn't yet 70, he was a birthday candle or 2 away. His tan face was a maze of deep wrinkles, his long-fingered hands speckled in liver spots. His slicked-back hair was littered with dandruff, and when I'd spoken with him earlier, I'd noticed a scattering of crumbs in his untrimmed mustache. And yet the baby blue Sunoco overalls he was wearing were perfectly pressed and spotless. Even his boots were shined to a shimmering gleam. all of which almost certainly meant that Henry had a doting wife waiting for him back at home. As he watched us with a sour expression on his face, he began pacing back and forth, crossing and uncrossing his arms, looking every bit like a man who believed he was witnessing a law or two being broken. A short time later, I returned to the van and gave the old man a polite nod as I walked past him. He pretended not to notice and quickly looked away in the opposite direction. I wasn't surprised. Earlier, when I'd asked if we could leave our van parked in the gas station lot while we filmed the memorial, he'd merely grunted and walked away. After returning the 35mm and Polaroid cameras to their respective cases, with a tidal wave of absolute glee surging through me, picture a 6-year-old boy rushing downstairs to open his gifts on Christmas morning, I carefully removed our secret weapon from the back of the van. A boxy silver hardshell case with gray protective foam interior. It looked like something out of a James Bond movie. I clicked the double latches and slowly opened the lid. Inside, a state-of-the-art JVC VHS video camera with all the bells and whistles. Thanks to Professor Tyree's letter of recommendation, the camera was officially on loan to us from York College's award-winning AV department. The deal came with only 3 stipulations. 1, we make a quality film. 2, we give the AV department its proper due in the closing credits. 3, we return the camera in perfect working condition upon the completion of our trip. Go figure. The techno geeks had turned out to be a whole lot more trusting than Ms. Tamara Wise, not to mention much cheaper. The camera was a dream. Compact and lightweight, it could be used on a tripod or as a handheld. The gimmick was that it utilized a special cassette that was inserted right into the back of the camera. Footage was then recorded onto the cassette, which could later be played on a standard VHS format VCR. You could also use a newly designed AV cord to plug it into your television set for immediate playback without any additional equipment. But those weren't even our secret weapon's most exciting features. In addition to having 6 times power zoom, freeze frame capabilities, and a kick-ass fast lens for shooting in low light, the camera offered instant replay directly through the eyepiece, which meant I could double-check my work as I went. It also meant no nasty surprises later on in the editing process. After making sure there was a blank cassette already loaded, I popped in a fully charged battery and ran a quick systems check. Both video and audio appeared to be in perfect operating condition, so I locked up the van and made my way back to the others. This time I didn't even bother glancing at the old man. As I approached the memorial, Melody looked up from the makeshift script she was studying. "Ready to go?" I asked. She gave me a nervous smile. "Ready as I'll ever be. Just take your time and try not to talk too fast." I led her to the shoulder of the road, maybe 7 or 8 feet wide of the memorial. "You'll start here, and as you begin speaking, make your way slowly to this mark." Using blue chalk, Troy had drawn a small X on the asphalt. I would be sure to rub it away with my shoe when we were finished. It was important that we left this place exactly as we'd found it. We'll open with an introductory take on roadside memorials in general, and then we'll go again and focus on what we know about Chase Parker and his family. We'd already been able to gather a handful of pertinent details from the numerous keepsakes left at the scene. "What if I screw up?" Melody asked, brushing her hair back over her shoulder. "Then we start over," I said. "No big deal. We can do as many takes as you need." She nodded and took a deep breath. I looked at Troy. "Keep an eye out for traffic, but if we're rolling, don't say anything out loud unless it's absolutely necessary." I started to turn around but stopped. "Oh, and if you see Bigfoot stomping out of the woods, ignore everything I just said and give us a holler." He lifted both hands in front of him and slowly extended his middle fingers. "I guess I deserve that," I said, laughing. "Can we please do this?" Melody said, "before I lose my nerve." "Yes, ma'am, let's do it." I lifted the camera and peered through the viewfinder. Backing up a couple of steps, I readjusted the focus. Melody appeared in crisp detail at the center of the frame, fading sunlight slanting down through the trees behind her. Bathed in golden rays, she looked like an angel. "Ready when you are," I said, and pressed the record button. Another deep breath from Melody, then, "We've all seen them, whether we're out running our daily errands or traveling to a faraway destination." She began walking. I carefully sidestepped to my left, once, twice, 3 times, smoothly mirroring her progress. Roadside memorials, much like this one behind me, found in the small rural town of Exeter, Pennsylvania. Once rare, these sacred displays of grief and remembrance now dot the nation's landscape.
16. Video footage, 5:32 p.m., Friday, May 6th, 1983. Modern-day roadside memorials serve a variety of both spiritual and practical purposes. Melody's voice is strong and measured. She stares into the camera with a confident yet relaxed intensity. She's not lecturing the viewer. She's sitting across the dinner table telling them a story. They publicly honor a recently deceased loved one, and, similar to a headstone in a cemetery, represent an expression of love and remembrance. Many memorials also serve as a cautionary message for other drivers, and at times even a warning of potential danger. But these public displays are not without their detractors. A number of people, private citizens, and government officials alike, claim that roadside memorials limit sightlines and act as distractions for rubbernecking drivers. In addition, some concerned opponents insist that over time the memorials often become eyesores, and in some specific instances, environmental hazards. With a marked increase in the number of roadside memorials and a wave of mounting complaints, numerous restrictions have been put in place by many legislators. Oversized signage, wreaths, and balloons are no longer allowed in more than a dozen states. Offensive photos and messages, as well as burning candles, are also prohibited. And in certain areas, religious symbols are strictly forbidden, citing the clear constitutional separation of church and state. Although state and local laws often forbid the assembly of roadside memorials on public land, these bans are rarely enforced.
17. Not bad for our first shoot, I thought, checking the display window on the camera. 3 takes for a total of 18 minutes of unedited footage. And even as nervous as she was, Melody knocked it out of the park. I knelt down in the grass in front of the memorial and placed the video camera on a towel Troy had laid out for me. Off to the side was an extra battery and a small leather pouch containing various filters. Despite the ridiculous-looking safety vest, Troy had done a fine job of making sure I had everything I needed and collaborating with Mel on her commentary. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw them both talking to the dinosaur of a gas station attendant by the van. Better them than me. I did a quick count to make certain we didn't leave behind any filters, and then I zipped up the pouch and felt a sudden chill wash over me. Goose flesh rose on my forearms. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck began tingling, like when I was a kid and I'd wandered too close to one of those big electrical substations down by the river. And then I felt a whisper of ice-cold breath on the back of my neck. There's someone standing right behind me. But before I could turn around to look, my throat swelled and suddenly I couldn't breathe. Invisible smoke filled my eyes and clogged my nostrils. I began to cough and wheeze. Panicking, I jumped to my feet and spun around, but no one was there. What the hell? And then just like that, the feeling was gone. My throat felt fine. I could breathe again. The spring air all around me warm and clear and still. Not even a breeze rustled the treetops. I glanced down the road, my heart jackhammering inside my chest. Troy was walking toward me, maybe 20 yards away. "You okay?" he asked, a curious look on his face. Behind him, I could see Melody still talking to the attendant. I waved a hand in front of my face. A couple of pissed-off hornets. One of them almost flew down my shirt. He rolled his eyes, assuming I was being a smartass, but didn't come any closer just in case. Rubbing the bump on his neck where he'd been stung earlier, he said, I think I'll just wait right here then. I knelt down again and began rearranging the camera equipment. On the shoulder of the road, Troy was still talking, but I couldn't hear a word. All I could think was, what in the hell just happened? 18. As it turned out, our not-so-friendly gas station attendant ended up being a huge help. While Troy and I packed up and loaded the van, Melody worked her magic. First, she offered the old guy a cold drink from the cooler, and then while he sipped his Diet Coke, she explained in great detail what it was that we were doing. At one point, their voices dropped to a whisper and the two of them strolled away from the van with their heads huddled close together. I was pretty sure she was telling him about the loss of my parents and how their memorial in Sudbury had served as the original inspiration for our project. Whatever she said, it worked. After a few minutes, they returned to the van, which Troy and I had just finished loading. "My name's Henry Whitaker," the station attendant told us, rubbing at the whiskers on his chin. Ah, not Hank, I briefly thought. I was losing my touch. "Chase Harper was a friend of mine. We went to the same church. My wife did some sewing for his missus." He stared off in the distance. "Chase worked in electronics of some kind. It was on his way home from a business meeting in Baltimore when the accident happened. He fell asleep at the wheel is what most folks around here think." The old man shook his head. "Not more than 10 minutes from his own driveway." Shuffling his feet, Troy said, "I recently read an article that claimed over 50% of all accidents occur within a mile of the victim's home." The old man stared at Troy, who was still dressed in his bright orange vest, as if the teenager had 3 eyes instead of 2 and a big green booger dangling out of his nose. Troy's eyes went huge behind his glasses, and he quickly looked away. "Anyway, I was saying, Chase had a wife and son. Jennifer's a math teacher over at the middle school. Off for the summer, of course." He glanced back and forth at Melody and me. "If you'd like, I guess I could telephone her and see if she's willing to speak to you all for your movie." "That would be lovely," Melody said, cutting me off in mid-sentence. "We'd be ever so grateful if you would give her a call." And then she took Mr. Whitaker by the arm and escorted him across the parking lot. Just before they disappeared inside, the old man lifted his head and let loose with a loud, raspy cackle. It was a dry, sickly sound, like someone had tossed a strip of sandpaper into a blender and turned it on. "Damn," Troy said as soon as the gas station door banged shut. "She's good. Better than you and me, that's for sure." 5 minutes later, they were back and smiling. "She's willing to sit down with you for half an hour after supper," he said. "She's going to ask a neighbor to watch her boy." He gazed fondly at Melody. "I gave the girl here the address. Should be easy enough to find." "We really appreciate it, Mr. Whitaker." Without thinking, I reached out my hand. "Thank you again for all of your help." He took my hand and gave it a surprisingly firm shake. As he did, I once again found myself thinking about sandpaper. And then he added with a crooked-toothed grin, "You can call me Hank's son. Everyone around here does."
19. Video footage, 7:10 p.m., Friday, May 6th, 1983. The sad thing is we moved out here to be safe. Jennifer Harper sits in a lawn chair in the shade of a weeping willow tree. A tire swing hangs from one of the lower branches. She's pretty in an unadorned fashion. Little makeup, no jewelry, shoulder-length chestnut hair. But she looks and sounds tired. We really wanted to raise Lucas in a small town, somewhere he could play outside after dark and walk to his friends' houses. She laughs without humor. He loves it here, but I'm not sure we'll be able to stay. The video blurs as it's fast-forwarded, and then abruptly stops. What was my husband like? She repeats the question in almost a whisper. The camera slowly creeps closer on her face. The wrinkles around her eyes deepen as she stares at something off-screen we can't see. He was funny and sweet, clumsy and forgetful. He loved to give us gifts, everyone really. The hint of a smile. We'd be in bed at night reading, and some ridiculous commercial would come on television. He'd grab his wallet from the nightstand and start calling the 800 number on the TV. I'd look at him like he was crazy, and he'd laugh and say, "Hey, my sister needs a knife that cuts through tin cans," or, "What could possibly be cooler than a fishing rod that folds up and fits inside your pocket? Lucas will love it." And you know what? He was usually right. She clears her throat. Chase was a wonderful father. These last few years, he traveled a lot, and even when he was home, he'd often get phone calls from the office. Sometimes that can be difficult, finding a balance between work and family life. A shake of her head. But he never had that problem. He'd get up early to work or stay up late if he needed to. Whatever it took to have enough time with Lucas. Chase coached his Little League team, and a blur as the video once again fast forwards. Will sound weird, but I feel him sometimes. His spirit, or maybe his presence would be a better word for it. It'll be a muggy and still afternoon, like today, and suddenly there'll be a cool breeze on my face where there shouldn't have been one. There and gone like a quick kiss on the cheek. Other times I'll feel a touch at the small of my back, right where he always used to put his hand when we were walking in a crowd. One morning, when I was getting out of the shower, I could have sworn I heard him whisper my name. The screen blurs for several seconds, then stops. He'd been having trouble sleeping before the accident. I asked him several times if there was anything bothering him. She looks away as a train whistle sounds in the distance. It's a forlorn sound that matches the expression on her face. It was odd. Usually he slept like a baby. I tried to talk him into getting a hotel room that night, but he wouldn't listen. He wanted to get home to... Another blur. Longer this time. And then it finally halts. Chase's sister, Nancy, started the memorial. The morning of the funeral, it was 6 weeks ago yesterday, as a matter of fact. She stopped on her way to the church and tied a ribbon on the tree. Later that afternoon, a neighbor from down the street made the cross in his garage workshop. A lot of people brought flowers. They still do. Every day there are fresh ones. I go there a lot, usually while Lucas is at a friend's house or during his swimming lessons at the Y. I feel closer to my husband there.
20. Sudbury hadn't changed much since I'd left for college. It honestly never did. And why would it? If you looked up small-town America in the encyclopedia, I'm pretty sure you'd find an aerial photograph of my hometown. And this is what you'd see. A shop-lined main street where the 4th of July parade was held every summer. Red, white, and blue bunting draped over light poles and telephone lines and front porch railings. Across the street, a wandering stone pathway threading its way through a park with a grassy slope for picnics and flying kites, a covered bandstand and a playground, and the requisite statue of a not-so-famous Civil War general. Bordering the park, a series of ball fields, numbered 1 through 5 on painted wooden signs hanging from chain-link backstops. Just beyond the outfield of Field 5, a lake where children sailed homemade boats made of balsa wood and fished alongside retirees for sunnies and yellow perch and catfish. Running parallel to the business district, if you could even call it that, were several blocks of single homes, most of them built around the time of the Second World War. The houses and lawns were neat and well-tended. The cars and trucks in the driveways American-made. To the north and the east, farm fields and barns and grazing cows as far as the eye could see. To the west, the river and the railroad tracks and a single dead-end street lined with derelict buildings and shanties where trash can fires burned day and night and where the locals knew better than to linger after sundown. It was 8:43 p.m. by the time we crossed over the town limits. The streetlights were just beginning to turn on. A stray dog padded down the sidewalk in front of the Western Auto. At the corner of Alden and Rayburn, a young couple pushing a baby carriage waited to cross the street. In the Scoop and Surf parking lot, teenage boys rode bicycles and skateboards, trying to impress their girlfriends. The homemade ice cream shop had been one of my favorite hangouts when I'd lived here. The sight of all those kids made me think of what Jennifer Harper had told us earlier, about her and her husband wanting their boy to grow up in a town where he could play outside after dark. Following my backseat directions, Melody drove us past Sudbury High School and across the old stone bridge before looping around and making a left onto Broadway, where my Aunt Helen lived. When I was 8 years old, my Uncle Frank died from liver cancer. Barely 4 months from diagnosis to funeral, it ate him alive. I could still remember what he smelled like at the end, like spoiled meat. I'd spent the next year of my life terrifyingly certain that any day now I was going to lose either my mother or my father to the big C. I even checked out a book about cancer from the school library. As it turned out, fate had other, more perverse plans in mind for my parents, and they didn't involve a life-threatening illness of any kind. After Uncle Frank passed away, everyone expected Helen, a year younger than him and a notorious life of the party, to move on to someplace faster and more exciting. Philly or Baltimore, and maybe even the Big Apple. Instead, she surprised us all by sticking around and taking on a full-time job at the local library. With Uncle Frank gone, I think she couldn't bear to leave my mom. For as long as I could remember, they were more than just sisters. They were best friends. Aunt Helen's house on Broadway, the same one in which she'd lived all those years with my uncle, was located atop a gently sloping hill that was a stone's toss away from the exact center point of town. My father once showed me a map of Sudbury upon which he'd drawn a circle around the property where Aunt Helen's house stood. It looked like the bullseye on a dartboard. A 160-year-old two-story farmhouse with a wide wraparound porch and a white picket fence out front. It was the kind of majestic home you saw featured in antique shop watercolor paintings. The porch and fence were the only modern additions. For the past decade, my Aunt Helen's constant companion had been an ill-mannered poodle named Tucker. When I was growing up, I'd spent countless summer afternoons chasing that irascible mutt around the several-acre expanse of swampy woodland that bordered the old firehouse down the street. More often than not, I came back covered in ticks and mud and thorn thistle, a filthy and stinking Tucker squirming in my arms, licking the sweat from my face. After nearly a decade of such wanderings and several close calls with speeding cars, Aunt Helen finally hired someone to put up the fence. After my parents' accident, I moved in with my aunt for the remainder of the summer. By then, she'd been widowed going on 9 years, and remained there throughout my final year of high school. I often woke in the morning with Tucker curled at my feet at the bottom of the bed. Aunt Helen claimed that he could tell I was sad and was watching over me. Before long, I began to believe her. Wherever I went in the house, that old dog followed. If I took a shower, he would be waiting outside the bathroom door when I was finished. If I did my homework at the dining room table, he'd fall asleep at my feet. Sometimes right on top of my feet. If I was watching a movie, he'd hop up on the sofa and lie down a few feet away from me, then slowly inch his way closer and closer, until finally his head was resting in my lap. After a while, I began taking him to the park to chase birds and swim in the pond. Sometimes we'd hop in the car and go for long drives with no destination. Windows down, radio up, his little head poking out the driver's side window, those floppy ears of his catching the wind and taking flight like furry little kites. Last April, I'd received a 2-page letter in my dorm mailbox from Aunt Helen letting me know that Tucker had died in his sleep. She'd buried him in the backyard underneath his favorite shade tree. She'd thought I would want to know, since the two of us had gotten so close. After I finished reading it, I'd slid the letter back into the envelope, stashed it in the top drawer of my desk, and walked to the local bars and got blackout drunk. Back then, it was the only thing that helped. It was a few minutes past 9 when we drove by her house. The porch light and the windows were dark. Not even the flickering glow of the television from my aunt's second-floor bedroom at the end of the hallway. I closed my eyes and pictured her there, alone in the dark, dressed in gym shorts and one of her old t-shirts, curled up beneath a blanket, dreaming about Uncle Frank and old Tucker. I'd spoken with her on the phone yesterday afternoon, and she was expecting the three of us for breakfast in the morning. It hadn't been that long since the last time I'd seen her, but I was looking forward to catching up. I thought about asking Melody to cruise past my ex-girlfriend's house on Cedar Lane and my parents' old split level on Bayberry, the house in which I'd grown up, but decided that could wait until tomorrow. Maybe it wouldn't be quite so depressing in the daylight. 21. I think it looks pretty damn good, Troy said, standing back to admire our handiwork. When we'd first pulled into the campground, Troy's apprehension was immediate and palpable. He'd exited the van, taken a good long look at the surrounding woods, and promptly announced, "All this nothing makes me nervous as hell." I laughed and called him a city slicker and opened the back of the van to retrieve the tent. As usual, Melody was a bit more thoughtful. She'd put her arm around him and patiently explained that there were dozens of other campsites just like ours, spread out in the dark all around us. We were far from alone. From the look on Troy's face, I couldn't tell if that made him feel better or worse. The van was parked in a cleared-out section of trees deep in the heart of the campground. A small wooden sign reading Site Number 14 guarded the narrow entrance. The side door of the van had been slid wide open, and the tent had been set up perpendicular to the opening. The tent's nylon ceiling was attached to the roof of the van, with a series of padded metal clamps so that it joined together to form a single enclosed T-shaped structure. We'd learned about the setup from an outdoor lifestyle magazine article. "I don't know," I said, prodding the side of the tent with my hand. "A good stiff breeze or passing rainstorm and the whole thing's likely to come down on our heads." Melody walked by carrying a lantern and swatted my shoulder. "Stop teasing him." She smiled at Troy. "You'll be just fine." "I hope so," Troy said. He walked over to the stone-ringed fire pit and sat down on one of a half-dozen tree stumps that had been arranged in a wide circle. He picked up a twig and began poking at the glowing embers. The flames quickly grew, casting flickering shadows on the nearby trees. Behind him, resting on a blanket of pine needles a safe distance away from the fire, a pair of Coleman coolers sat side by side. The plan was for Melody to sleep solo in the van. With most of the gear unloaded, the back seats folded down into a reasonably comfortable bunk. Troy and I would crash in sleeping bags inside the tent. It all promised to be quite an adventure. I hadn't been camping since I was a kid, and Troy had confided in us earlier that he'd only seen tents and campfires on television and in Patterson Park, where great numbers of Baltimore's homeless population congregated. Melody skirted past us again on her way back to the van, where she began rearranging the bags of groceries. After all the driving she'd done today, I was impressed by her high energy and cheerful mood. She was even humming, a tune I didn't recognize. I watched her work for a moment longer and then went over and grabbed a couple of beers from the cooler. I tossed one to Troy and sat down on the stump next to him. "Riding your folks?" He looked up from the missive he was scribbling on. "I thought I'd get a postcard from each of the campgrounds we stay at. That way they can track our progress." "That's a great idea," I said, cracking open my beer. "They'll like that." Now that I was feeling better, I was no longer wary of enjoying the occasional adult beverage. I was still steering clear of the bar scene and hadn't stopped in at the corner liquor store near my apartment in months. But that was due more to my renewed social life with Melody and Troy than any real fear of a relapse. Dr. Meraki had assured me that the occasional beer or two wasn't going to cause any harm, even on top of the daily antidepressant I'd started taking back in February. I wasn't sure if the meds were helping me or not, but after what had happened at Christmas, my aunt now referred to it as the incident, I was more than willing to give it a try. "You know, I was just yanking your chain earlier. Our setup's good to go." I took a sip and gazed up at the stars through a break in the trees. Clear skies overhead and no sign of Bigfoot anywhere. Troy didn't even crack a smile. I was afraid we'd be all alone out here. Capering reflections from the flames of the fire painted the lenses of his glasses orange and yellow and transformed his afro into a dark halo. "I'll be perfectly honest. I'm really glad we're not." He sounded much younger than his 18 years. Pretty far out of your comfort zone? I can't even see my comfort zone from here. Take a deep breath, I said, echoing my counselor's frequent advice. Think of it like this. A few months ago, the three of us were complete strangers. I gestured all around us. Now we're the three musketeers, sitting around a blazing campfire in the middle of nowhere, far, far away from school, breathing clean air and drinking beer under the stars. I'd say we've got it pretty good. He didn't say anything for a while, just stared straight ahead into the fire. Finally, he spoke in a quiet voice. I don't have many friends. I looked at him. I know that. I don't either. Not anymore. Do you ever miss them? I picked up a pine cone from the ground and tossed it into the flames. Not as much as I thought I would. Why do you think that is? After the accident, everything was different. Everyone was different. After a while, I realized I was, too. It was almost like, I don't know, we became strangers overnight. That's sad. That's life, I said with a shrug. He gazed up at the stars. You know who would love it out here? Who? My mom. She's always complaining about how noisy the city is. Well, then you should take her camping this summer. I gave his shoulder a nudge. All you need is a tent. Would you come with us? I smiled in the darkness. As long as she brings some of those homemade peanut butter cookies she sends you. You know what? You're right, he said, sitting up straight and nodding his head. We do. Have it pretty good, I mean. He raised his beer. Thanks for reminding me of that. We clinked cans and took a drink. Now will you tell me where you got that cute little safari outfit you're wearing? A sigh. Eat shit, Billy. Does the bandana make you feel like a pirate? Go fuck yourself. Giggling, I drank what was left of my beer. 22. I wonder who invented s'mores. Troy paused in mid-bite and looked over at Melody. I'd imagine some 8-year-old in his backyard. He shoved what was left of the graham cracker into his mouth and licked a glob of melted marshmallow off his fingers. His chin and cheeks were smeared with the sticky mess. From where I was sitting, it looked like he was wearing a fake beard. It was late, nearly midnight, and the fire was dying. A chill had crept into the air. All three of us were exhausted. Whereas earlier in the night had been filled with spirited conversation, the highlight being when Melody and Troy got into an argument involving quantum physics that somehow evolved into a discussion of alien life forms. No one had spoken for at least the last 10 or 15 minutes. I was pretty sure I'd been dozing off when Melody asked about s'mores. Well, whoever it was, she said, I'd sure like to thank them. Troy yawned. Tent be damned, I'm going to sleep like a log tonight. The yawn proved contagious, and Melody let loose with one of her own. When she was finished, she said, Hey, question. What did you start to say earlier this morning about having nightmares? Troy took a moment to answer. It started, I don't know, when I was a kid. A look of embarrassment flashed across his face. I thought I'd finally outgrown it when I got to college, away from home and everything. But then my roommate told me I'd been crying out in my sleep. Do you remember the dreams? I asked. Yes, he said. And no. What does that mean? I remember, parts of them. No one said anything, so he continued. It's always the same thing. I'm being chased in the dark. Sometimes I'm inside a house, a basement, I think, with no windows. Other times I'm outside, in a park or maybe just some woods. I can see buildings off in the distance, but they're too far to run to. He lifted his beer to his mouth, but the can was empty. He placed it on the ground at his feet. I never see who's chasing me, but I can hear their footsteps and hear them breathing. I try to hide, but they always find me. I hear this awful laughter. and then I see hands reaching for me out of the darkness, and that's when I wake up. And these are recurring dreams? Melody asked. She looked horrified. Yes. For how long? Ever since I was little. That's insane, she murmured. Has anything like that ever really happened to you? I asked. God, no, he said, loud enough to hurt my ears. Don't even say that, you'll jinx me. Melody scooted closer and put a hand on his knee. How often do you have them? He thought about it. Maybe once a month. It used to be much more often. You poor thing. That's just awful. I've done all the research, he said. They're probably just stress dreams, to be honest. A manifestation of all the pressure I put on myself. But God, they feel so real. Just so you know, I said with a smirk, if you wake up screaming, I'm liable to piss my pants, and... Troy jerked his head around and stared off into the trees behind us. Did you hear that? I followed his gaze. Melody did the same. The woods beyond the firelight were pitch dark and silent. Hear what? She asked. It sounded like branches breaking, like someone walking around. I tilted my head and listened. I don't hear anything. I don't either, he said after a moment. Not anymore. Probably just an animal. Melody stood up and stretched her arms above her head. A deer, maybe, or a rabbit. Troy didn't look convinced. Would have to be one big-ass rabbit. On that note, I got to my feet and brushed the dirt from my jeans. I'm going to use the bathroom and turn in for the night. I headed for a stand of overgrown brush not far from the van. Not without me, you're not, Troy said, hurrying to catch up. 23. I'm telling you what I heard. I was right there and I didn't hear anything. It was when I was waiting for you to finish. I'm not crazy. No one whispered your name, Troy. I heard it clear as day. It was your imagination. I didn't imagine it, Billy. I heard it. Maybe it was an owl. Smart fucking owl. Maybe you're related. Fighting back a smile, he said, You're such an asshole. And clean the marshmallow off your face. You look like Soul Train Santa Claus. 24. I don't see it, Melody said, sliding the grocery bags out of the way. With the rear seat folded down, the storage area in the back of the van had been reduced by at least half. It was a mess, everything stacked on top of each other. Are you sure you didn't move it somewhere else? I rolled my eyes at her. Yes, I'm sure. I pushed aside a camera case and checked behind it. It's fine, I'll find it in the morning. I can just sleep in my underwear. Troy, she said, her voice raised. Can you hear me? Muffled from inside the tent. What's up? Is Billy's knapsack in there? A brief pause, then, Sure is, right behind the lantern. She turned and looked at me with a smug expression on her face. I put my hands up. I did not put it there. Troy, she called out again. Yes? Did you move Billy's knapsack? Never touched it. Is something wrong? Not a thing, she said, grinning now. Sorry to bother you. Mumbling, I started walking away. Hey, Billy. I stopped and turned around, expecting more foolishness, but her smile had vanished. You going to be okay tomorrow? I thought about it. Yeah, I think so. As far as I'm concerned, tomorrow's all about you and your mom and dad. You call the shots, okay? Thanks, I said, my head and heart suddenly feeling very heavy. Good night, Mel. 25. Leave it to Troy to cheer me up. By the time I joined him inside the tent a few minutes later, he'd scrubbed the marshmallow off his face, changed clothes, and zipped himself into his sleeping bag. He was lying on his stomach, reading a textbook by the glow of the lantern. Really? I said. You're such a Boy Scout. He didn't bother looking up. Final exams in 2 weeks, and this trip is wreaking havoc on my study schedule. He wet his finger with his tongue and turned the page, and began whistling. I recognized the tune immediately, the theme to Star Wars, his favorite movie. I could almost guarantee he had Luke Skywalker pajamas tucked away inside a drawer in his bedroom back at home. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Now he looked up at me. Do what? Whistle. What are you talking about? Appalachian folklore. If you whistle at night, it conjures up whatever spirits might be lurking nearby. You're lying. Swear. My Uncle Frank told me when I was a kid. Oh. It's only supposed to work if you're in the Appalachians, which I guess we kinda are. Close enough, anyway. He didn't say anything, but I could see the cogs turning inside that big brain of his. Finally, he pushed away the textbook and reached over to switch off the lantern. In the sudden darkness, I heard him roll onto his back. Night, Troy. Good night. I waited for about 30 or 40 seconds, and then I began to whistle. A sharp intake of breath from the other side of the tent. I whistled a little louder, and abruptly stopped. A whisper in the dark. Have I mentioned that you're really and truly an asshole, Billy? Pretty sure you have. Okay, good. Just making sure. 26. Despite my exhaustion, sleep eluded me. I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling of the tent, listening to Troy's snoring. It had an almost melodic tone to it, like someone softly humming in the dark. On any other night, I might have found it comforting, but not tonight. I was too creeped out. Twice now, I'd heard what sounded like branches breaking somewhere close by. The second time, I was almost certain I heard footsteps, slow and stealthy, like someone skulking around our campsite. And then I'd seen the ripple of a shadow on the side of the tent, there and gone in a matter of seconds. I was tempted to call out or switch on the lantern so whoever it was knew I was awake, but I didn't want to rouse the others, especially if I was imagining the whole damn thing. Thanks, Troy. First you spooked yourself, and now you've got me spooked. It wasn't like me to let that kind of nonsense get inside my head. Hell, I liked being scared. Stephen King books, horror movies, creature double feature on TV. I ate that stuff up. Or maybe it was my fault, and I shouldn't have teased Troy about whistling. I'd been telling the truth as far as I knew it. Uncle Frank really had told me that story when I was little, but it was still kind of mean, especially on our first night in the middle of nowhere. Appalachian folklore was full of bizarre superstitions like that. If you pricked your finger on the night of a full moon, someone you loved would soon die. An uneven number of eggs in the henhouse foreshadowed imminent danger. A broom falling for no reason was bad luck, as was a rabbit crossing your path before sunrise. And my all-time favorite, if a pregnant woman saw a falling star on her birthday, the baby would be born evil. None of it grounded in reality, of course. I mean, come on. As sleep continued to evade me, I found myself blaming it on the little boy with the missing front teeth. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get his dirt-smudged face out of my mind, like he was haunting me. And there was something else, too. I hadn't said anything to the others about the bizarre incident that had taken place at Chase Harper's memorial, but it had been nibbling away at the edges of my brain all evening. At first, I'd tried to pass it off as nothing more than an overreaction on my part. I'd been alone when it happened, mentally exhausted from taking photographs and filming. The stretch of road where the memorial was located had been as quiet as a graveyard. Something buried deep inside my subconscious had reached up and goosed me when I least expected it. Later, I'd blamed it on an allergic reaction of some kind. I remembered my father used to get shots twice a month for grass pollen and mold spores and something else I couldn't remember. Growing up, I'd always been fine, but maybe some type of allergies were catching up with me. I guess it was possible. But then we'd driven to Jennifer Harper's house and recorded our interview in the backyard. and something she'd said about her dead husband had struck a nerve. I feel him sometimes, his spirit, or maybe his presence would be a better word for it. It'll be a muggy and still afternoon like today, and suddenly there will be a cool breeze on my face where there shouldn't have been one. There and gone, like a quick kiss on the cheek. Other times, I'll feel a touch at the small of my back, right where he always used to put his hand when we were walking in a crowd. I'd sat there on the edge of the picnic table, holding the camera steady, and remembered the ice-cold breath I'd felt on the back of my neck, and the feeling of absolute certainty that someone had been standing right behind me. A presence. Day 2, Saturday, May 7th. 1. We were 5 minutes early for breakfast. Aunt Helen, dressed in baggy gym shorts and a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, greeted us at the door. It didn't matter one bit that this was her first time meeting Melody and Troy. They each got big hugs. I also got kisses on both of my cheeks and forehead. Then, not wasting another minute and already apologizing for the messy condition of her house, she ushered us into the dining room. I stopped in the doorway, staring in disbelief. She had prepared a feast. Scrambled eggs and hotcakes, bacon and sausage and thick slabs of country ham, wheat toast and croissants smeared with butter, fresh strawberries topped with homemade whipped cream. "You know it's just the 3 of us, right?" I said, laughing. "We didn't bring along the entire class." Smiling, she shushed me and told us to take our seats at the table. Once we did, she bowed her head and gave a quick blessing, and then it was time to eat. The mouth-watering aroma and taste of the food, along with the steady hum of lively conversation, brought back a flood of pleasant memories from my childhood. I found myself grinning and watching the others as I ate. Growing up, back when my parents and Uncle Frank were still alive, we'd often shared Sunday brunch here at the house after church services at St. Ignatius let out. My mom and her sister took turns doing the cooking. If the weather was warm enough, we usually ate outside in the yard. Dad and Uncle Frank would talk baseball and fishing. Mom and Aunt Helen would trade good-natured gossip. Neighbors often stopped by and joined in on the fun. There was always more than enough food to go around. Father Paul from St. Iggy, as the kids around here had jokingly called it since time out of mind, was a regular attendee at these family gatherings, something for which my mother seemed particularly proud. She'd been considerably less enamored with the long-standing weekly poker game in which Father Paul and Uncle Frank both participated. Short and round and bearing a striking resemblance to Friar Tuck of Sherwood Forest, especially while wearing his robe during Mass, the jovial priest once scarfed down 11 of Aunt Helen's pancakes in a single sitting. Not because he was starving or being a glutton, but because Uncle Frank had bet him he couldn't. "I wish you all had spent the night here with me," my aunt said, passing a platter of bacon, "instead of some nasty old tent." "It's a brand new tent," I said. "And thanks, but camping out is an important part of the project." "I vote for staying here if there's a next time," Troy said, shoveling another forkful of eggs into his mouth. He was wearing the same matching khaki shorts and button-down shirt from yesterday. The red bandana was once again looped around his neck. He looked ridiculous. "I still don't know why you want to traipse around the countryside looking for those things." She reached over and gave my arm a squeeze. "I mean, of course I understand, honey. I get what you're doing and everything, and why it's important to you. But it's just so depressing. I think you should be looking for things that make you happy instead." We'd had this conversation many times before. I knew that she was worried about me. Getting an A on this project would make me pretty darn happy, and hopefully balance out the B- I'm most likely getting in statistics. But I didn't say that part out loud. She rolled her eyes at me. "What about you two?" and looked across the table at Melody and Troy. "You on board with all this?" Melody nodded. "Yes, ma'am. I believe it's important to bring increased awareness to these roadside memorials. especially now that some local administrations are trying to do away with them. Our intentions go above and beyond earning a good class grade, Troy said, giving me a snooty look. If our collective vision is properly realized, the documentary will serve as an important reminder that grief is universal. If we're lucky, the powers that be at school will submit it to film festivals all around the country, maybe even the world. Aunt Helen considered that for a moment. And how do you plan to get your background information about the people who died? To tell their stories, I mean. As much as we may wish otherwise, the dead tell no tales. Much like the town of Sudbury, my Aunt Helen never changed. She was as crudely practical as ever. She'd lost more than anyone. A husband, a sister, and a brother-in-law, not to mention old Tucker, and all within the span of a decade. But she was a tough cookie, and believed the hard truth of it was this: there wasn't a single thing you could do to change the past. Unlike in books and movies, time machines and alternate realities didn't exist in the real world. Eventually, you just had to swallow your misery, accept what had happened, and let go of the past. Like grains of sand sifting through your fingers at the beach. All of which, at least for me, was a whole lot easier said than done. We're mostly traveling back roads, I told her. So picture small towns like Sudbury where everyone knows each other. I thought of our favorite gas station attendant from the night before. And if we can't find a bystander to talk to us, we'll pay a visit to the local newspaper office or police station. Or even the library, Melody added. My aunt looked at Melody in surprise. Oh, of course! I should have thought of that. Our microfiche files for the Sudbury Sun contain exactly the type of information you'd be looking for. All it takes is finding that one person who knows the story, Troy said, his magnified eyes sparkling with excitement. Whether we uncover it in a newspaper article, or by talking to someone we just met at a grocery store, or one of the officers who worked the accident scene, it's almost as if you're on a scavenger hunt, Aunt Helen said, beginning to grasp the bigger picture. A scavenger hunt for memories. That's a pretty cool way to describe it, I said. Still, I worry about the three of you being on the road by yourselves. You're heading into the heart of Appalachia. Some of those folks aren't exactly the friendliest, and they're not real keen on outsiders. I tried to tell him that, Troy said. So did Professor Tyree. He shook his head. But you know Billy. Boy, do I, she said, laughing. Don't listen to him, Aunt Helen. We watched Deliverance last week, and he's been a nervous wreck ever since. Troy nodded. I hear a banjo twanging, and I'm out of there. 2. On my way to the bathroom after breakfast, I stopped in the family room to look at my aunt's collection of Hummel figurines. I wasn't entirely sure, but it appeared that she'd added a couple more pieces since my last visit. In the front row, there was one I didn't recognize, a young boy pushing a wheelbarrow. There had to be at least 30 or 40 of the miniature porcelain statues arranged on the glass shelves of the curio cabinet, including my aunt's longtime favorite, a pair of pink-cheeked girls in pigtails huddled beneath a mushroom-shaped umbrella. My mom had given it to her one year for Christmas. For as long as I could remember, Aunt Helen had been obsessed with the German-made figurines. She had an I Heart Hummel magnet on her refrigerator door, and even belonged to a collector's club that sent out a quarterly magazine. My Uncle Frank used to tease Helen about her unusual hobby, claiming it was barely a step up from playing with dolls. That was one of the few times I'd disagreed with him, although I never said so out loud, especially after the doll comment. When I was a kid, I'd been fascinated by the idea that the statues were made halfway around the world. It wasn't like walking into town and buying a pack of baseball cards from Plaza Drugs. It was so much more exotic than that. Each time a new figure arrived in the mail, I begged my aunt to tell me everything about it. What year was it made? How much did it cost? Where did you order it from? And of course, the million-dollar question for any curious 8-year-old boy, can I hold it? Grinning at the memories, I made my way around the sofa and headed for the hallway that led to the first-floor bathroom. Halfway there, a photograph hanging on the wall above the end table caught my attention. It was a 10 by 12 black and white print of my Uncle Frank's high school basketball team. I walked over and stopped in front of it. A teenage Frank was standing on the second row of the bleachers, sandwiched in between two giants, each of them at least 5 or 6 inches taller than him, wearing a number 10 sleeveless jersey. Back in January, on New Year's Day, I'd helped my aunt hang it, switching out a photo with a broken frame of Uncle Frank standing over a glazed-eyed 4-point buck. She'd never liked that one very much. Something about the old basketball photo had intrigued me from the first time I'd laid eyes on it, and I once again found myself studying it with an almost feverish intensity. Is it Uncle Frank's face filled with such youthful innocence? The ill-fitting uniforms and funny-looking sneakers? The downright tragic haircuts? I honestly had no idea. All I knew was that there was something about the picture that made my brain itch. Maybe my aunt could help me put my finger on it. I would have to remember to ask her later. Then again, maybe that itch was just a sugar high from the 4 glasses of orange juice I'd drank at breakfast, also working overtime on my bladder. I gave up trying to solve the mystery and made a beeline for the bathroom. 3. When I came back from washing my hands, Melody was standing in the middle of the family room, staring up at the photographs on the wall. I tried to slip quietly past her, but she was too quick. "I didn't know you were such a big shot." She nodded at the array of photos of me in my football and basketball uniforms. It's a pretty big stretch to say I was a big shot. She pointed at a framed newspaper clipping on the opposite wall. "That one says you were all-county cornerback, 3 years in a row." I shrugged. It's a small county. "Since when did you become so modest?" "Since never. I'm just being honest. I wasn't that good." Gesturing to a wedding picture in the corner, she said, "So I guess that's your Uncle Frank?" "Actually, that's my parents." "Oh, wow," she said. "Your mom and aunt could be twins." People used to say that all the time. I pointed at a pair of smaller photographs centered above the end table. "That's Uncle Frank on the boat holding the fish." I moved over and tapped the glass protecting the second photo. "This is his high school basketball team. They won regionals that year. He's the one with the big ears in the second row." Once again, my gaze lingered on the photo. Damn it. It felt like the reason for my fascination was hiding just out of view. "Look at those teeny tiny shorts," Melody said, leaning closer for a better look. "And big ears or not, your uncle was a cutie." My uncle was a piece of work. Just like his nephew. She looked around to make sure we were still alone. "How's it feel to be home again?" "Weird," I said. "It feels weird." She and Troy knew nothing about the incident that had occurred during Christmas break and the couple of weeks I'd spent here afterward. I still wasn't entirely sure why I hadn't told them. Most likely, it was shame. "Your Aunt Helen's pretty amazing." She patted her swollen belly. "That breakfast was incredible." "She's the best." Melody's gaze returned to the photos on the wall. Lowering her voice, she asked, "She never had any kids?" "They tried, but there were problems. Eventually they gave up." My aunt's laughter rang out from the other room. Wait! Troy said, practically screaming. "This one's even better!" "Oh shit," Melody said. "I think he's telling jokes." "A lawyer, a pelican, and a jazz musician walk into a bar." "Come on," I said, already heading for the dining room. "We need to save her." 4. Placing the dirty dishes into the sink, I took a closer look at my Aunt Helen. A few more wrinkles on her face, and maybe an additional streak or two of gray in her hair, but I thought she looked great. Her eyes still carried that familiar spark of youthful sassiness, and her morning walks and long stints in the garden had kept her in fine shape for a woman in her mid-50s. When I'd lived here at the house, I used to daydream. Actually, daydreaming sounds like such a pleasant activity, which this most definitely was not. It was more like having a waking nightmare. That Aunt Helen was dying from some insipid disease. Her hair falling out and her organs slowly decaying as I watched helplessly from her bedside. Fortunately, those tortured thoughts had gone away once I'd left for college. They'd eventually made an encore appearance after I received my aunt's letter telling me that Tucker had died, but only for a short time. I hadn't even thought about those visions in months. I circled back to the dining room to retrieve more dishes, and when I returned to the kitchen a few minutes later, this time cradling 4 empty juice glasses and an antique butter tray, a sudden burst of sunshine flashed through the window above the sink, illuminating my aunt's face like a priceless painting hanging in a museum. Mouth agape, nearly dropping the glasses, I stopped in my tracks and stared. Melody was right. In the spear of golden sunlight, Aunt Helen looked exactly like my mother. 5. As I stood in the doorway to my old bedroom, I could hear the others talking outside in the backyard. The windows were open, a cool morning breeze rustling the curtains. At some point during the past few months, my aunt had hung up new ones. The old curtains had been thick and heavy and functionally plain, primarily designed to keep the sunlight out. These were nearly transparent and decorated in an intricate floral pattern. I scanned the room for other changes. Single bed tucked in the corner, desk centered beneath one of the 2 windows, narrow dresser, bookshelf, more trophies on the shelves than books, clothes hamper, trash can. On the wall above the bed, posters of Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver Lynn Swann and the 76ers Julius Erving. Hanging slightly crooked between the windows, a framed Animal House movie poster. Reminding myself to breathe, I stepped inside. From the day of the accident until my final night of summer break before leaving for college, I'd slept here. I'd done my homework at the desk and daily sit-ups and push-ups on the hardwood floor. I'd dreamed of my dead mother and father while tossing and turning in the queen-sized bed. I picked up a football from on top of the dresser, Sudbury 34, Evansville 14 printed across its pebbled surface, and realized something. Melody had called this place my home, but it no longer felt that way. Most everything looked familiar, but none of it actually felt that way. Not anymore. Instead, it was like trespassing. It had only been 4 months since I'd last slept here, but in that relatively brief amount of time, I'd become a stranger to the most recent place in the world I'd considered my home. The realization didn't make me feel sad or angry or lost. A little numb, maybe, but that was all. Laughter erupted in the backyard. I walked to the window and looked outside. Aunt Helen was giving Melody and Troy a tour of her vegetable garden. Earlier at breakfast, she'd taken an instant and inexplicable liking to Troy. First, she'd complimented his afro, which was actually understandable. It was pretty glorious. But then she'd gone completely off the rails, peppering him with wide-eyed question after question about what it was like growing up in the city, heaping praise on his ridiculous outfit, and scolding me when I'd insisted that he looked like the man with the yellow hat from Curious George, and even giggling like a schoolgirl at his selection of lame jokes. If I hadn't known better, I would have sworn she had a crush on the little cartoon owl. The final straw came when she'd invited Troy to join her in the library to see her prized collection of rare Mark Twain books. Not even a mention of me or Melody coming along. Troy had flashed me that tight-lipped look of satisfaction I knew so well and said, "Why, I'd love to." And then he'd stood and offered Aunt Helen his arm. "Shall we?" Melody had kicked me under the table and made a gagging gesture as we watched them disappear into the next room. In the backyard, my Aunt Helen squealed with laughter. When she finally quieted, I heard Troy's high-pitched voice followed by more giggling. Frowning, I turned away from the window without even bothering to investigate what it was they'd found so damn funny. I walked to the desk, slid the chair out of the way. Its gray cloth padding still stained purple from a late-night grape soda spill several years earlier, and pulled open the top drawer. Inside was a jumble of pens and pencils, most of the latter in desperate need of sharpening, as well as a tangled mess of staples, rubber bands, and paper clips. In one corner, a small metal box housing my Uncle Frank's red, white, and blue plastic poker chips. There was also a single sheet of paper, a pop quiz from senior year chemistry, Mr. Holland's class. A 72 was written at the top in red ink. I had no memory of why I'd held on to it. I pushed the drawer shut and opened the one right beneath it. Empty. Not even a stray thumbtack or dust devil hiding in the corner. I closed it and absently slid open the bottom drawer. Resting inside was a piece of my childhood. The first 35mm camera I'd ever owned. A starter kit Pentax my parents had given me as a birthday present the year I turned 12. My father had patiently shown me how to work the manual focus and how to read the light. He'd taught me about shutter speed and filters and taken me on field trips to the park and the river so I could practice. Dad was the reason I'd fallen in love with photography all those years ago. After the accident, I'd put away my cameras. By then, I was using a Nikon I'd saved up for with my lawn cutting profits, and did my best to forget they'd ever existed. It was just too painful of a reminder. The black and white prints I'd hung on my bedroom walls went out with the trash. The second-place plaque I'd won in the Sudbury Sun's annual 4th of July photo contest went right along with them. If it wasn't for Dr. Meraki, I probably never would have picked up a camera again. I most definitely wouldn't be shooting a documentary. But in one of our early sessions, when I'd broken down about it all, she'd suggested that I give it another try. Just go at your own pace and see how it feels, she told me in that soothing voice of hers. It may prove therapeutic. Heck, it may even be fun. Don't lose that part of yourself that gave you happiness, no matter how it makes you feel in the moment. You just may surprise yourself. And I'll be damned if she hadn't been right. I think that's the moment I really began to trust her. Movement outside the window caught my eye. Leaning across the desk, I nudged aside the curtains. The side yard of my aunt's next-door neighbor's house appeared much smaller than I remembered. There had once been a bird bath there, surrounded by a bed of flowers, but now they were gone. Grass had been planted, and a wooden bench and flagpole had taken the bird bath's place. A few yards away, on the sidewalk at the end of the neighbor's driveway, a little girl rode by on a bright pink bicycle with tassels dangling from the handlebars. I watched as she pedaled away and disappeared down the street. Not far behind her, a long-haired man dressed all in black hurried along the sidewalk. The little girl's father trying to catch up? The lead singer from Journey on his way to a gig at the Scoop and Serve? Stranger danger? Before I could give it any more thought, Melody called my name from downstairs. I turned away from the window and started toward the hallway, and stopped in mid-stride. Backtracking to the closet, I pulled open the double doors and dropped to a knee. There were a half-dozen or so shoeboxes stacked along the floor. Remembering, I carefully slid out a dark blue box with the Converse logo stamped on the side of it. I opened the lid, and my breath caught in my throat. Moving slowly, as if in a dream, I took the object from inside the box and slipped it into the front pocket of my jeans. Then I carefully returned the shoebox to its original position and went downstairs to join the others.
6. Video footage. 10:32 a.m., Saturday, May 7th, 1983. The day it happened, that horrible accident, I was sick in bed with a summer cold. Helen Abbott, mid-50s, dressed in jeans and a chambray shirt, brown hair streaked with random strands of gray, sits inside a screened-in porch. Her legs are crossed, as are her arms. She looks uncomfortable. That's the first thing you notice about her. The second, her blue eyes are sparkling pools of liquid. She's on the verge of tears. That's why I didn't hear the phone ring or the police knocking at my door. The cough medicine I'd taken had knocked me out. That's why they tracked you down. even though you were a minor, and told you the news first instead of me. A muffled male voice from off-screen. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. The picture blurs as it fast-forwards, then stops in mid-conversation. But then it kept growing. As more and more people heard about what happened, they started showing up at the accident site, almost like they were holding a vigil. Many of them brought flowers or candles or balloons, or some other sort of memento. Then someone put up that big sign and left a message on it, and everyone else started writing down their condolences too. Your parents... Sorry, I did it again. Thomas and Laurie Anderson were very popular in the community. There was an overwhelming outpouring of love and sympathy. And the surviving family members? Melody's voice off camera. Were they also frequent visitors at the memorial? Well, there's only me and Billy, locally I mean. She wipes a stray tear from her cheek. Tom's folks came for the funeral, of course, along with his sister and a bunch of cousins, but it was pretty much just me from Laurie's side of the family. We have an aunt and uncle out west in Oregon, but they're older and in poor health, and weren't able to make the trip. They sent flowers instead. She pulls a Kleenex from the pocket of her jeans and dabs her eyes. At first, I found myself stopping at the memorial quite often, usually on my way to the mall or a friend's house. She looks down at her lap. But that didn't last very long. Too many times other folks would see me there and stop and want to talk, and that was the last thing I wanted most days. After that, I started visiting the cemetery instead. It was much more peaceful there. But Billy was a different story. She pauses, and when she starts speaking again, she's no longer looking at the camera. He went to the memorial a lot. Sometimes 2 or 3 times in the same day, and often late at night. People would call and tell me they saw him, or they'd stop me on the street. After the accident, it felt like half the town was in our business. Eventually, I said something to him. I told him I didn't think it was healthy to spend so much time there, especially not alone, and that his parents wouldn't want him to. I tried to get him to come along with me to the cemetery, but he wasn't interested. He said he felt closer to his mom and dad there by the woods, where they had passed. She chokes up and begins coughing into her hand. When she's finished, her face is bright red, and she's staring directly into the camera. I think we should stop now, Billy. I don't think I can... The screen goes dark.
7. Now that's a spiffy-looking vehicle. Aunt Helen and I stood in the shade of the front porch, staring at the van parked along the curb. It was still early, but the sun, just now peeking its head above the trees across the street, was already swelteringly hot. It felt like July instead of May. A few minutes earlier, Melody and Troy had excused themselves and walked down the hill to reorganize the equipment, which I later realized was actually Melody's not-so-subtle way of giving us some privacy. My aunt's eyes were still swollen and red from her emotional outburst during our interview earlier. After cutting it short, she disappeared upstairs for 15 or 20 minutes while the rest of us stood around in the family room in mute dismay. There hadn't been much to say at that point. We'd all felt awful about what had happened, but no one more than me. Talking to my aunt on camera had been my idea, and I should have known better. Yes, sirree, she's a real beaut, Aunt Helen continued, giving a whistle and starting down the driveway. I couldn't tell if she was being serious or a smartass, so I just nodded and followed after her. You guys won't stand out in hill country at all. Okie dokie, smartass it was. But hey, at least the hunters will see you coming. We weren't so concerned about appearance. We just wanted something reliable. I realized I sounded like Troy, but didn't care. I was just glad to have the old Aunt Helen back. She stopped on the sidewalk and waited for me to catch up. Weren't so concerned about appearance, huh? She arched her eyebrows. I guess that explains how you ended up with a giant pumpkin on wheels. Are you done? I asked, doing my best to keep a straight face. Not quite, she said. It looks like Charlie Brown's sweater. So much for keeping a straight face. I hope it was cheap at least. I let out a deep breath. You don't even want to know. Here, she said, stepping forward and handing Troy a pair of brown paper bags. I made you all some sandwiches for the road. There's also chocolate chip cookies and oatmeal cookies. You didn't have to do that, ma'am, Troy said, smiling. But I'm sure glad you did. He peeked inside one of the bags, pulled out a cookie, and headed for the rear of the van. I'm going to stash the sandwiches in the cooler for later. Thanks again. Why'd you give it to him? I asked, only half joking. My hands are empty. Oh, shush, she said. He's skinnier than you. She opened her arms to me. Now come here and give your favorite aunt a hug goodbye. I squeezed her tight, and for just a fleeting moment it felt like I'd traveled back in time. It was the way she smelled. Familiar, safe. That comforting blend of Aunt Helen's drugstore perfume, the laundry detergent she used to wash her clothes, and good old human sweat. I closed my eyes and breathed it in. Maybe this was what home really was. Maybe there actually was a time machine you could step into to journey back to happier days. You just had to remember how to find it, and hold on to it. I felt tears swell in my eyes. I'm sorry about before, she said, her face pressed against my shoulder. I made a mess of. Stop, please. You have absolutely nothing to be sorry about. I looked at her. It was my fault. I never should have asked you to sit for an interview. I still think about them every day. Me too. I'm so proud of you, Billy. Between my schoolwork and Dr. Meraki and the meds I was taking, things were finally heading in the right direction. One day at a time, right? She stepped back and wiped her eyes. Okay, enough of that. When she was finished, she looked up at me. So, there's something else I want to tell you before you go. Bracing myself for bad news, because ever since the accident, that's what I always did, I asked, what is it? She began rubbing the cuff of her shirt sleeve with her fingertips. Growing up, I'd seen her do the exact same thing hundreds of times, usually while we were watching a particularly tense scene in a movie, or when she was sitting in the bleachers at one of my ball games. I wanted to tell you during the holidays, but it's okay, I said. Tell me now. She let out a deep breath. I've started seeing someone. It took me a few seconds to figure out what she meant. By the time I did, she was off and rambling. I didn't mean for it to happen, and neither of us did. We started out as just friends for the longest time. I'd bump into him at the store or around town. We'd see each other at bingo at the fire hall, and we'd chat and swap stories, and that was it. Then a couple months ago, something changed. I'm still not entirely sure how it happened. That's awesome, I said, and I meant it. I could feel my smile growing. Who is he? Do I know him? I don't think so. There was relief in her eyes. Relief that she had finally told me, and relief that I had taken the news so well. And why wouldn't I? I loved Uncle Frank as much as anyone, as I knew my aunt always would. But he'd been gone for years now, and she was still here. She deserved to be happy. He works for the sheriff's department. You're dating a cop? Well, yes, she said, looking around to see if any of the neighbors had heard. I guess you could say that. Do I get to meet him next time I'm around? My 53-year-old aunt blushed a deep scarlet, and it made me want to hug her all over again. He actually asked to come to breakfast today, but I wouldn't let him. Why not? Are you kidding? Too darn nervous. You silly, sweet woman. So you're not upset or disappointed? I shook my head. Not even a little bit. Why would I be? I don't know. She was still blushing. It feels sort of scandalous. You know how small towns are. People stare and talk. I'm still not sure Father Paul approves. Oh, who cares what he or anyone else thinks? That's exactly what Jason says. That's his name? She nodded. Come back soon and I'll introduce you. Her smile faded. Please, Billy, don't be a stranger. I miss you. I miss you too. And it was true. I really did. I reached into my pocket, pulled out a folded piece of notebook paper and handed it to my aunt. What's this? I know you're going to worry no matter what, so I made a list of probable stops along our route. It's not definitive. We're mostly just following the road where it takes us, but I'm guessing we'll hit most of these towns at one time or another. The smile on her face went right to my heart. It was just like my mother's. That might be the sweetest thing you've ever done for me. Walking that old mud of yours has to be pretty high on the list. She laughed and then reached up and touched my cheek. Do me a favor? Name it. Remember what you said your therapist told you, that it's important you take some time to relax and have fun. I'm so glad you're making photos again and working on this project. But maybe go fishing like you used to. Call your old friends, catch a ball game. She glanced at Melody as she came around the back of the van, Troy trailing right behind her. Get yourself a girlfriend, for goodness sake. I'll try, I said. My fishing pole's in the van. The plan is to catch dinner one of these nights. Well, that's a start, I guess. She then took turns hugging the three of us goodbye. This time we all got kisses on the cheek, and for the third or fourth time that morning told us to be careful on the road. I'd tell you to mind your own business, but that's not what this trip is all about. I just hope you'll use the common sense the good Lord gave you. Smiling, I climbed into the passenger seat and closed the door. Earlier this morning, back at the campground, I'd called tails and won the coin toss for riding shotgun. Aunt Helen approached the driver's side window. You have my number, pretty lady. If he starts misbehaving, give me a call. In that case, you'll probably hear from me later this afternoon, Melody said with a grin. If not sooner. She started the engine. It was really great meeting you, Helen. Thanks again for the cookies, Troy said from the back seat, crumbs spilling from his mouth. If Tamara could see us now, she'd throw a fit. Before we pulled away, I noticed a folded sheet of paper on the van's windshield. I leaned out the window and yanked it from underneath the wiper blade. Holding it up so my Aunt Helen could see, I said, Hey, when did Fortunato's Pizza start advertising on windshields? She shrugged. You know Sudbury, always changing with the times. I laughed as Melody pulled away from the curb, and didn't think about the long-haired man dressed in black, who'd been hurrying along the sidewalk with a purpose until much later.
8. Video footage, 12:04 p.m., Saturday, May 7th, 1983. A tree-lined street of suburban houses, grassy lawns, cars parked in driveways, the occasional pedestrian walking along the sidewalk. The footage is bumpy, swimming in and out of focus. After a moment, it becomes clear that the camera is protruding out the open window of a leisurely moving vehicle. And then the vehicle slows even more, and finally brakes to a gentle stop. The old-fashioned split-level home that's captured in the center of the screen is neat and orderly. The lawn is well tended. A covered porch runs along the length of the house, a waist-high row of shrubbery providing it with a measure of privacy. A child's bicycle lies on its side in front of the bushes. A basketball hoop is attached to the garage. It's a nice house, Billy. A woman's soft voice. The camera angle shifts slightly, drawing close on one of the second-floor windows. It holds there for a moment and then slowly pulls back and tilts lower again. Oh, shit. Billy's startled voice from off-screen. And we soon see the reason. There's a man standing on the front porch, staring directly at the camera and its operator. He doesn't look pleased. The man steps into the lawn, striding toward the camera. "Go, drive!" The video abruptly ends.
9. Church Street ran roughly parallel to the Susquehanna River for almost the entire length of town. Despite its meandering route and sporadic cliffside views of the swiftly flowing water below, it was rarely touted as a particularly scenic route. This was because the majority of the roadway was surrounded by nearly 800 acres of thick, rock-strewn woodland and a network of government-owned industrial warehouse complexes that hadn't seen prosperous days since the end of the Second World War. The vast majority of these sprawling, soot-covered buildings were surrounded by rusty lengths of chain-link fence topped with gleaming razor wire. Even with staff running at below 40%, there were still armed uniformed soldiers posted at each of the 3 main gates. Oftentimes, this level of protective measures served as a kind of magnet for a small town's younger population, tempting hordes of bored teenagers in the mood for making mischief. But not in Sudbury. There was plenty of other trouble to get into around here, and most of it didn't involve having your arms and legs sliced to bloody ribbons or being chased around by trained guard dogs. At the road's southernmost tip, where Church Street took over the reins from rural Route 155, a Burger King, Western Auto, and Rutter's did moderate business along its narrow shoulder. Some 16 miles to the north, just beyond a stretch of road were stands of white pines and red oaks crowded close enough to the cracked asphalt to turn day into dusk. Headlights must be on at all times, the signs read. Church Street made an abrupt 90-degree turn to the west before crossing over the Susquehanna by way of the Albert Linden Bridge. It was there, not far from the mouth of the bridge, along that shadowed length of roadway, created by a tunnel of trees no more than 3/4 of a mile in length, that local legend claimed Church Street was cursed. Most everyone in town knew the stories. They were as woven into the fabric of Sudbury's history as the river and the railroad tracks and Maury Templeton's horse farm, where not 1 but 2 Belmont Stakes winners had been sired. In the summer of 1863, a regiment of weary Union soldiers making a hurried march toward Richmond attempted a river crossing on a series of barges. A sudden, unexpected storm caused the river to turn violent. Several of the barges slammed into underwater boulders and capsized. 46 soldiers were swept away and drowned. Only a handful of survivors made it to shore. This all happened within view of where the Albert Linden Bridge stands today. Shortly after the Second World War, a trucking accident involving explosive munitions occurred within sight of the newly constructed Albert Linden Bridge. A convoy consisting of 11 Diamond T's blew up, one after the other, like a string of giant firecrackers. 17 men perished, and twice that number were injured, many of them missing limbs. Folks in town claimed they felt the ground shake when the munitions went off. House windows shattered, floorboards splintered, vases and knickknacks tumbled from shelves. The surrounding woods caught fire, and it took nearly a dozen fire departments almost 36 hours to put out the blaze. You can still see remnants of the stunted landscape even today. The resulting investigation revealed that a number of high-level military officers failed to follow proper safety precautions. There were even rumors of sabotage. 18 months after the accident, a local hunter discovered the decayed remains of a male adult's severed right leg suspended in a tree more than 15 feet off the ground. The leg was still clothed in charred tatters of army green. A few years later, in August 1948, a train hauling timber to New York and Boston derailed in the same vicinity. 8 railroad workers lost their lives. Puzzled police officials claimed that 3 of the deceased had been decapitated, but there was no sign anywhere of the missing heads. Another corpse was found clutching a pistol in his hand and missing both of his ears. The cause of the accident was never identified. In the decades that followed, tragedies in the area continued with alarming frequency. During the 60s and 70s, nearly a dozen local hunters disappeared in the woods east of Church Street. Most of them were never found. The sole matter of disagreement among longtime residents regarding the actual number of missing centered around a local barber named Louis Barksdale, whose wife was such a notorious nag that many of Barksdale's friends believed he carefully staged his own disappearance in January 1968 and instead simply ran away. In the winter of 1974, a search party discovered the frozen remains of 3 local men more than 30 feet above the forest floor. In an apparent attempt to flee from impending danger, the men had climbed a tree and remained there throughout a raging blizzard. Evidently, whatever had been chasing them had posed even more of a threat than freezing to death. One of the men had used a pocket knife to carve what looked like 2 giant eyes into the bark of the tree in which he'd been hiding. A number of factors, including mountain lions, wolves, black bears, and quicksand, were blamed for the numerous disappearances, but not a shred of evidence was ever provided. And then, of course, there were the automobile accidents. In 1962, the mayor of Sudbury's eldest son, a 17-year-old Gary Wellington, who was headed to Yale that fall, burned to death in an overturned Plymouth Fury. He'd been drag racing with a friend and had lost control of his car just beyond the finish line. Witnesses claimed that Wellington's vehicle swerved without reason before violently rolling over approximately a half-dozen times. They could hear the teenager's screams as the fuel tank ignited and the resulting blaze overtook the Plymouth. A decade later, 4 starting members of the Sudbury High School state championship basketball team died when the pickup truck in which they were traveling left the road at a high rate of speed and crashed into a mature pine tree, its ancient trunk shearing the truck into 2 near-perfect halves. In 1976, a pair of local fishermen were struck down by a woman driving a convertible as they walked along the shoulder of North Church Street. The men were on their way to meet friends who were parked not far from the bridge. Both pedestrians and the driver suffered severe internal injuries. All 3 died within a week of the accident. At some point, in the midst of all this pervasive tragedy, the locals began to refer to the northernmost section of Church Street as Dead Man's Road. And not just the town's fickle youth, either. In January 1979, the Sudbury Times published a front-page article claiming that more than 40 drivers had lost their lives due to accidents on that particular stretch of roadway. The banner headline read, "Dead Man's Road Claims Dozens of Victims." As a result of the public outcry generated by the article, the speed limit, which had already been lowered many years earlier from 50 to 40, was dropped even further to 35. Streetlights were added to a 170-yard section of the road's shoulder. An increased police presence was announced. None of it made any difference. The accidents and deaths continued. On June 20th, 1980, at 3:57 p.m., longtime Sudbury residents Tom and Lori Anderson, on their way home from Winfield, where they'd just had lunch with one of Tom's oldest friends, crossed the Albert Linden Bridge under clear and sunny skies. Tom, who was driving, braked to negotiate the hairpin turn onto North Church Street without a hint of trouble. Approximately 85 yards later, the Andersons' 1979 Subaru hatchback crossed the midline and crashed into the woods on the opposite side of the road. The police claimed the car was traveling at more than 65 miles per hour when it left the roadway. No trace of skid marks were found. Tom Anderson, his chest obliterated by the steering column, was pronounced dead at the scene. Lori Anderson, who was not wearing a seatbelt, was thrown through the windshield. She died 2 hours later from blunt force head injuries at Sudbury Medical Center. Dead Man's Road had struck again.
10. Video footage, 1:07 p.m. Saturday, May 7th, 1983. The memorial is tucked in close to the trees, and we immediately understand why. The shoulder of the road is no more than 8 or 10 inches wide. Beyond that, there's a narrow stretch of mossy earth, and then the woods. It's dark here, even in the daytime. Even with the portable light stands, we see Troys setting up alongside the road. Shadows flicker in and out of focus, like restless spirits on the move. As the camera steadies, we see a wreath of artificial flowers attached to one of the tree trunks. Below it, a large square of poster board covered in writing. Some of the messages are illegible, the ink smeared or faded, or running down the board in dripping letters. Others are more recent and perfectly clear. The camera slowly pulls back, and a small wooden apple crate, flipped upside down, is revealed at the base of the tree. Its surface is covered with various-sized candle nubs, none of them currently burning. All around the box are bundles of flowers, a handful still relatively fresh. To the immediate left of this display, a 4-foot wooden cross has been staked into the ground, the white paint beginning to flake and peel. At some point, a visitor had tied a balloon to one of the arms of the cross. A thin string hangs limply to the ground, the balloon itself long deflated and hidden by shadow in the weeds. A young man appears on screen. "I think we're good on photos," he says. "Plus, I have a ton of old newspaper clippings in the van." He leans close to the poster, reading. When he's finished, he turns around and we get a better look at him. Not quite a man, but not a boy either. Tall, athletic-looking, a little too thin, maybe. Curly dark hair, a small scar on his left cheek. It makes his boyish face look a tad more masculine. "You guys ready? We're going to run through my introduction." He's talking a little too fast and a little too loud. I can do the voiceover later on. "I'll follow your lead," a woman's voice says from off-screen. Melody. "Should I just keep it rolling?" he says. "I can fix whatever needs fixing later on in post." The view whirls into a kaleidoscope of browns and greens as the camera is lowered and readjusted, and then the picture is back and refocused. "You sure about this, Billy?" Melody asks. "I can change clothes and do it if you want." He shakes his head emphatically. "No, it's got to be me. My aunt's tough as nails, but you saw her once the camera turned on. She was a mess. If her interview taught me anything, it's that I have to be willing to put myself in the story." He gazes up and down the desolate road. "This part of the film is my story. I have to own that. I can't expect other people to share what they've experienced if I'm not willing to do it myself. I owe them that at the very least." "I think we're just surprised you changed your mind," Troy says, appearing at Billy's side. "You were pretty adamant that you didn't want to be on camera." "Well, you can thank Aunt Helen for that." He gives Troy a nudge on the shoulder. "And besides, it's only this one time. The other intros are all you and Mel." The picture goes abruptly dark. When it returns, Billy is standing directly in front of the memorial, blocking much of the view. He begins speaking, and this time, his voice is strong and measured. On a sunny June afternoon in 1980, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas and Lori Anderson, on their way home from lunch at a nearby restaurant, were involved in a single-car accident on a lonely stretch of road in Sudbury, Pennsylvania. Thomas Anderson died at the scene. Lori Anderson passed away a short time later in the emergency room at Sudbury Medical Center. I was holding her hand. Billy steps aside to allow the audience a clear look at the memorial. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson were my parents. I was 16 years old at the time of the accident. The camera zooms closer on his face. His brown eyes are somber but steady. He clears his throat and continues. "I'm actually not sure who started my parents' memorial. All I know is that by the time I drove by the accident site, it was the night before the funeral and the memorial was already here.
11. Troy switched off the light, folded up the retractable legs, and placed the portable light stand on the ground next to his knapsack. With no artificial illumination, the road and surrounding woods were blanketed in darkness. It was still early in the afternoon, but it might as well have been midnight. "Can we hurry it up?" Troy asked, pulling out a flashlight from the pocket of his orange safety vest. He switched it on. "This place has given me the creeps." He glanced in my direction. "No offense, Billy." "None taken," I said, kneeling down and returning the video camera to its shiny silver case. "Gives me the creeps, too. Always has." "What's the use of having streetlights?" Troy said, looking around, "if you're not going to keep them operational?" "You're not alone with that complaint. Someone writes a bitchy letter to the editor of The Sun pretty much every month." I glanced at the nearest light pole, the glass globe sitting atop it as dark as the wall of trees looming over us. "The county keeps blaming it on faulty wiring." "It's too damn quiet," he said. "I thought there'd be a lot more traffic than this." "There used to be when I was a kid. But then they extended Route 405 and put up the new 2-lane bridge. Most people use that now." "Do you believe the road is cursed?" Melody asked. "I don't know what I believe," I said. "Something has to account for all the shitty things that have happened around here." I latched the lid on the camera case and looked around. The forest was dead silent. No birds, no insects, no animals rustling in the brush. The energy here has always felt so off. Troy bobbed his head in agreement. "You feel it too? The air's so heavy it's difficult to breathe. And the handful of cars that have driven past, you can't even hear them coming until they're right on top of us. It's like the trees are swallowing up the sound of their engines." He hugged himself, waving the beam of his flashlight up and down the road. "And I swear it feels like someone's watching us." "Now you're just being paranoid," Melody said. "Billy, do the locals have any theories about this area?" "Oh, they've got plenty." I stood and brushed off the knees of my jeans. "Everything from aliens to witchcraft to government experiments gone wrong. My Uncle Frank got drunk one 4th of July and told me and a bunch of friends a story about a group of Shawnee women and children who were ambushed and massacred by drunken fur trappers. This supposedly happened back in the 1800s right down there by the river." I pointed to the opposite side of the road. "The women and children were bathing when they were attacked. Apparently, several of the women were raped before they were murdered. The children were tortured. Uncle Frank said that the woods around here were haunted by their vengeful spirits." "Great," Troy said, looking over his shoulder into the woods. "Just what we need, a bunch of pissed-off Indians." You should have seen Aunt Helen's face when she heard what he was telling us. We were like 7 at the time, so of course we believed every word. I'd never seen her that angry. Grabbed him by the ear right there in front of us like he was a little kid and dragged him inside the house. They didn't even stick around for the fireworks. I bent over and picked up the camera case. And then it all got even worse when some of the boys who were there started to have nightmares, and their parents called my aunt to complain. Poor Uncle Frank. He was stuck in the doghouse for weeks. I started walking toward the van. "Now what do you say we get out of here before Troy starts seeing things?" "Too late," he said, picking up his knapsack and following right behind us. 12. We'd only made it about 50 yards when a sleek white Cadillac rounded the hairpin turn, its high beams transforming the tunnel of trees into a spiderweb of shadows, and stopped on the road beside us. The driver rolled down the window and smiled. With his round face and rosy cheeks, the man looked like a cherub in a Michelangelo painting. "Are my eyes deceiving me, or is that the prodigal son returned?" "Father Paul," I said, matching his wide grin as I put down the equipment I was carrying. "I was just talking about you this morning." He lumbered out of the driver's seat and we shook hands. "Ah, so that's why my ears were burning." I gestured to the others. Father, these are my friends from school, Melody Wise and Troy Carpenter. He stepped forward to greet them. It's nice to meet you, Father, Melody said. And you as well, young lady. I'm a Baptist, Troy blurted out in typical Troy fashion. A dumbfounded Father Paul stared at him for a moment, and then tossed back his head and laughed. And proud of it, I see. You have to excuse Troy, I said. He's a bit of a social misfit. Aren't we all, Billy? His cheeks no longer merely rosy, the priest's chubby face resembled the summer tomatoes in my aunt's garden. He's also got a major case of the willies. Father Paul's smile faded as he looked around at the woods, his gaze lingering on my parents' memorial. This place has a tendency to do that to people. We just came from Aunt Helen's, I said, eager to change the subject. She insisted on serving us breakfast before we hit the road. He patted his ample belly. Well, I'm sorry I missed it. I'll be sure to invite you the next time I'm in town. I'll hold you to that. He glanced at the piles of gear resting at our feet. So, what's all this about? I told him.
13. Video footage, 1:49 p.m., Saturday, May 7th, 1983. The man standing in front of the memorial appears to be in his late 50s or early 60s. Short and rotund, wearing wire-framed glasses beneath a mop of dark hair, he looks like someone's favorite uncle, or perhaps an insurance salesman. If not for the black clergy shirt and the starched white collar, you might never guess he was a priest. Whenever you're ready, the camera operator says. Where I'm standing is okay? You're good. The frame widens as the cameraman takes a step back. And don't be afraid to move around, I'll follow you. The man takes a deep breath and starts talking. Tom and Lori Anderson were not only faithful members of my congregation, they were dear friends, and I miss them terribly. And just like that, it's easy to picture this man standing upon the pulpit on Sunday mornings, administering wisdom and comfort to his parishioners. His voice is clear and confident, his posture relaxed, his eyes focused. On the day of the accident, I was out of town attending a seminar. The moment I heard the tragic news, I left the conference, got into my car, and drove straight home. By the time I reached the family at the hospital, it was clear to see that although their hearts were broken, their faith remained steadfast. He turns and gazes at the memorial, the cross directly in front of him. And then, overnight, right here on Church Street, this astonishing memorial was born. The camera lingers on the wide shot for a beat longer, and then slowly closes in on his face. The Anderson son, Billy, who's as fine of a young man as you'll find anywhere, recently told me that he doesn't know who started the memorial. The priest stares directly into the camera. And I told him it doesn't matter. It wasn't just one person, it was dozens, perhaps hundreds, of loving hearts and hands that planted that cross into the ground, that lit the candles, and placed the gifts of tribute. Tom and Lori Anderson were special people. They made the world around them a better place. Tom and Lori believed in the eternal life that their Lord and Savior promised, and they lived their lives with
14. I'm a Baptist? Bite me. I was nervous. I thought it was kind of cute, Melody said. I rolled my eyes. You would think that. We were in there for so long I forgot it was daytime, Troy said, squinting over his shoulder at the tunnel of trees. From out here on the road, it looked like the mouth of an enormous, dark cave. By the time we said goodbye to Father Paul and lugged the cameras, tripods, and lights to the van, we were all dripping with sweat. Hair Metal Harry, 98 Rock's resident weather guru, picture a modern-day Viking minus the helmet, had announced earlier this morning that the entire mid-Atlantic region was in the grip of a rare May heat wave, with temperatures the rest of the week expected to climb into the low to mid-90s. It felt like we'd already broken 100 this afternoon. All I wanted to do was crawl inside the van, turn the air conditioner on high, and change into some dry clothes. After I sucked down about 10 glasses of water. We'd parked in a dirt pull-off not far from the bridge. Local fishermen used it all the time, but most often in the early mornings and late evenings when the smallmouth were biting. At nearly 2 in the afternoon, on a blisteringly hot day, we were the only vehicle in sight. I slid the silver camera case into the back of the van and wiped my face with my shirt sleeve. Not that it mattered. I was drenched from head to toe. I was also mentally fried and in desperate need of something to eat. But more than anything, I was ready for Troy to stop talking for a little while. He got like this when he was nervous. He wouldn't shut up. And there's even been scientific experiments on the subject, he was saying. Most of them focused on places where violent crimes had been committed. They even did a series of investigations at Auschwitz and one of the other, lesser-known death camps. He unshouldered his backpack and tossed it into the van. The reports indicated that in those areas of extreme negative energy, visitors often felt a tightness in their chests, difficulty breathing, and even sudden spikes of depression. Their skin felt funny. They became paranoid. Some subjects even... Melody looked at me, her face flushed. Ready for lunch? I thought you'd never ask. Even more unsettling, Troy continued, as if Melody and I had never spoken, is what investigators began to refer to as stickiness, a term they felt accurately described how certain negative energies existed in a specific location for an extended period of time, and to a larger extent, how those energies would oftentimes get attached to visitors and remain stuck to them long after they'd left the infected area. Real quick, I said, gesturing for Melody to follow me. I want to show you something before we go. We walked to the edge of the pull-off. Behind us, oblivious to our departure, Troy began loading the tripods and lights into the van. Several of those same investigators went on to conduct experiments involving residual hauntings using infrasound technology and a kind of... His voice faded as we followed a narrow, weed-choked trail up a steep ridge. When we reached the summit, Melody gasped, lifting a hand to her mouth. Oh, it's beautiful. In the distance, off to our left, we could see the hairpin turn that Church Street made in preparation to cross the bridge. Directly in front of us, far beyond a dizzying drop, was the Susquehanna River, swiftly flowing and hundreds of yards wide, strewn with half-sunken rocks and boulders. The sun was shining high in the sky, pinpricks of bright light reflecting off the river, as if a bucket of diamonds had been scattered across the water's sparkling surface. Looming on the horizon, the Appalachian mountain range shrouded in mist. Troy says those mountains were here before the dinosaurs, I said, and that they're older than the trees, whatever the hell that means. The river, I've seen it before so many times, but never like this. I used to come here when I was a kid. I can see why. After a moment, she turned and looked at me. Are you okay, Billy? I shrugged. I think so. Was it hard running into Father Paul like that? It sounds like he was close to your family. He was. I tried to remember the last time I'd seen him before today, but I couldn't. It had been that long ago. He was one of Uncle Frank's best friends. My parents really liked him too, especially my mom. He seems like a lovely man. She touched my arm. I'm sure he was a great comfort after what happened. He tried, I said, staring out at the river. Today's been... She searched for the right words. A lot. It's been different than I thought it would be. How so? I'm not really sure. I thought it would feel different. Far below us, a deer approached the water's edge and began to drink. But I just feel kind of numb. I'm pretty sure that's normal. Maybe even a good thing. It might mean your brain is tired of feeling sad all the time. Something nudged my heart. You think I'm always sad? Not always, but a lot. She softened her voice. You hide it well. I'm still not sure what happened next. I looked at her, and all of a sudden it took every ounce of strength I had to not lean over and kiss her. At that moment, I was completely certain she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, and the realization absolutely terrified me. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I'm sorry if that was the wrong thing to say, she said, lowering her eyes. But it's the truth. Oh God, I wasn't going to be able to stop myself. I was mute and I was foolish. I was also weak. I was going to kiss her and make a complete, "Billy! Melody!" Back at the van, Troy had finally discovered our absence. "Where are you?" He sounded on the verge of hysteria. "We better go," Melody said. "This isn't funny, you guys!" And just like that, the moment was over. 15. Troy was still bitching and moaning 20 minutes later when we pulled up in front of the diner. "All the horrible things that had happened around there," he said. "What was I supposed to think? Maybe you'd been kidnapped and dragged away into the woods." "Let me guess," I said. "By a family of Bigfoot." "Wouldn't that make them Bigfoots?" Melody asked. "Or big feet?" Behind those thick lenses, Troy stared daggers at us as we walked across the busy parking lot. The Silver Moon Diner had occupied the narrow, glass-fronted brick building adjacent to the Sudbury post office since long before I was born. My father told me that the original owner, a toothpick of a man named Fred Thompson, had once made his living as a magician in a traveling circus. After the circus went belly up somewhere north of Pittsburgh, he hopped a train to Sudbury to stay with his twin sister for a couple of weeks. An avid fly fisherman, he fell in love with the town and the river and decided to stake his claim here. It had always been his dream to run his own eatery. After a rocky opening weekend, during which the fire department had to be called to extinguish a kitchen mishap, the diner soon became a local favorite. The wooden sign out front promised "Good Eats Cheap" in red-painted capital letters, and that humble motto proved to be a winner. Tragically, Mr. Thompson was killed in a hunting accident the year I started grade school. Despite many rumors, it happened up north in Maine and not in the woods around Church Street. And my mom said nearly half the town turned out for his funeral. Nowadays, Fred's eldest son, Gary, ran the diner and still donned an apron to work the grill on most weekends. He was known across multiple county lines for his perfectly seasoned burgers and hot turkey and roast beef platters drowned in homemade gravy. None of that out-of-the-jar stuff. Over the years, Gary had initiated a number of upgrades to his father's business. Silver aluminum siding and a dark green awning out front, an outdoor picnic area beneath some trees, and even a brand new fancy dessert cooler. I figured roughly 99% of Sudbury's teenagers had at one time or another taken a date to the Silver Moon Diner, me included. A bell jangled overhead when we pushed open the diner's heavy glass doors. I sighed in relief as the air conditioning washed over my body. An older woman behind the counter, her name was Kitty, and she'd worked the morning and afternoon shifts at the Silver Moon Diner for as long as I could remember, finished refilling a customer's coffee and looked over at us. "Have a seat wherever you like." If she recognized me, she gave no indication. Melody thanked her and picked out a booth by the front window. I sat across from her, and Troy slid in next to me. "What's good here?" he asked, rubbing his hands together. The prospect of food in his belly had finally calmed him down. I took out 3 menus from behind the miniature jukebox at the end of the table and passed them around. From what I remember, everything. A waitress smelling of cigarette smoke, her auburn hair stacked high in a hairnet, approached the table with a put-on smile. "Can I start you folks off with a drink?" Melody ordered a Diet Coke with no ice. Troy and I went for the freshly squeezed lemonade we'd seen advertised on a sandwich board outside on the sidewalk. The doorbell jingled. A man wearing a New York Yankees baseball cap strolled in and went directly to the cash register. I recognized him immediately. Mr. Kavanaugh. A neighbor across the street from my parents and a longtime member of my father's bowling team. I watched as Kitty rang up his carryout order. When they were finished, I looked down at my lap, hoping he wouldn't spot me on his way out the door. "Friend of yours?" Melody asked, glancing over her shoulder. "Something like that," I said, still hiding my face. "A friend of my parents." Troy leaned across the table for a better look. "Should we ask if he'll sit for an interview?" "No," I said, remembering the way Mr. Kavanaugh used to yell at us when we rode our skateboards in front of his house. "Definitely not him." The bell jangled again. A young black man wearing an army uniform held open the door for a middle-aged couple. The woman nodded a polite thank you, and then all three of them took empty stools at the counter. "Is that 5?" Melody looked over at Troy with her eyebrows scrunched. "Or 6? He thought about it. 5. 4 was the kid with the fishing pole. Confused, I stared at Mel across the table and then at Troy. "What are you two talking about?" "People of the non-white persuasion," Troy said. "Uh-huh. What does that mean?" Melody smiled awkwardly and lowered her voice. "It means people that look like me and Troy." "And not you," he finished. I glanced at the serviceman sitting at the counter, and my mouth dropped open. Troy nudged me in the side. "Ah, now you're getting it." "You guys are counting? Why would you do that?" "It's not a big deal, Billy," Melody was practically whispering. "Just something Troy and I were talking about this morning after breakfast." "Last night, when we drove through town on the way to the campground," Troy continued, "we saw all those people at the ice cream shop, some others who were walking around, and then those kids on skateboards in front of the high school." "Yeah? So what?" He leaned closer. "They were all white." I had no idea if he was right or not. I hadn't paid any attention. "Okay." Melody shrugged. "That's all we're saying. You grew up in a predominantly white community. I guess it surprised us. Might as well rename it Honkyville." The smoky waitress returned with our drinks. I paid attention to see if she looked at Mel or Troy differently, but if she did, I couldn't tell. She jotted down our lunch order in a notepad and went away in a hurry. No one said anything for a moment, all of us searching for the right words. It was a sensitive subject, and we had to be careful. Finally, I spoke up first. "I'm really sorry if you guys feel out of place. If anyone says or does anything to make you feel uncomfortable, I'll..." Melody reached over and touched my arm. "It's fine, Billy. It was just an observation, that's all. Sudbury's a farming community," I explained. "Always has been. I guess that's part of the reason why... And I mean, I don't remember even a single instance of racism or..." I was struggling to make sense. Until 2 years ago, I'd lived here all my life. I'd gone to school and church here, buried my parents here, and somehow I'd never even fundamentally acknowledged that most everyone looked the same. What did that say about me? "Hell, even your uncle's basketball picture on the wall," Troy said. "You notice what was missing? Brothers." He was right, of course, and sure enough, I naively hadn't even picked up on it. I was mortified. "I'm really sorry. To both of you. Stop right now," Melody said. "You have nothing to be sorry for, silly. You had no control over the environment in which you were raised." The bell over the door jangled. Grateful for the interruption, I took a peek. And my stomach did a somersault. "Now what?" Melody asked. "You look like you just saw a ghost." And in a way, I had. A pair of teenage girls strutted toward the counter. The dark-haired one was dressed in tight designer jeans and a black t-shirt. There was a pack of cigarettes tucked into one rolled-up sleeve. Her long, dark eyelashes were caked with blue mascara. The girl following behind her was a small-town stunner. Blonde hair, blue eyes, cut-off jeans showing off shapely tan legs. "I gather you know them," Troy said. He whistled under his breath. "Whoa, they're a couple of babes." "Shh." I put my elbow down on the table and used my hand to shield my face. I heard footsteps approach. Please, no. And stop. Uh-oh. Well, if it isn't Billy Anderson," an overly sweet voice said. Too late. Busted. Despite the sudden, overwhelming urge to flee, I calmly looked up and smiled at the blonde girl standing in front of our table. "Hey, Naomi." And then over her shoulder to her friend sitting at the counter. "What's up, Jenny?" "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?" the blonde girl said, her eyes lingering on Melody. I stared at her dumbly. "Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself." She reached out her hand to Melody. I noticed right away that she was still wearing the ring I'd given her junior year. "Hi, I'm Naomi Flynn, Billy's old girlfriend." 16. It felt like I was guest starring in one of those Friday night sitcoms my mother used to watch. Somewhere unseen, a studio audience was observing our every move and laughing their asses off at my predicament. Naomi and I had moved to a booth at the opposite end of the diner in order to have some privacy. Melody and Troy remained by the window, eating their lunches and trying their best not to stare. A rubbernecking Troy was doing a particularly poor job of it. Jenny was already off in her own little world, chatting away with an older guy dressed in mechanic's overalls. His stitched-on name tag read, Lenny. The guy's left eye was bruised and swollen, most likely the aftermath of a rowdy late night spent at Barney's, Sudbury's one and only redneck bar. "It was accurate to say old girlfriend, right?" Naomi asked, stealing a French fry from my plate. "I mean, we never did actually break up." She shrugged dramatically. "You just stopped writing and calling and didn't come home for over a year. And even then, you didn't bother telling me you were back in town. I had to hear it from friends." "I don't blame you for being pissed off." She swiped a dismissive hand in front of her face. "Oh, I'm not pissed off. Not anymore. Hell, I'm not even sad anymore. Not much, anyway. Haven't cried in over a year. I'm really sorry. I'd known this day would come, and now that it was here, I felt horrible. It was even worse than I'd imagined." She cocked her head and looked at me. "After all this time, that's the best you can do? You're sorry." I stared at the cheeseburger growing cold on my plate. I felt like a misbehaving child being scolded by the strictest teacher in school, and I deserved every last bit of it. It's not an excuse, at least not a very good one. But Naomi, you have no idea how fucked up I was. I could hardly get out of bed most days. I was lost and confused and, I don't know, a lot of things. You've been lost and confused for almost 2 years? Looking up at her, I started to say something and stopped. Finally, I just nodded and mumbled under my breath. Still am. She must have seen the truth in my eyes or heard it in my voice because her face softened. Can you at least tell me what you've been doing all this time?
17. Video footage. 2:19 p.m., Saturday, May 7th, 1983. My name's Naomi Flynn. The girl sits at a picnic table. Her posture is rigid. There's an uneasy smile on her face, and she keeps glancing off camera, as if she's looking to someone for direction. I'm 18 years old, and I've lived here in Sudbury, Pennsylvania, my whole life. She takes a deep breath, and her shoulders begin to relax. She clasps her hands together on the table in front of her. I grew up on the next street over from the Andersons' house. Our families were friends. I went to school with Billy Anderson from grade school up. He was a year ahead of me. At the time of the accident, we were boyfriend and girlfriend. We'd started dating my freshman year of high school. The uneasy smile is gone. Billy was at my house when the accident happened. We were swimming with my little sister. He was in a goofy mood that day, and I remember laughing a lot. Later that afternoon, we changed out of our swimsuits and walked into town to get ice cream. That's when the police pulled over and told Billy what had happened. Then they gave us a ride to the hospital. She looks off camera again, this time for longer. like she's listening to someone. I really loved Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. They were like a second family to me. Mr. Tom was always helping people around the neighborhood. He was kind of a handyman, and he always took the time to talk to me. Not just a polite, "Hey, how are you doing?" but really talk. He'd ask how school was going or if I had any funny new lifeguarding stories, or he'd ask if I'd seen any good movies lately. He loved movies, especially the scary ones. She pauses to catch her breath. Mrs. Laurie was really sweet. Billy's an only child, and I think she'd always wanted to have a daughter, too. You know, someone to do girl stuff with. We used to look at magazines together, talk about movie stars and fashion and all the latest gossip from Hollywood. Sometimes I'd help her in the garden, and she'd help me with my geometry homework. Every once in a while, we'd even go shopping together. I loved the way she dressed. Retro, but with a ton of style. It reminded me of old photos of Jackie Kennedy. She was so pretty and put together. Melody's voice floats in from off-screen, although not quite loud enough to hear what she is saying. The first time I went to the accident site was with my parents. Billy and his Aunt Helen were busy making arrangements for the funeral. My mom and dad took flowers. I had one of my stuffed animals and a card I'd made. There were 3 or 4 cars parked mostly in the road when we got there. A bunch of others driving by, looky-loos, my father called them. He said there was liable to be another accident if folks weren't careful, so we parked all the way down by the bridge and walked back. Someone had put up a cross, and there were a bunch of flowers and balloons and some candles burning. Shortly after we got there, one of my girlfriends from school showed up with her brother and father, and Mrs. Tompkins, our math teacher, pulled up as we were leaving. Naomi begins coughing into her hand. A moment later, Troy reaches into frame with a bottle of water. She takes a long drink and continues. The next time I went there was with Billy, the night after the funeral. God, it felt like half the town was there, even the local news. The cops had a section of the road blocked off. Everyone was holding candles and people started singing church hymns. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson were super active in the community, so they had a ton of friends. We saw lots of familiar faces. Strangers, too.
18. That was really hard. Naomi had made it through the entire interview without getting emotional, but now that we were finished, there were tears swimming in her eyes. We were standing behind the van, just out of view of my nosy traveling companions, who were impatiently waiting to leave. The plan was to gas up on our way out of town, and then head west over the bridge into hill country. I haven't talked about them like that in a long time, she said. Or you, for that matter. Unsure of what to say, I glanced over her shoulder across the parking lot. Jenny was sitting on a bench in the shade, smoking a cigarette and watching us. A short distance behind her, several young boys darted from tree to tree, pelting each other with acorns. Their bare knees were covered in scabs and grass stains. What a day. I don't see or hear from you for 1.5 years, and then just like that, there you are. She sighed. And all because Jenny wanted a stupid iced tea. Are you sorry we ran into each other? Jesus, why would I ask her that? I'm not sure yet. It depends. She hesitated before going on. Are you coming back after you finish your documentary, or will it be another year or 2? I'll be back. I told Aunt Helen I want to meet her new boyfriend. Sheriff Peters, she said, smiling. They make a cute couple, but I wouldn't exactly call him new. They've been dating for months. She made a face. Oh, that's right. You probably wouldn't know that. I didn't say anything. I knew I had it coming. I went to your school once to find you. What? I said, unable to hide my surprise. When? Freshman year, right after Christmas break. I got your class schedule from Aunt Helen. Jenny and I blew off school, and she drove us in her brother's car. I can't believe Aunt Helen gave you my... Don't blame her. I practically got down on my knees and begged. I was little Miss Pathetic back then. But I never saw you. Did you actually make it to campus? You didn't see me because I saw you first. And you were busy. A hint of embarrassment in her eyes now. Class was just letting out, and we were waiting outside at the bottom of the stairs. I remember it had just started snowing. The doors opened and you walked out with a girl. You were both smiling. She had long, pretty hair and was wearing one of those expensive cardigan sweaters and a headband like a model in a magazine. She laughed at something you said, and I saw how perfect and white her teeth were. I'd never seen someone with more beautiful teeth. Oh my God, Naomi. I swear I have no idea who you're talking about. It had to be some random girl from one of my classes. I ran back to the car and pretty much cried the whole way home. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. By the time we got to my house, I was so mad at you. I swore I'd never chase after you again. I'm sorry, I said, feeling miserable. I had no idea. Would it have mattered? I forced myself to meet her eyes. I honestly don't know. It was for the best, she said, standing a little taller. If that hadn't happened, I probably would have spent the next year locked in my bedroom mooning over your stupid face. Once again, words of wisdom eluded me. I stared at the ground and kicked at a rock with my shoe. Kimmy's going to be really sad she missed you. Naomi's little sister. Once upon a time, we'd been very close. We'd played about 1,000,000 games of Uno, watched every new episode of Scooby-Doo, and even hunted crawdads together in the local creeks. Tell her I'll be back. And all of a sudden, I really meant it. Tell her we'll all go fishing. That sassy look of hers again. All of us? If you want to. We'll see, I guess. I gazed over her shoulder and noticed Troy's owl-like eyes in the passenger side mirror. Not only was the bastard spying on me, but he'd stolen my seat. Well, I should probably get, gesturing to the van. Do you have any idea how jealous I am of you and your friends? Why would you? You're heading off on this grand adventure and I'm stuck here, like always, working at Walmart for the summer. It's a school project. I wouldn't exactly call it a grand adventure. I would. Her shoulders sagged and she stuck out her lower lip. And I melted. My God, I'd forgotten how damn cute she was. And then, like a bolt of lightning from a clear summer sky, there's room in the van for her. She could come with us. Startled, I took a step back and almost tripped over my own feet. No. What in the hell is wrong with you, Billy Anderson? An hour and a half ago you were ready to kiss Melody, and now you're swooning over an old girlfriend. You're either losing your damn mind or all this fresh air is turning you into a horn dog. Is something wrong? She was staring at me with alarm in her eyes. What? No, nothing's wrong. I couldn't even remember what we were talking about. I was just... The van horn gave a single ear-splitting blast. We both jumped. I might have even squealed a little. Stepping out from behind the van, I glared at the passenger side mirror. No matter how anxious Melody was to leave, there was no way she would have blown the horn like that, which left only Troy. I guess you better go, Naomi said, frowning. So that's what I did. But only after giving her an awkward goodbye hug and a whispered promise to stay in touch. Several miles down the road, I could still smell her perfume on my t-shirt. 19. Once Melody and Troy had finished interrogating me about Naomi, imagine a couple of red-beaked vultures plucking strips of pale flesh off a hunk of fresh roadkill on the side of the road, and you'll get a pretty good picture of what it was like. We settled in for a nice, long evening drive. Windows down, singing along with the likes of Bob Seger and Marvin Gaye and REO Speedwagon. Hey, maybe that's what we should call the van, Troy said. The Speedwagon. I'd quickly discovered that the biggest perk of riding shotgun was having control of the music selection. With Troy stuck in the back seat for the rest of the day, there would be no more Reba McEntire and Conway Twitty. I like to think I had fairly eclectic taste in music, but the truth of the matter was I'd rather eat broken glass than listen to Merle Haggard and the Oak Ridge Boys warble on and on about drunken bar fights and American-made women in tight blue jeans. I could tolerate a little Ricky Skaggs from time to time, especially once those kick-ass guitar licks of his kicked in. But even then I had my limits. An hour earlier, we'd come across a roadside memorial tucked behind a billboard advertising a mom-and-pop shop a few miles ahead that specialized in antique furniture and fishing bait. If Troy hadn't hollered and scared us half to death, we probably would have missed it. Which, truthfully, would have been okay, because there wasn't much to it. A crude cross made out of splintered 2x4s, maybe 14 inches tall, surrounded by a dozen or so rain-filled wine bottles. I was starting to see a pattern developing with all the empty booze receptacles. A miniature American flag, faded and frayed, protruded from inside one of the bottles. Beside the display, a handful of painted rocks arranged in the shape of a smiley face. On the smooth surface of one of the rocks were 4 tiny stick figures. On another, a bunch of yellow and black flowers. The rest were decorated with various symbols and designs. My favorite resembled the shell of a small green turtle. After surveying the memorial, I decided to leave the video camera in the van, and instead, I snapped about a dozen photos. It only took 2 or 3 minutes, and we were on our way again. Pretty much immediately, just a mile or so down the road, I regretted not getting out the video camera and taking the time to record some commentary. Whether because of mental exhaustion from our work earlier this afternoon or a bout of pure laziness, I'd failed to do my job properly. And that bothered me. The person who'd died on the road by that billboard deserved better. Perhaps he'd been a veteran. The flag and wine bottles left behind by the former heroes he'd once served alongside. The arrangement of rocks painted by his daughter or granddaughter, a reminder of happier times. Now we would never know. With that familiar feeling of shame surging through my veins, I promised myself that it would never happen again during our trip. We'd just driven past a trio of young boys walking across a bridge, fishing poles slung over their shoulders like rifles, when Melody announced, "I think we should start a club." Half asleep, I mumbled, "What kind of club?" Troy poked his head in between the seats. "Like a photography club? Or, I was thinking more along the lines of a Broken Hearts Club," Melody said. "Think about it. Billy and his parents, me and my mom, you and your little brother. It's almost like Professor Tyree put us in the same group for a reason." "I seriously doubt that Tyree knows anything about our personal lives," I said. "I don't mean it in a literal sense, silly. You're talking about fate," Troy said. She pointed at him in the back seat. "Slam jam applesauce." Melody was always coming up with oddball sayings. They drove me crazy. But what does that even mean? It means Troy's right. Fate brought us together for a reason. Don't you agree? "Fate brought us together to get an A on this project," I said. "I was thinking more along the lines of helping each other heal from our losses." "And how exactly are we supposed to do that? Sit around the campfire holding hands singing Kumbaya? You can be a real turd sometimes, Billy, you know that?" She looked at me with genuine disappointment in her eyes. Not the first person to do that today. Softening, I said, "I'm sorry, Mel. Look, I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if I believe in all of that fate and everything." "You want to hear something interesting that I noticed?" she asked. "I do," Troy said. "All 3 of us wear crucifixes." Without meaning to, I reached up and felt for the silver cross underneath my t-shirt. It had belonged to my father. He'd been wearing it the day of the accident. I never took it off. "That doesn't mean anything. Lots of people wear crucifixes." "Not for the reasons we do," she said, shaking her head. "There are over 3,000 full-time students on campus. What are the odds that 3 people with our related backgrounds, who came from 3 different states and never met each other until school, end up in the same class, much less the same project group?" She looked at Troy for an answer. "Basically, 1 in 1.1 million, he said after only a slight pause. Or in other words, pretty fucking steep. Melody smiled. It's fate, I'm telling you. Maybe you're right, I said with a shrug. And maybe you're both full of it. Flip a coin. She flashed me a dirty look. I'm being serious here. Don't make me call your aunt and turn in a bad report. Before I could respond, something in the rearview mirror caught her attention. She tapped the brakes. Question, did either of you see a red Jeep in the parking lot back at the diner? Not me, I said, leaning over and peeking at the side view mirror. Sure enough, there was a red Jeep 2 cars behind us. Thanks to the glare of the sun, I couldn't see who was driving or if there were any passengers. I can't remember, Troy said. Your girlfriend doesn't drive a red Jeep, does she? Her eyes darted back and forth between the road and the mirror. I have no idea, I said. I know she and Jenny walked to the diner. I quickly added, and she's not my girlfriend. Is someone following us? Troy asked. No one's following us. I folded up the map and stashed it in the glove compartment. It's probably just someone going fishing down at the flats. All I know is that I'm almost positive I saw a red Jeep parked in front of the diner. She slowed down for a curve in the road. There was one behind us both before and after Abbotsville, and then it turned off. Now it's back again. Well, now it's gone again, I said. She looked up at the mirror. Where did it... No one's following us, I said. This isn't a spy movie, Mel. I think your greedy sister's got you paranoid. You leave my greedy sister out of this. She turned back to Troy with a furrowed brow. And you better clean up those cookie crumbs or I might just give her a call after I hang up with Billy's aunt. Troy frowned and started brushing said crumbs into the palm of his hand. Now it was my turn to flash her a look. When did you become such a nag? Ever since I started babysitting the two of you. I stuck my tongue out at her. 20. Every few miles, I noticed Melody's eyes drifting to the rearview mirror. I'd given it some thought and decided that if anyone was responsible for her sudden outburst of paranoia, it was most likely Aunt Helen with all her talk of us being outsiders. The only surprise was that it was Melody reacting this way, instead of Troy. Living in Sudbury, I'd grown up surrounded by stories of the Appalachian region and the strange people who inhabited it. Tales of hikers stumbling upon towns with no electricity or running water that didn't appear on any maps. Isolated villages with dialects all their own. Forested mountains and valleys so dark and deep and desolate that no man or woman had ever fully explored them. For years, my father and I ventured west across the Albert Linden Bridge in search of wild trout in the secluded vales and hollows that Appalachian denizens had called home for centuries. My Uncle Frank, who'd grown up in those hills, refused to join us on our weekend fishing trips. I was only 8 when he died and never really heard the full story, but from the bits and pieces of conversation I'd picked up on over time, I think it had something to do with a long-standing and bitter family dispute. Initially, I'd believed what most of my friends did about the people who inhabited that area. They were poor white hillbillies living by choice in the poverty of a distant past. A barefoot, backward people with strange, sunken eyes and dirt-smudged faces. They talked funny and avoided any form of modern technology like it was the plague. Those rare instances when I saw them around town, heads hanging, no eye contact. They were usually riding around in rusted-out trucks with balding tires, the rear beds crammed with unblinking, round-eyed children dressed in filthy tatters. A lot of jokes were told at their expense. Mean ones. The most frequently repeated involved inbreeding, snake handlers, and gun-toting moonshiners. Even worse, there often seemed to be a sliver of truth buried in those jokes. Uncle Frank had warned me on more than one occasion to never stray off the path while fishing on Appalachian land. He claimed there were homemade stills hidden in many a nook and cranny, with protective and heavily armed moonshiners roaming the woods. I remembered him showing me an article in the Sudbury Sun about a group of hikers who had gone missing in the mountains. A week-long search had failed to turn up even a single clue as to their whereabouts. Those folks poked their noses where they didn't belong, he told me over breakfast one morning. Mark my words, they'll never be found. And while many of these stereotypes may have proved accurate for a certain percentage of the population, my father had gone to great lengths to teach me about the Appalachian people's rich sense of tradition and culture and folklore. Mountain folks were proud and hard-working people, he insisted. And just because they'd resisted change for so many years, that didn't make them ignorant or inferior to the rest of us. They simply held close to different beliefs and customs than most outsiders. He'd even pointed out that there had been a time long ago when the town of Sudbury had been considered a part of hill country. But then the railroad company had moved in and built the bridge and started modernizing the town, and its outside population had boomed overnight. One of the most interesting stories he'd told me was about the Underground Railroad that ran through much of Appalachia, stretching all the way from the forests of Chattanooga, Tennessee, to a network of caves and tunnels deep in the mountains of Pennsylvania. Even now, while most settlements across the river were predominantly white, nearly 10% of the hill populace was made up of black Appalachians whose families had lived there for generations. Unfortunately, most of these educational conversations took place during the long drives home after busy weekends of hiking and fishing in the fresh mountain air. And as a result, more often than not, I was dozing off in the passenger seat instead of really listening to what he had to say. Sadly, I recalled few other details. Except, of course, the legend of the Bell Witch. I never forgot a word of that fascinating tale of otherworldly revenge. Much to the chagrin of my poor mother, who spent more than a few late nights during that memorable summer sitting at my bedside, soothing my 7-year-old nerves after yet another terrifying nightmare. Regardless of what I did or did not remember, I was nearly certain of one thing. If there really was a red Jeep lurking somewhere on the road behind us, whoever was driving it was not of Appalachian heritage, and in fact, had no clue that the three of us even existed. The whole thing was in Melody's head. "Hey, is that where we're headed?" Troy asked, pointing at a sun-faded green sign on the side of the road. Sunny Valley Campground, 15 miles ahead. "Sure is," Melody said. "And just in time, too. My butt hurts. I can't wait to get out of this van." Troy leaned forward and looked at me. "There were bullet holes in that sign." I shrugged. "Probably kids or bored hunters." "Oh, great," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Bored rednecks with guns. Just what I wanted to hear." 21. A couple miles later, we saw the hitchhiker again. "Hey, it's the same guy," Troy said, his face pressed up against the window. "Are you sure?" Melody glanced at the mirror, but the man was already out of sight. "Positive. Long blonde hair, and he was wearing the same clothes. He was holding a sign this time, but I couldn't make out what it said." "How about you, Billy?" I didn't notice until we were right up next to him. I think he must have been sitting in the shade, and when he heard us coming, he stood up real quick. "You think he's following us?" Troy asked. "He was ahead of us, Einstein. How could he be following us?" "Oh, yeah." Melody giggled. "I dreamed about him last night," Troy said. I spun around in my seat. "You did what?" "I was by myself, walking down the side of a road. For some reason, I was barefoot." He stared out the window, remembering. "It was late in the day, kind of like it is right now, going on dusk. The cornfields surrounded me on both sides. The rows were over my head, and I could hear crows cawing, really loud, like something was agitating them. I looked over, and there he was, directly across the road, walking in the opposite direction, holding his thumb out, even though there were no cars. He nodded at me. I nodded back. The next time I looked, he was gone." "Then what happened?" "I don't remember," he said with a shrug. "I guess I woke up." "Well, that's kind of weird." "You're kind of weird." "In the dream," Melody said, "did the hitchhiker have a really big sword?" "Oh my God, don't even start with me about that." Fighting back a smile. "Hey, it wasn't honest." Troy stuffed his fingers in his ears and closed his eyes. "I can't hear you! I can't hear you! I can't hear you!" And then we all broke up laughing. 22. I was surprised to find that the Sunny Valley campground was not located in a valley of any sort. Not even a gorge or a dell or a vale. Instead, it was perched along a meandering hillside overlooking a shallow basin of white pine, boulders, and scrub brush. There were 36 sites of various sizes spread out over 18 acres, and every one of them appeared to be occupied. When I returned from the campground store, I would soon learn that every respectable campground boasted a small general store, the shelves stocked with everything from consumable goods and camping supplies to last-minute necessities, think bug spray and keepsakes. With a 20-pound bag of ice in my hand and the latest issue of Sports Illustrated rolled up in my back pocket, Melody was standing outside the van with her back to me. I started to call out, but stopped myself. The evening air was still and muggy, and I was smelly and dog-tired, but I was also suddenly in the mood for mischief. With Troy showering at the community bathhouse, this was the perfect opportunity to sneak up on Melody and scare her right out of her socks, something I'd been threatening to do ever since we'd left campus. It was a silly game the three of us played, and we'd figured a week in the woods would provide ample opportunity for good old-fashioned scares. Melody liked to assume the role of surrogate den mother, and no question she was good at it, but she was also a big kid at heart. I couldn't even count how many times she'd sprung out from behind a parked car or a closed door and almost made me piss my pants. No longer feeling even a little bit weary, I abandoned the hard dirt road for the soft grass where my footsteps wouldn't be heard, and I slowly circled around behind her. As I crept closer, preparing to pounce while howling like a crazed banshee, I noticed that Melody appeared to be focused on something she was holding in her hand. It was small and shiny and black. At first I thought it might be a piece of camera equipment, maybe a lens or one of those newfangled light meters. After all, my birthday was coming up in 2 weeks. But after a few more steps, I got a better look at it and realized what it was. A gun. I froze, suddenly feeling like the ground was tilting beneath my feet. Thank God I hadn't tried to scare her. Most of my friends growing up were hunters. Deer, rabbit, squirrel. I'd always preferred fishing. I didn't know shit about guns. Rifles, pistols, revolvers. They were all one and the same to me. A fucking mystery. What in the hell is Melody doing with a handgun? And why didn't she tell... Before I could complete my thought, she turned around and smiled at me. My heart skipped a beat. Doing my best to appear normal, I readjusted the bag of ice in my hand and started walking again. "Almost dropped it," I said. She immediately went to the rear of the van and dragged out one of the coolers. "Here, let me help," she said, coming over and using her fingers to claw open a hole in the plastic bag. "Thanks," I mumbled. As I dumped the chunks of ice into the cooler, I took a look around. The gun was nowhere in sight. 23. "I think I'm starting to get the hang of it," Troy said, sitting down next to me. "That was much easier the second time around." While I'd gathered kindling and gotten the fire going, daydreaming about my run-in with Naomi at the diner, why did she have to smell so damn good? He'd finished setting up the tent and staking it into the ground. I was afraid he'd smash his thumb with the hammer or at the very least tear a hole in the tent. But he'd surprised me by doing an admirable job. "You'll be an expert by the end of the trip. Just one more skill set for my resume." "You're too young for a resume," Melody said, bringing over a paper plate stacked high with slices of watermelon. "You're just a baby." I grabbed the biggest piece I could find, took a big bite, and spit a mouthful of seeds in Troy's direction. "Not true," he said, ignoring the shower of seeds. "I'll need a resume if I want a good job in Baltimore this summer." "What kind of job are you thinking?" she asked. "I figured I'd start at the hospital where my mom works. That way we can ride the bus together. If that doesn't pan out, maybe Lexington Market or BGE. My cousin checks meters for BGE and doesn't hate it." Suddenly, I wasn't hungry anymore. Summer break was only weeks away, but I hadn't given it all that much thought. For me, one day at a time had become more than just a mantra. It was a survival technique. Melody would be sticking around, taking the final 4 credits she needed for graduation. The class wouldn't be finished until mid-August, and that was a good thing. It would at least give us some time. But Troy would be going home for the summer. The entire summer. The idea that I would no longer see his face and hear his voice every day was difficult to wrap my head around. As ridiculous as it sounded, I felt blindsided by the reality of his departure. He was going away soon, and things would never be the same again. All of a sudden, more than anything, I needed to take a walk and be alone with my thoughts. "You okay, Billy?" I looked up at Melody. She was staring at me. "Yeah, I'm fine," I lied. "Troy just got me thinking about exams. They'll be here before we know it." I got to my feet and walked to the cooler just beyond the firelight. "Anyone need a beer?" "I'm good," Troy said around a mouthful of watermelon. "Sure, I'll take one." I wiped away the ice from a can of Coors and handed it to her. "I'll be right back," I said, doing my best to avoid eye contact. "Gotta take a leak." 24. I stood alone in the woods, staring out at my friends by the campfire, and silently counted to 10, just like Dr. Meraki had taught me. When I was finished, I took a couple of deep breaths and started all over again. 1, 2, 3. Everything will be okay, I told myself. We'll talk on the telephone, take turns visiting each other, and before we know it, it'll be September and the beginning of classes. 4, 5, 6. I'll meet new friends, reunite with old ones, go home, maybe see Naomi. Eventually I'll stop being afraid, and my world will open up again. 7, 8. The way I'm feeling is perfectly normal. 9, 10. Everything will be okay, I repeated out loud. I heard a branch snap, and an unrecognizable voice speak softly from the darkness. "Did you hear that?" No more than 20 or 30 feet away from where I was standing. "Hear what?" A second, also unrecognizable voice answered. "Dunno, thought I heard something." Off to my left, through a screen of trees, I could see the distant lights of a travel trailer and hear the faint strains of a radio playing. I wasn't positive, but I thought it was Jim Croce's Time in a Bottle, a beautiful song that nonetheless made me want to throw myself off a cliff every time I heard it. "Whoa, you seeing what I'm seeing? Son of a bitch. It's that sexy little señorita from McDonald's." I could hear their footsteps now, shuffling through the leaves and brush, coming closer. Where's the other guy that was with them? Probably jerking off inside the tent, who cares? There was little doubt as to who they were talking about. Melody and Troy were sitting around the fire in plain view. And before we'd arrived at the campground a couple hours ago, we'd stopped at a nearby McDonald's for a bite to eat. Think we should stop by and pay them a visit? Would be the polite thing to do. Maybe show them a little hospitality. The footfalls abruptly stopped. Whoever it was doing the talking, they were now standing on the opposite side of the tree I was hiding behind. Close enough for me to reach out and touch them. One of the men burped, and I instantly smelled the stench of stale beer on his breath. I fought back the urge to gag. Shit, we better not. Look at the time. We don't want to keep Lou waiting. Fuck Lou. Low, throaty laughter. Yeah, sure. I'd like to hear you say that to his face. And then they were moving again, twigs crunching beneath their boots, traveling parallel to the tree line and away from our camp. I'm not scared of Lou. You should be. Well, I'm... As their voices faded away into the darkness, I held my ground for another minute or two, just to be safe. Once I was certain they weren't coming back, I headed for camp to tell the others. 25. So what do we do now? Troy asked, his owl-like eyes scanning the woods. Stay alert in case they return, I said. But I really don't think they will. Why not? Because it sounded like they had business elsewhere tonight, with someone named Lou. I began kicking dirt onto the fire. If it's the same two guys I saw in the McDonald's parking lot, we don't have anything to worry about. Melody poured what was left of her beer onto the sputtering flames. They were so scrawny a stiff breeze could have blown them away. I'm pretty sure they were homeless. Do you think they followed us? Troy asked. They were scouring for leftovers in a trash can, Melody said. I doubt they can afford a car. They didn't follow us, I reassured him. They were taking a shortcut to see Lou, whoever the hell that is, and stumbled upon our camp by accident. It was nothing but blind luck. Not for us. Stop worrying, Melody said, giving his arm a nudge. If they show up and try anything stupid, we've got them outnumbered. I thought of the gun and wondered where she'd stashed it. Most likely someplace close by where she could get to it quickly if necessary. My best guess was her backpack. So much for getting any sleep tonight, Troy said, unzipping the tent. He gave the woods one final glance over his shoulder and then ducked inside. 26. Hey, Billy, can you come here for a minute? Be right there. I was standing at the back of the van in my bare feet, rummaging through the grocery bags. After searching everywhere and having no luck, I was beginning to suspect that Troy had eaten all the peanut butter crackers. Either that or the little conniver was hiding them somewhere. You might want to hurry up. A few minutes earlier, Melody had crawled out of her bunk dressed in shorts and a t-shirt and announced that she was getting a ginger ale from the cooler. Did anyone else want something? Troy hadn't answered, so we'd figured he was already out. So much for the scaredy cat not getting any sleep tonight. Probably all this fresh air. He wasn't used to that. I'd asked Melody to grab me a Pepsi to wash down my bedtime snack, and that was the last I'd seen of her. Billy, now, please. Sighing, I abandoned my quest for peanut butter crackers and made my way to the clearing, stubbing my toe on a rock in the dark. Cursing under my breath, I found Melody standing next to the fire pit with her back to me, staring down at the flames. Is everything okay? She didn't look up. I thought we put out the fire. We did. Confused, I walked to her side. So why'd you start a new one? I didn't. It was already going when I got here. I gazed into the stone-encircled pit. There were no logs or large branches feeding the flames. Just a jumbled pile of twigs and brushwood. Another few minutes and it would burn itself down to cinders. We must not have put it all the way out, I shrugged, and it sparked itself back to life. A reasonable enough explanation, although it still didn't account for the pile of small branches currently aflame. You sure someone's not messing with us? She glanced uneasily at the woods. Those men from earlier? We would have heard them. Hell, I would have seen them. You think I'm being silly? No, even though I did. You do. She gave my shoulder a bump. You think I'm acting like Troy. Trust me, nothing about you reminds me of Troy. She cracked a smile, but it didn't last very long. Will you put it out, Billy? And be sure this time? I walked over to the cooler and dragged it by the handle to the edge of the fire pit. Tipping it onto its side, I carefully cracked open the lid, letting loose an avalanche of ice cubes and water. Within seconds, the kindling was submerged. Thick gray smoke billowed into the air. Good enough? She nodded. Thanks, and headed back to the van without her ginger ale. I sat outside in the dark for a while, watching the tree line. Just in case. 27. Troy was snoring again. That same cadenced, not unpleasant humming that had served as my lullaby the night before. When I'd unzipped the tent and clambered inside, he hadn't even stirred. So far, there hadn't been any signs of a nightmare, but it was only the second night. We still had 3 more to go, and at this point in our journey, 72 hours felt like forever. I saw the dim glow of the battery-powered lantern coming from inside the van, which meant that Melody was probably up reading. It had been a long, emotional day, and a part of me was glad that I wasn't the only one still awake. The night felt a little less lonely that way. Melody had been pretty freaked out about the mystery fire. I wasn't used to seeing her that way, but I was confident that there was a rational explanation. There had to be, right? Campfires didn't just start all by themselves. It was almost midnight, and our watchers from the woods had yet to reappear. I'd meant what I'd told Troy earlier. I seriously doubted that they would. Still, I remained on high alert, listening for approaching footsteps or breaking branches. It felt like sleep would be a long time coming. There were too many thoughts and feelings bouncing around inside my head. I found it difficult to focus on any one thing for more than a minute or two at a time. After everything that had happened tonight, I decided to give Melody the benefit of the doubt about the gun. Over the past several months, she'd earned my trust, and then some. If she felt the need to carry a weapon, there had to be a good reason. And if she hadn't yet told us about why she was carrying it, then there must have been a good reason for that too. When the time was right, I was certain I would get all the answers I needed. In the meantime, it would remain unspoken, and between the two of us. At least for now, I didn't feel the need to involve Troy, especially knowing how he felt about guns of any kind. He had enough to worry about, both real and imagined. Before we'd arrived at the campground earlier tonight, we'd grabbed dinner at a McDonald's drive-thru just outside of Ludlow. That's where we'd crossed paths with Lou's friends. We'd eaten our burgers and fries on a blanket spread out on a grassy hill overlooking what appeared to be a church league softball game in progress. By the time we'd finished, the yellow team had launched back-to-back homers to take a one-run lead going into the bottom of the fifth. After that, the game had gotten a bit chippy following a close call at the plate, during which a green base runner had barreled over the defenseless yellow catcher, jarring the ball loose. Ungodly comments soon followed from both benches, and the teams barely managed to avoid a fistfight. Despite the close contest, none of us expressed an interest in sticking around to see what happened next. We were too hot and tired for that. Ordinarily the most frugal of the group, and with good reason, Troy had surprised us by treating for dinner. When it came time to pay, he'd pulled out a thick wad of McDonald's gift certificates, peeled off a few like a generous uncle showing off at a family Christmas party, leaned over Melody in the driver's seat, and handed them to the cashier. When she'd tried to give him back 37 cents in change, he'd told her to keep it. I sat in the back seat and watched the entire exchange with my jaw hanging open. I hadn't seen a Mickey D's gift certificate since a classmate had given me one in a card for my 8th birthday. When we asked Troy where he'd gotten them, he'd explained that his grandmother worked the register at a neighborhood franchise, and she brought home a pack of gift certificates every couple of weeks like clockwork. Even now, after all this time, Troy Carpenter remained a revelation. I was going to miss him this summer. A lot. And then there was Naomi. Ever since running into her at the diner this afternoon, I hadn't been able to get her out of my mind. Too many times to count, I'd found myself lifting my t-shirt to my nose and inhaling the sweet scent of her perfume. Melody had caught me once in the rearview mirror, but thankfully remained quiet. The last thing I'd needed was her and Troy giving me a hard time. Over the past year and a half, I'd often thought about the possibility of a reunion. Of course I had, usually with warring emotions of both hope and dread. But none of those imaginings had measured up to what had actually happened earlier today. The intensity of my reaction shocked me. Despite the initial awkwardness, seeing Naomi had felt good. She'd grown up since the last time I'd seen her. Somehow she was still a teenager, but no longer a girl. Even her voice had changed. And yet, after all this time and everything I'd put her through, she still appeared to possess that same beautiful heart I'd once fallen in love with. Sighing, I rolled onto my side and picked up the video camera. I'd spent the past 40 minutes distracting myself by reviewing footage and jotting down time codes in my notebook. It was better than staring at the ceiling and would save us invaluable time once the film was ready for editing. Peering through the viewfinder, I pressed the playback button.
28. Video footage. 1:23 p.m., Saturday, May 7th, 1983. Billy walks back and forth in front of the roadside memorial. His elongated shadow trails closely behind him. In the weeks after the funeral, I found myself coming here instead of visiting their grave. The man at the cemetery told us it would take a couple of months for their marker to be ready, so it was really just a patch of dirt with some grass seed sprinkled over it. For whatever reason, I felt closer to my parents here. He stops walking, and behind him, we see the photographs of his mother and father attached to the cross. I almost felt like they could, hear me when I was talking to them. The camera goes close on his somber face. Standing here today, I'm not sure what I'm feeling. My mom and dad were my best friends. I miss them terribly every day. Still, it's been a long time since I've been back here. More than 8 months. There are lots of reasons for that, but it's mainly... The image freezes and blurs as it rewinds. Terribly every day. Still, it's been a long time since I've been back here. More than 8 months. There are lots of reasons for... The picture freezes again and remains that way.
29. Holding my breath, I squinted into the viewfinder. I pulled away, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. It was definitely there. I wasn't imagining it. On the left side of the screen, a little more than halfway up the frame, mostly obscured in a pool of shadows nestled deep within the trees, there was a man's face. Day 3, Sunday, May 8th. 1. So I was right, Troy said, handing back the video camera. Someone was watching us. I placed the camera on the seat beside me and took another bite of my strawberry Pop-Tart. I'd been awake half the night and I was starving. It looks that way. He glanced at Melody in the driver's seat. And you called me a scaredy cat. I don't know, guys. She checked the mirror before slowly reversing out of our campsite. I'm not seeing it. How can you not see it? I asked. It's right there in front of you. I saw something, she said, shrugging. But I'm pretty sure it was just a shadow, probably caused by the portable lights. I wish I could believe that, Troy said from the passenger seat. But it's clear as day to me. He shuddered dramatically. There was a man hiding in the trees. The creepy bastard was spying on us. I'll take another look the next time we stop, she said. But I still think you goofballs are imagining things. Like mysterious red jeeps following us halfway across the state. She grinned at me in the mirror. Touché, smartass. 2. On the morning of April 4th, 1981, 17-year-old Michael Meredith was driving home from a friend's house when he crashed his purple Mustang into a concrete bridge abutment on RR-19, a few miles west of Leesburg, Pennsylvania. A normally cautious driver with nary a parking ticket, he was 6 months younger than Troy was now. Death was inevitable, a lesson I'd learned the hard way several times over. But when it came for the young and healthy, it felt particularly sinister. The Meredith boy was popular at school and in the community. With his sandy blonde cowlick, chubby cheeks, and one of those down-home, aw-shucks attitudes, most visitors never would have guessed that he was captain of the Leesburg High School baseball squad and on the verge of being named co-valedictorian of his senior class. Penn State, Richmond, and the University of Maryland were among the long list of colleges that had offered him scholarships. But so far he'd turned them all down. Meredith's skills on the diamond had also attracted the attention of a number of professional scouts from Major League Baseball. and he was expected to be taken in the early to middle rounds of the upcoming draft that July. The folks around Leesburg knew all of this, and much more. For instance, how the Meredith boy plowed Old Man Gaylord's parking lot every winter, refusing even a penny in payment, or how he'd taught half the kids in town to catch a pop fly and hit a curveball, and they were only too proud to claim him as their own. At the time of the accident, there was already talk of a big party to be held at the community swimming pool to celebrate Meredith's MLB draft selection. There were even rumors going around school that his parents planned to surprise him with the Kawasaki motorcycle he was always talking about with his friends. Michael Meredith's death had been major news around Leesburg in the spring of 1981. It still was, as we found out later that morning. 3. The memorial would have been hard to miss, even if we hadn't been paying attention. Situated at the bottom of a steep hill and surrounded by acres of rolling farmland, the first thing we noticed were the balloons. A large bundle, bright green with the outline of a gray knight printed on them, had been tied to the guardrail where it adjoined the concrete bridge. Every time a car drove past, the balloons caught the blast of air and performed a fluttery little dance. As we drew closer, we saw the posters that had been attached to the metal safety rail. There had to be at least a dozen of them. Colorful squares of thick construction paper covered with crayon artwork and messy handwriting. "I miss you, Michael. I hope you're having fun in heaven. Thanks for teaching us how to play baseball." The signs, which had been left by students from the local elementary school, appeared to be recent additions, none of them yet touched by wind or rain. Directly behind the guardrail, standing amid a massive collection of flowers, candles, stuffed animals, and plastic pinwheels spinning lazily in the warm morning breeze, was the biggest trophy I'd ever seen. Topped with a gold figurine, at least 14 inches tall, resembling a batter admiring what had to be a monster of a home run, the plaque attached to the base of the trophy read, "Leesburg Knights, 1981 State Champions." Several baseball gloves and caps had been arranged in the grass beside the trophy. Right next to them, someone had left a pair of green and white cleats with the number 7 printed on the side. A short distance away, 7 crosses stood vigil. They were painted bright white and spaced evenly apart. The grass around them had been neatly trimmed. A bright red ribbon was draped over the cross in the middle. The message on the ribbon, printed in white script, read, "May God embrace this beautiful soul." 4. Flashing back to the day before when I'd chastised myself for not doing my job properly, I spent an extra 15 minutes taking photographs of Michael Meredith's memorial. When I was finished using the 35mm, I snapped individual Polaroids of each of the baseball gloves. I'm not sure why. It just felt right. Photography was like that for me. More than anything else, I followed my instincts. My father had taught me to do that when I was just a boy. "Trust yourself, Billy," he'd tell me. "Trust your eyes, but don't forget to listen to your heart, too." When I was immersed in a particular subject, I often got very strong feelings. You could even call them compulsions. Almost like listening to a little voice inside my head that was so quiet I couldn't quite hear it. Still, I knew it was there, whispering, guiding, coaxing, and I was determined to follow its lead. Most of the time, I felt shamefully incapable of seeing the entirety of an image through a camera's viewfinder. What I studied with my own 2 eyes often felt incomplete and uninspired, yet I somehow knew that there was more to the image, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be photographed and given life. And only when the final image was developed and unveiled on celluloid was I able to view its true form. For me, photography was the ultimate exercise of faith. Faith of any kind was something I'd been sorely missing the last couple of years. Now, thanks to Dr. Meraki, I was back behind the camera again, trusting my heart and doing the best work I'd ever done. I only wished my father were around to see it. I was standing by the bridge on the shoulder of the road, adjusting the legs on one of the tripods, when the trouble started. I heard the truck before I saw it. A loud rumble behind me, followed by the ear-piercing screech of brakes. And then I breathed in a nasty burp of exhaust and turned around. The truck was an older model Chevy square body, two-tone black and gray with dents and scratches running up and down the sideboard. The bearded man leaning out of the window was large and balding and smelled like Budweiser. Thick veins protruded from the loose flesh of his neck. His cheeks were pitted with decades-old acne scars and flushed a deep crimson. He immediately started shaking a meaty finger in my direction. "Just what in the hell are you people doing?" For a second, I was too stunned to speak. So Melody did. "We're working on a school project, sir. We're making a—" "I don't give a good greasy fuck what you're making, honey. You need to pack up those cameras and get the hell out of here. Right now." He noticed Troy standing by the van, and his bloodshot eyes darkened another shade. "I'd be more than happy to help you on your way." "No, wait a minute," I said, recovering my composure. "We're not hurting any—" "Do you know the Meredith family, son?" "Well, no, not exactly, but—" "That's what I thought," the man said, spittle flying from his mouth. "Well, I do. I coached that boy since the time he could pick up a bat. He was like a son to me." He flapped his arm wildly out the window. "And this here is an invasion of his family's privacy. Get the fuck out of here, now." "Let's just go, guys," Troy called out. "That's right," the man slurred, glaring at Troy. "Listen to your little friend back there." It was the way he said friend that pissed me off. I knew exactly what he'd wanted to say. I took a step closer to the truck. "I don't know what your problem is, mister, but we checked in with the local police before we drove out here." The lie came so naturally it startled me. "Not only do we have their permission to be here, but they're sending out one of their officers for us to interview." I looked up and down the road. "They should be here any time now, so if I were you, I'd get moving, now, unless you want them to find those empty beer bottles I'm hearing rattling around inside your truck." The man stared at me as though I'd just pissed in his soup. He glanced up at his rearview mirror, once, twice, and then he started stuttering. "Goddamn cops have lost their minds. If I ought to shove that camera up your skinny ass. Who the fuck you think you're talking to?" Craning my neck, I said, "Matter of fact, oh yeah, I think that's them coming." The man's eyes flashed toward the side mirror and then slowly shifted back to me. His jaw was clenched so tight I could see the tendons rippling in his cheeks. "You know what, boy? You ain't nothing but a little fucking smart mouth. No surprise, though, you running around with the goddamn colored people." Sneering, he spat a dark stream of tobacco that missed my shoes by inches. "I'll be seeing you all again. You can bet on it." And with that, he peeled out down the road, rear end fishtailing, leaving behind sinuous stripes of burning rubber and a stinking gray cloud of exhaust. When I finally stopped coughing and turned around, Melody and Troy were huddled beside the van, staring at me with their mouths hanging open. 5. Still in shock, we worked quickly. I didn't think the asshole redneck was coming back anytime soon. If he was that drunk this early in the day, I figured he probably had other, more important things on his mind. But what the hell did I know? Other than how to convincingly lie right to someone's face, evidently. Once the dust and exhaust had settled, I pulled Troy aside. "Are you okay?" "It's fine. I'm used to it," he said with a defeated shrug. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just patted him on the shoulder like an idiot and walked away. Behind me, I heard him say, "Thanks, Billy." All of a sudden, our earlier conversation from the diner came rushing back at me. Could something horrible like this really happen in Sudbury? Is it already happening? A few minutes later, I was setting up the video camera on a tripod and still thinking about the awful look on Troy's face when a boy poked his head out from behind the bridge abutment, no more than 2 or 3 feet away from where I was standing, and said, "Hey, man, what's up?" I gasped and tumbled backward, nearly taking the camera along with me. As the boy laughed, I scrambled to my feet. "You okay?" Troy asked, eyeing the stranger with suspicion. "I'm fine," I said, and I was just embarrassed as all get out. "Sorry about that," the boy said, emerging from behind the buttress and high-stepping over the guardrail. "Didn't mean to scare you." But he didn't look sorry. He was smiling and eyeballing Melody's tan legs. The boy's teeth were the color of sweet tea. He reeked of marijuana and the sour tang of sweat. Dressed only in saggy blue jeans, flip-flops, and a baseball hat pulled low over his eyes, it was difficult to gauge his age. Up close, I was pretty sure he was at least a few years older than I'd first thought. Across his hairless, sunken chest, there was a tattoo of an angel with its wings unfurled. The zipper of his jeans was open. Just surprised me is all. For a split second, I wondered if the stranger standing before us might be the same person who'd been watching us from the trees at my parents' memorial. Had he followed us here? "I didn't mean to," he said again. I shuffled closer to the camera in case he was thinking about snatching it and taking off running. "I was fishing under the bridge and I heard some commotion." He rubbed the scraggly whiskers on his chin. "Figured I'd climb up here and, investigate." "Any luck?" I asked without really meaning to. Fishing with my dad had been one of my favorite activities growing up. We used to go pretty much every weekend. I missed it. "Not much. A couple of cod and one big ol' crappie." He gestured down the grassy incline, glancing at Melody again. "Got 'em on a stringer if you folks want 'em." "That's really nice of you," I said. "But we're good. Another half hour or so and we'll be done and on our way." Finally noticing the camera, he let out a whistle. "Fancy movie projector you got there. Saw one just like it on Channel 8 when they did a story on Mikey's accident." He eyed the memorial. "Mikey," I repeated. "Did you know the person who died here?" "Course I did." His eyes narrowed, and the look on his face wasn't nearly as friendly as it had been just seconds earlier. "You mean you don't?" Uh-oh, here we go again. We'd like to learn more about him," Melody said, stepping forward and offering her hand. "I'm Melody. This is Billy and Troy." The boy wiped the palm of his hand on his jeans, inspected it, and shook with Melody. "I'm Pondo." He looked over at me and Troy. "My real name's Paul, but no one calls me that. Not even my girl." Two thoughts immediately wormed their way inside my brain. One, somehow this guy had a girlfriend and I didn't. And two, I had zero interest, even less than zero, in finding out why people called him Pondo instead of Paul. "We all go to the same college," Melody explained, "and we're working on a project together." She smiled. "Maybe you could help us?" 6. And that's how we found ourselves 40 minutes later driving into downtown Leesburg, PA, with a shirtless Pondo, along with his fishing pole, tackle box, and a stringer full of creek mud stinking fish, crammed into the back seat next to me. Melody had worked her magic once again. As I held my breath, a part of me hoped that the fish smell would linger long enough for Mel's bossy sister to catch a whiff. "Yeah, that was Coach Watkinson. He's a real piece of work," Pondo said, having just listened to our recap of the roadside confrontation. Our guest picked at something in his teeth with a disgustingly dirty fingernail. "He knows baseball, but that's about it." "The man has serious anger issues," Melody said. "That he does. Years ago, he got in trouble for giving one of his players a black eye. The story I heard was that the kid had back-talked him on the bus. He's been on his best behavior at school ever since. although I've heard a few stories about him fighting in the parking lot at Shooters." He looked over at me. "You were pretty brave to stand up to him. That guy could have knocked you flat." "Yes, you were," Melody said, and I couldn't help but notice the admiring tone in her voice. "More foolish than brave," I said. "Won't argue with that." He finally managed to wedge something out from between his teeth. I watched as he flicked it onto the floor of the van. Looking away in disgust, I heard him say, "Let me ask you something, Bill." "What's that?" I stared past him out the window as Melody made the turn onto a bustling main street. "This thing you're doing for school, this project, it got me thinking. I see that cross hanging round your neck and I'm curious. Do you believe in the afterlife?" Based on his previous inquiries, I'd expected something a little less weighty. More along the lines of what kind of bait did I use for smallmouth, or whether I had any tattoos on my butt. The question really surprised me, and when I didn't answer right away, Troy turned around and spoke up in my place. "I do," he said. "I believe there's something and some place waiting for all of us after our time on Earth is done." Pondo broke into a big brown-toothed smile. "Me too, partner." He flapped his arms at the world beyond the window. "I believe there's a heaven and a hell, and everything else in between." "I'm not so sure about heaven and hell," Troy said, "but I do believe there's something." "Something like what?" Pondo asked, his scruffy face scrunched up in thought. "I have no idea. Perhaps another dimension, or maybe a parallel universe that overlaps our own." Troy turned and faced forward again. "I'll let you know when I get there." Pondo threw his head back and laughed, waggling his fingers. "Ooh, you'll let me know when you get there. That's a good one, Todd." Troy raised a finger in the air. "My name isn't—" "Okay, I'll play," Melody interrupted. "I was raised Catholic. From the time I started going to Sunday school until I was a teenager, the notion that there were literal places called heaven and hell and purgatory was crammed down my throat on a weekly basis." She shook her head. "And now, I'm not so sure I believe in any of it." I glanced in the mirror at the gold crucifix hanging around her neck. "So, what? You think that when we die we just get blown out like a candle? And there's nothing else?" "I didn't say that," she said, swinging the van into an empty parking spot in front of the grocery store. "I have no idea what comes next, if anything. I'd like to know. I think about it sometimes. But I really don't have a clue. All I know is that I no longer believe there's a set of pearly gates waiting up there in the clouds with heaven printed across the front of them." "Huh, that's deep. But hang on, man. Conversation to be continued," Pondo said, easing past me in the back seat. The sweat-slicked skin of his rib cage grazed the tip of my nose as he scooted by, and I fought the urge to vomit. With the ass of his saggy jeans dangling perilously close to my face, he slid open the side door of the van. "If I remember right, Penny gets off at noon. I'm betting she'll be happy to talk with you folks." His zipper still down, he hopped out into the parking lot and practically skipped inside the store.
7. Video footage. 12:45 p.m., Sunday, May 8th, 1983. I'll try, but I don't know if I can remember all that. As the image sharpens, a young woman's face swims into focus. Her fleshy cheeks are crowded with freckles. Her broad nose is sunburned and peeling. There are dark circles beneath her dull and lifeless eyes. Her light brown hair is cut short of her shoulders, making her face appear flat and round. "He was my brother," she says, "and I loved him. He was 18 months younger than me, which explains why he was so spoiled." The woman is wearing light blue slacks and a wrinkled matching blouse. The plastic name tag clipped to her chest reads, Penny Meredith. He liked to tell people that I wore down Mom and Dad by getting into so much trouble, and that by the time he grew up, they'd given up and stopped being so strict. Behind her, sunlight reflects off the long, slender stem of the trophy. The effect on Michael Meredith's roadside memorial is almost blinding. The image blurs as the camera is readjusted, and then quickly regains clarity. He was a pretty good kid, I guess. A lot smarter than me, that's for sure. But it's not like he was perfect, or even close. He could be a real pain in the ass, too. She smiles, and it isn't a pretty sight. Instead, it's a jack-o'-lantern grin at midnight. He hated to lose. He always cheated when we played cards and board games. And he was lazy around the house, never did his chores on time. And I'll tell you, he drank a lot more than people knew. Parties every weekend, on hunting and fishing trips, sometimes even out back when we were burning leaves or trash. One time he snuck a bottle of whiskey into his equipment bag and got all shit-faced on the bus ride home after a double-header. No one found out, of course. He was always lucky that way, but one of his teammates told me all about it, and I believed him. The picture blurs again as it fast-forwards. When it stops, Penny Meredith is leaning against the railing of the bridge. We can see the upper halves of 3 of the crosses over her right shoulder, and directly above her head, green and gray balloons bob in and out of frame. I miss him. We didn't talk that much the last year he was alive. He was always so damn busy. A lot of the time when we were both home, he was tired and moody. Sometimes he got mean. Her gaze wanders to the muddy creek below. I guess I was pretty mean too, but I swear, that boy got on my last nerve. She wipes her eyes with her forearm. At first, we think it's tears, but it soon becomes clear that it's just perspiration. Her fleshy face is glistening in the heat. We got in a big fight the night before the accident, a real blowout. He called me a fat, ugly bitch and threatened to tell Mom that I'd gone back on birth control. I told him that if he did, I'd show her the box of rubbers he had hidden beneath the floorboard in his bedroom. He hollered I was a big old snoop and stormed out of the house, and the video fast-forwards again. Stops. Penny's sitting cross-legged in the grass beside the shrine of baseball gloves, her fingers fidgeting with a dandelion she's just plucked. Head hanging down, face obscured by a curtain of greasy hair, she finally speaks, and it's as if the voice is coming from someone else. I wouldn't say I was jealous of him, fuck no. I just didn't idolize him like everyone else around here. That whole patron saint of Leesburg horseshit. With a flick of her thumb, she pops off the head of the dandelion. Sometimes I used to dream that he died, even before the accident.
8. At first, none of us said anything. We just stood there on the shoulder of RR-19 and watched Penny Meredith and Pondo drive away in her beat-up Buick Skylark. In addition to needing 4 new tires, the windshield was cracked in about a dozen places, and the muffler was missing. We listened to the car's deep-throated rumble long after it disappeared over the hill. As usual, it was Troy who broke the silence. Did anyone else think that was, like, mondo bizarre? I looked at him. You mean the fact that she pretty much hated her little brother's guts and was willing to say as much on video? Yeah, that. Melody started walking toward the van. Did you notice she never called him by his name? Not once. You know what? I said. I think you're right. I know I am. She climbed behind the wheel. Who's ready for lunch? Troy raised his hand and made a beeline for the passenger seat. Sliding open the door, I hopped into the back seat and immediately began gagging. Aw, hell, it stinks like dead fish back here.
9. Video footage, 11:26 p.m., Sunday, May 8th, 1983. I was a backup center fielder on varsity for 2 years, so I got to know Mikey pretty well. Pondo slaps a mosquito on his shoulder and shoos away a couple more before they can target his bare chest. The angel tattoo looks larger than life in the center of the screen. Probably because Pondo is being shot from the waist up to avoid his open zipper. His torso is bathed in sunlight. Mikey was never backup anything. He gives a shake of his head. That kid had some serious skills, and boy, was he fast. You asked me before what he was like? Pondo gazes off camera, drawing deep from the well of memory. Mikey was smart as a whip, always carrying around a book with him. And not just school books neither. He read books. He pauses to find the word. Novels. He spits into the dirt, wipes his mouth with his forearm. Mikey could be a cocky SOB on the field, but he always backed it up. Squinting at the camera again. Off the field, mostly what I remember is he was a good guy, loyal. If he liked you, he had your back. And he made sure people knew it. Plenty of folks around here look down on me because my family's from the hills. Mikey wasn't like that. He didn't let anyone treat me different when he was around. Staring off again. Let's see. What else? He was always willing to share his chew and bubblegum at practice and games. One of the girls who worked at the drugstore used to sneak him packs of bubble yum for free, and he was always cool about spreading the wealth. A lot of the other fellas weren't like that.
10. I don't care how hot it is outside, I told Melody. Don't you dare roll up that window. She stopped in mid-crank. You're being dramatic, Billy. The smell's not that bad. The traffic light turned green and she eased into the intersection. Oh yeah? Make sure you tell your sister that when she starts bitching. Just be glad your buddy Pondo hitched a ride with someone else, Troy said. Or he and his stinky-ass fish could be sitting right next to you again. Thank God for small miracles, I said. After finishing up round 2 at the memorial, we'd decided to head back to Leesburg for a bite. We'd gotten stuck behind a couple of farm tractors, and the 3-mile trip had taken forever. I got the feeling those 2 were once sweethearts, Melody said, finally making the turn onto Main Street. Maybe they still are. Wouldn't surprise me. I gave an exaggerated shudder. They make a hell of a couple. Penny and Pondo, 2 peas in a pod. Frankenstein's monster and his lovely bride, Troy added with a chuckle. Aw, he wasn't that bad, Melody said, cruising past the grocery store where Penny Meredith worked. He was actually kind of sweet. Grinning, Troy started swaying back and forth in the passenger seat. Melody and Pondo sitting in a tree. Kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage. Don't make me pull over. Then comes Mel with a baby carriage. The van veered to the shoulder and jerked to a stop. Out. Troy smiled uncertainly and glanced at me in the back seat. I gestured to the door. And then Melody was laughing at both of us and steering the van back onto the road. Nice, Troy muttered. Real nice. All I'm saying, she continued, her smile fading, is that he was very kind. He offered us his fish. He gave us an interview and went out of his way to introduce us to the victim's sister. A lot of good that'll do us, I said. I'm not sure any part of her footage is usable. Not even I used to dream that he died? That whole afterlife conversation was surprising, Troy said. I didn't expect that from a guy who couldn't keep his zipper closed. You know what wasn't surprising? Melody asked. Everyone offered their opinion except Billy. She stared at me in the rearview mirror. Mister, my mind is a steel vault and I never let anyone in. That wasn't my fault, I said. He went into the store to get Penny and that was the end of it. Uh-huh. Eyes back on the road now. Whatever you say. Troy swiveled around. So, what's the deal then? You a believer or not? It took me a moment to answer. I guess you could say that I want to believe, but I'm not quite there yet. Ha! Melody smacked her hand against the steering wheel. A Billy Anderson response if I ever heard one. I'm being serious, though. I was starting to feel a headache coming on. A bad one. I mean, I lost both of my parents at the same time. You don't think I'd like to believe that they're somewhere else right now? Peaceful and happy and sipping pina coladas by a celestial pool? Or maybe floating around on a cloud watching over me? I was only teasing, Melody said, the humor gone from her voice. I didn't mean... No, it's cool. You're fine, I said, putting my hands up. The point... What's my point? The thoughts were hard to articulate, especially in front of my friends. The point I am trying to make is that, just like you two, I have every reason to want to believe. Shit, man, some days I look for reasons to believe. I see someone on TV say that their dead wife loved, I don't know, monarch butterflies. And ever since she's been gone, he sees monarch butterflies all around their yard, and at the park, and outside of his office building, and at the beach where they really shouldn't be. And he's certain, absolutely certain, that it's his wife sending him a message from beyond. Troy nodded. A lot of people claim the same thing about cardinals, you know? Exactly, I said, pointing at him. Some people say that they've been visited by loved ones in their sleep, dreams too personal and vivid to be anything else. A widow swearing that she smells her late husband's cologne in times of extreme duress, a sign that he's there with her, trying to help calm her nerves. Others feel a touch, a presence. Sometimes they even hear a voice. There was that Tuesday night before Christmas when I'd thought I'd heard my mother singing. I'd long convinced myself that it was nothing more than my imagination playing tricks on me. Like Dr. Meraki had noted during one of our earlier sessions, my brain that day had been overstimulated. There'd been the Brit Lit exam in the morning, shopping all afternoon at the mall, and then a long, raucous dinner with the basketball team. I'd been worn out both mentally and physically, and stumbling upon White Christmas on television, especially my mother's favorite scene, had blindsided me emotionally. I pushed those thoughts away, and they were immediately replaced by the memory of our first interview. Jennifer Harper saying that she often felt her late husband's presence in the room with her, and what I'd experienced firsthand at Chase's memorial. That unpleasant sensation had lasted only seconds, and then vanished. My oversized imagination again? A surge of adrenaline from initially stumbling upon the memorial? A genuine presence? But if that was the case, why Chase Harper, a complete and total stranger? And why had it felt so damn awful? All I can tell you is, we've all lost someone close to us, I finally said, rubbing my forehead with my thumb. The looming headache had arrived in full force. I hope the two of you are right. I really do. My mind's open to the existence of an afterlife. The life felt natural coming out of my mouth. But so far, there's been no butterflies or cardinals for me. Maybe one day. We drove the rest of the way to lunch in silence. 11. You've got cheese on your chin. I pointed across the table at Troy. And your cheek, still pointing. And a little higher up, by your ear. No longer able to hold back my laughter. Christ, maybe you should start wearing a bib. Troy put down what was left of his crust and took a long drink of root beer. When he was finished, he sucked an ice cube into his mouth. Should have let it cool off first. Now I've got pizza roof. Leesburg, Pennsylvania might have been located smack dab in the middle of nowhere, USA, but I'll be damned if they didn't have themselves a first-class pizza joint. At 19 and on my own for the past year and a half, I was pretty much an expert when it came to all things pizza. Frank's Pizzeria didn't look like much on the inside. A half-dozen tables covered in red and white checkered tablecloths surrounded on 3 sides by twice as many cramped booths. There was a gumball dispenser by the cash register and a Space Invaders coin-op machine against one wall. Right next to it, the mouth of a narrow hallway marked restrooms. A small television was mounted on the ceiling in one corner, playing what appeared to be a soap opera. The framed photographs on the walls featured Philadelphia and Pittsburgh sports stars. Many of them were autographed. But none of that really mattered. What did matter was whoever was working the kitchen, presumably a genius named Frank, knew his pizza. We'd ordered a large half pepperoni for the three of us to share, and it was a goddamn gooey delight. "I need to use the ladies' room," Melody said, getting up from the table. On her way by, she touched me on the shoulder. I could tell she still felt bad about pushing me for a response to Pondo's whole meaning of life conversation. She'd spent the past half hour being a little too nice. It made me uncomfortable. Watching her leave, I picked at my salad and tried to decide whether I wanted another slice of pepperoni. I was already stuffed, thanks in part to the 3 big glasses of Coke I'd scarfed down. But we had a long day ahead of us and no idea where or when we might stop again. Troy was obviously thinking along the same lines. "Where to next?" he asked, his mouth full of ice. It came out sounding like "where oo ext." "I say we keep heading west, unless you and Melody have other ideas." "Fine by me." He took another drink of his root beer. "How do you feel about the footage we've recorded so far?" "It's pretty solid, Penny Meredith notwithstanding." I watched an older couple walk into the restaurant holding hands. "We just need a lot more of it." "Think we made a bad decision focusing on back roads? That eating up too much time?" "No, I think we're okay," I said, putting down my fork. "Besides, we'll hit the bigger roads on the way home." Troy slid the last slice of pepperoni onto his plate. "In the meantime, we just keep grinding." Returning from the restroom, Melody sat down and immediately lowered her eyes. "Okay, this is weird. Guys, don't look right away. Is it my imagination, or are the 3 of us the big-time center of attention?" Troy stared at his plate and spoke in a low voice. "I thought it was because I was the only black person in here." Melody faked a yawn and talked into her hand. "I thought it was because my shorts were too short." I tried to be patient, but I couldn't take it any longer. Casually gazing over Melody's head, I surveyed the dining area. The older couple I'd watched arrive just a moment earlier were sitting at a table by the register. Both held menus in front of them, obscuring the lower halves of their faces. Above the menus, they were staring directly at our table. Next to them, a sheriff's deputy, his hat resting on the empty seat beside him, took a sip of what looked like iced tea. His slitted eyes were glued on the 3 of us. A few tables away, a man dressed in a wrinkled suit pretended to read a newspaper. Not far behind him, 3 teenage boys lounged in a corner booth. They didn't even bother disguising their interest. Underneath the brims of their baseball caps, they gazed at us with the same kind of dull-eyed fascination you often saw from visitors at a zoo as they lingered in front of yet another caged exhibit. I picked up my fork, stabbed a chunk of lettuce, and slowly lifted it to my mouth. Until Melody had said something, I'd been lost in my own little world and hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. Now that I had, my skin was crawling. "If this was a movie," I said, barely above a whisper, "right about now, one of us would insist that this was all our imagination." Melody looked at me. "Do you think we're imagining it?" Our waitress stopped at the counter and said something to the woman standing behind the cash register. They both grinned and glanced in our direction, then quickly looked away when they saw that we were watching. "Hell no," I said, shaking my head. "These people look like they want to eat us for lunch." "I was thinking the same thing," Troy said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "I sure hope they don't like dark meat." Our appetites gone, we paid the bill a few minutes later and got the hell out of there. 12. "Shit, we definitely weren't imagining it," Melody said, standing on the sidewalk with her hands on her hips. Troy and I stared over her shoulder at the rear of the van. The back right tire was flat. All of a sudden, stopping in Leesburg felt like a big mistake. "Why would someone do this?" Melody asked, looking around uneasily. "Don't jump to conclusions." I bent down and began inspecting the deflated tire. "We could have picked up a nail or some broken glass." "Mighty weird coincidence," she said. Troy nervously shuffled his feet. "This place is starting to freak me out, you guys." From down on one knee, I surveyed the street. A couple of kids riding bikes, a lady in a pink dress stuffing a handful of letters into a mailbox, shoppers coming and going from the stores that lined Main Street. Unlike our fellow diners, none of them appeared to be paying us the slightest bit of attention. "Someone slashed it, didn't they?" Troy asked. "I don't see anything." I stood and wiped my hands on my jeans. We'd only been outside for a matter of minutes, but I was already sweating up a storm. But that doesn't mean much. I'm hardly an expert. "My sister's going to kick my ass," Melody said and groaned. "I saw a garage on our way into town." I pointed beyond the mailbox. "A bunch of tires stacked up out front. Maybe they can replace it on the cheap." "Why would someone do this?" she asked again. "You think it might have been that redneck coach?" "That's a distinct possibility," Troy said, eyes searching the street. "He did threaten us." Shit. Troy could be paranoid, but this time I had to agree with him. "Okay, let's focus on getting out of here then," I said. "Best case scenario, we won't have to mess with the spare and your sister won't even notice." "How much does a new tire cost?" she asked. I could hear the worry in her voice. I looked at Troy. He knew what I was thinking and nodded his agreement. "Split 3 ways, not that much." Melody looked like she might burst into tears. "You guys are the best, you know that?" "Of course we are," Troy said, draping a skinny arm around my shoulder. "We're a couple of real menches." "What are menches?" "I'll tell you later," he said, starting up the sidewalk. "Let's get the tire fixed and get the hell out of Dodge before those fucking weirdos finish eating and come looking for us." I couldn't tell if he was kidding or not. 13. "Hello there." The man who climbed out of the tow truck was wearing dress slacks and boots and a starched white button-down shirt, and yet he didn't appear to be sweating. Even his hair looked unbothered by the heat. "Name's Ted Brown. I'm head mechanic and owner of the place. Anything I can do to help you folks?" Given the man had pulled into the parking lot of Leesburg Towing and Repair and found 3 strangers banging on his locked front door and standing on crates peering into the windows, you wouldn't have thought the guy would be so darn friendly. But that was the other side of small-town living. "We've had a little trouble," Melody said, walking closer to the man but stopping a safe distance away. "We were hoping someone could replace a flat tire for us." Ted's smile faded. "I'm sorry to tell you, but the garage is closed on Sundays. I just stopped by to grab some paperwork on my way to a church meeting." Melody's shoulders sagged. "Is there anyone else who can help us?" He thought about it for a moment. "Bucky Sherritt's could do it easy enough, but he's out of town this weekend visiting with his kids." "It'll be okay, Mel." I walked up beside her. "We'll make do with the spare for now and pick up a new tire down the road." Ted rubbed his square chin, his eyes lingering on Troy behind us. "You folks aren't from around here, are you?" "No shit, Sherlock," I thought unkindly. What gave you that idea? Maybe the fact that Troy's the only black person we've seen since entering town proper. "We're students," Melody said, her voice taking on a familiar sweet tone. "From York College. We're working on a documentary. We've got a couple of days left to go, but..." Ted began rolling up the sleeves of his white dress shirt. "Where are you guys parked?" "Really?" Melody squealed. "You'll help us?" He was smiling again. "Well, I can't just leave you all stranded here now, can I?" "Thank you so much, mister." "Ted," he reminded her. And all of a sudden, I didn't like the way he was looking at her. "Thank you, Ted. Thank you, thank you, thank you." And then, before I knew it, she was hugging the guy, which, in my mind, was the very definition of taking it too far. For all we knew, Ted was in cahoots with the pizza joint diners. In fact, I plan to keep a very close eye on him. Our van is parked just down the street from Frank's Pizzeria, I said, interrupting their embrace. Mel, you need to give him the keys. Still giddy, she fished them out of her pocket and handed them over. Be back in a flash. He sauntered over to the tow truck, and the three of us watched him drive away. What if he doesn't come back? Troy asked once he was out of sight. Don't be silly, Melody replied. Of course he will. But I wasn't so sure about that. 14. Fortunately, though, she was right. We're really sorry to make you late for your meeting, Melody said 15 minutes later as Ted began loosening the bolts on the flat tire. Not a problem. This shouldn't take long. Well, you're very kind to help us, she said in that overly saccharine voice. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Ted stood and unbuttoned his shirt. He shrugged it off, exposing a white tank top underneath, and then tossed the balled-up dress shirt into the open window of his truck. Bending down to position the jack beneath the van, his muscular arms and shoulders were in full display. Melody stood a few feet away from him as he worked. For someone so distraught about her sister's van, she sure was smiling a lot. Methinks the lady is in love, Troy said quietly. We were watching from the shade underneath the awning in front of the building. Shut up. Methinks Teddy's a hunk, and I don't see a wedding ring on his finger. Gross. He's got to be at least 40. He looked at me. Methinks Billy is jealous. I'm not jealous, you moron. Another lie. I'm just cranky and hot and anxious to get back on the road. Not a lie. Once he'd finished jacking up the rear of the van, Ted slid off the flat tire and carefully examined it. After a moment, he looked up and said, You've got a couple of drywall nails embedded in the tread. I flashed him a thumbs up and immediately felt like an idiot. He picked up a screwdriver and began prying the rim off the tire. Sweating profusely, his muscles flexed and his bare skin glistened. Good Samaritan or not, I was pretty sure I hated him. There you go, I said to Troy. A couple of nails. It was an accident. Or someone could have put them there on purpose. One nail I can see. More than one is pushing it. Over by the van, Melody giggled, and suddenly it was all I could do not to yell out, What are you so damn happy about? As petty as it was, I had half a mind to make her pay for her own damn tire. Did you do that on the window? Troy asked. Do what? He pointed at the van. The back window was coated in road dust. In the lower corner, someone had drawn something with their finger. From where we were sitting, it looked like a peace sign or maybe a stick figure. Wasn't me, I said. We had a penis bandit at our school my senior year. I looked at him, certain that I'd misheard. What kind of bandit? A penis bandit, he said matter-of-factly. Explain. Everywhere the guy went, he drew penises. On dirty car windows, bathroom walls and mirrors, desks and blackboards. I left my notebook open once at the library, went to the restroom, came back a few minutes later, and the entire page of notes was covered in dicks. You say it's a guy. How do you know it wasn't a girl? It wasn't a girl. How can you be sure? Did anyone ever bear witness to these penile crimes against the school system? No, but come on, it wasn't a girl. Did they ever catch the person? Nope. Not even after we came back from Easter break and found a giant penis spray-painted across the faculty parking lot. It was you, wasn't it? You were the penis bandit, and you're finally confessing after living with such crushing guilt. Exasperated, he said, God, no, I would never. I laughed. I know that, Carp. I'm just yanking your chain. Troy didn't say anything for a minute. Then, what do you think the deal was back there at the pizza joint? As Ted slid on a replacement tire, I noticed a small tattoo on his shoulder. From where I was sitting, it looked like an angel. I remembered the tattoo of an angel with its wings unfurled on Pondo's chest. The only thing I can think is, across the street, a young couple walked by on the sidewalk. They appeared to be in their early 20s, fresh-faced and neatly dressed, like they'd just come from church service. The woman was wearing a floppy yellow hat. The man's face was glistening with perspiration. He was pushing a stroller. The canopy was up, shielding their baby from the sun. Both the man and woman were staring directly at us. That word got around about us filming at the Meredith Memorial, and they didn't much like it. The stroller hit a bump in the sidewalk, jolting violently in the man's grip and nearly tipping over. The couple continued on as though nothing had happened, neither mother nor father even bothering to glance down to check on the baby. That's because the stroller's empty, I thought, suddenly sure of it. It's just a prop so they could get closer to us. You think Coach What's-His-Name was behind it? A strong possibility. Then again, could have been anyone. Aunt Helen was right. Small towns are like that. They take care of their own. Maybe, Troy said, completely unaware of the drama playing out across the street. I still think it was me they were looking at. Black guy, my hair. It's happened before. The couple disappeared around the corner. I turned and looked at Troy, feeling as though I'd just awakened from a long nap. Your hair is kind of a disaster today. He leaned over and rammed his shoulder into mine, not too hard. You wish you had this magnificent fro. Normally, I would have laughed at such a ridiculous statement and given Troy hell for having the balls to make it. But not today. With a sinking feeling settling in the pit of my stomach, I got up from the crate and walked over to the van. Now, more than ever, I wanted out of Leesburg. The sooner the better. 15. The rest of the day was a blur. We pulled away from Ted's garage shortly after 3 p.m. Thankfully, by then he was once again wearing a shirt. And were met almost immediately by a thunderstorm of biblical proportions. Not one of the weather forecasts we'd heard on the radio that morning had mentioned even a passing shower, much less a storm containing such explosive power. Torrents of rain, often blowing sideways thanks to 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts, forced us to find refuge in a nearby beauty salon parking lot. The sky around us lit up with brilliant forks of lightning and then went dark again. The ground beneath us trembled with echoing booms of thunder. The windshield wipers couldn't keep up with the deluge, so Melody didn't even bother keeping them on. Waiting out the storm in the corner of an empty lot, with rivers of rain pressing against the van's windows, made it feel like we were submerged in a giant aquarium. I kept waiting for a school of catfish or perch to swim by. Trapped there for almost 90 minutes, the stench of Pondo's catch of the day mercifully fading, we passed the time by participating in a survey that Melody had discovered in a recent issue of Cosmopolitan she'd brought along. She read each of the 24 questions aloud, and with blushing faces and squeals of embarrassment, we scribbled our answers on sheets of paper ripped from my notebook. When we were finished, we tallied up our points and compared them to a detailed chart printed in the back of the magazine. The results were hilarious. According to the more than 50 sexual health experts responsible for the survey, I was a non-communicative partner, Melody was a borderline sexual adventurist, and Troy was a not-for-long virgin. After only 3 days on the road, the veil of privacy between us had been completely torn away. It was actually kind of liberating. A new level of openness had been reached in our mutual friendship. When the rain finally slowed and we were able to get back on the road, we witnessed firsthand the surprising and devastating aftermath of the storm. Trees were down everywhere, some of them landing on houses and barns. Streets and fields were flooded. Telephone lines lay twitching across roads and hung from tree branches like squirming electric eels. We drove past an overturned ambulance in a ditch and a lumber warehouse on fire, most likely from a lightning strike. I'd only seen tornadoes on television, but to me, it looked like one had touched down in the area. Despite our collective skepticism of a higher power and the unsettling hostility of Leesburg, Ted and Pondo being the grudging exceptions, it did almost feel as if someone had been looking out for us. At the very least, we'd been extremely fortunate. navigating back roads littered with fallen tree limbs and detouring around swollen creeks and rivers that had overtaken low-lying roadways meant seriously slow going for the remainder of the afternoon. It also meant, courtesy of Troy, a non-stop playlist on the radio featuring the likes of Conway Twitty, Charlie Pride, and T.G. Shepherd. If I heard one more twangy tune about lonely cowboys drinking beer and getting into fistfights and backwoods honky-tonks, my head was going to explode. Every once in a while, there would be a news report about the storm. The National Weather Service had yet to officially confirm a tornado in the area, but several residents of Leesburg claimed they'd witnessed a funnel cloud coming in from the east. A farmer in nearby Deerfield was interviewed live. In a remarkably calm voice, he described the loss of both of his barns due to the twister, and explained that his wife had managed to recklessly snap several photos of the destruction as it occurred. At the time of the interview, they were waiting for the film to be developed. Of course, Troy listened to all of these stories with a sense of mounting hysteria, and spent the next 20 or so miles with his head out the window searching the dark skies for approaching tornadoes. If it weren't for Melody's calming influence, I think there were better than average odds that we'd be heading home right about now. As for me, my mind was still preoccupied with other matters. I hadn't mentioned the staring couple pushing the baby stroller to either Troy or Melody, and didn't plan to. An hour out of Leesburg, I'd mostly convinced myself that I was being paranoid. Empty baby carriages used as props? Small-town spies and saboteurs? Better to keep such crazy thoughts to myself. On the outskirts of a single stoplight town called Parkton, we ran across a roadside memorial that had been built alongside a decorative wrought iron fence bordering a cemetery. Excited, we'd immediately pulled over, only to discover that the storm had transformed the memorial into a wasteland of soggy debris, much of it scattered among the ancient grave markers. Out of respect for the deceased, we spent about 20 minutes cleaning up the best we could, leaving what we'd found in neat piles by the fence, and then we continued on our way. And struck gold just down the road a bit. While waiting for a 3-man crew of county road workers to finish chainsawing a downed tree into small enough pieces to haul out of the way, we spotted a row of crosses on the shoulder up ahead. 2 large crosses set in the ground surrounded by 2 smaller ones. The bottom half of each cross was hidden underwater thanks to the flooding. After a brief discussion, I got out of the van and began taking photos. There were maybe a dozen other cars waiting for the road to be cleared, and the 3 of us had agreed that if anyone said anything, I'd immediately stop and beat a hasty retreat to the van. We'd already learned one hard lesson today. As I was snapping photographs, the dark clouds above us began to break up and blow away. Slivers of sunlight peeked through, making the rain-soaked crosses, recently repainted by the looks of them, shimmer with a golden luminescence. I'd just crouched down to get a better angle when I heard a car window being rolled down behind me and snatches of a Creedence Clearwater Revival song on the radio. Uh-oh, I thought, preparing to make a hasty exit. Here it comes. If it's not too much trouble, a pleasant voice said from over my shoulder, may I ask what you're doing? I stood up and turned around. The gray-haired woman sitting in the passenger seat of the faded blue pickup truck looked so much like my grade school teacher, Mrs. Flanders, that it took me a moment to respond. Because of the resemblance and the warm smile on the old lady's face, I liked her immediately. My friends and I are working on a project for school, I said, approaching the truck. We're taking photos and shooting video of roadside memorials, and then trying to document the stories behind them. The driver leaned forward until we could see each other. A school project, you say? The man was wearing a flannel shirt and a sun-blasted ball cap that looked roughly 150 years old. He had the same round eyes and high forehead as the woman sitting next to him, and I found myself wondering if they were brother and sister. Yes, sir, my 2 friends, I gestured behind us to the van, and I go to York College. It's for our American Studies class. Well, I must say that you and your friends are pursuing a most honorable endeavor, the woman said. I think the Carson family would be delighted that you want to share their story with the world. I felt a tingle in my stomach, a good one this time. Did you know the Carsons very well? Oh, yes. She gave me a wistful smile. They were my next-door neighbors for 9 years.
16. Video footage, 5:34 p.m., Sunday, May 8th, 1983. Betty Carson was like a daughter to me, says the gray-haired woman sitting in the passenger seat of the faded blue truck. Next to her, slouched behind the steering wheel, almost as though he's hiding from the camera, is a stoop-shouldered gentleman content on listening. Shortly after she and Bruce moved in next door, Betty announced that she was pregnant. They were over the moon. We all were. My husband, Louis, he passed away a few years ago, a lifetime smoker, helped Bruce build a crib for the nursery. The Carsons were like that. They could have afforded any fancy crib in the catalog, but they wanted something more personal, something they could hand down to their children when the time came. She sighs loudly. The lighting on the video is less than stellar. There are riffling reflections from the truck's metal door frame. And every time the woman leans back in her seat, the left side of her face is lost in shadow. Katie was born the day after Halloween. They called her their little pumpkin baby. The old woman giggles into her hand. And my goodness, did she have a big head, that child? Oh, she was beautiful. I don't mean anything by it. She was absolutely perfect. Somewhere in the background, the buzz of a chainsaw. Aaron came 2 years later. He had a serious issue with his heart. I can't remember what the doctors called it, but he wasn't able to come home from the hospital until he was almost 4 months old. It was a very difficult time for the family, Betty especially. The chainsaw goes silent. For being so young, Bruce Carson was very good at his job. He worked at one of the big advertising firms and was able to arrange for Aaron to get the best care money could buy. Within a year, Aaron was doing much better, running around the backyard like a jackrabbit. My husband used to tell me that I needed to prepare myself for the day when the Carsons moved away to a bigger house in a bigger neighborhood. But Betty swore that wasn't going to happen. Not unless they had a couple more kids, which they weren't planning on doing. Betty said that Sycamore Lane was home, and... The woman stops in mid-sentence and looks around, as off-screen we hear a chorus of car engines rumble to life. Oh dear, I think the road must be open again.
17. Well, that was a stroke of good luck, I said as we waved goodbye to the old lady and her brother. Before we'd started recording, they'd introduced themselves as Libby Krause and Vernon Tolliver. Vern was 76, older by 3 years. Ever since they'd lost their spouses, the two of them had been living together in Libby's house. She was just the sweetest thing, Melody said, and great on camera. Troy rolled up his window. About time our luck changed. Between this damn storm and the creeps in the woods last night, the guy spying on us back in Sudbury, and what happened in town today? Man, your aunt and Professor Tyree weren't kidding. The road's a dangerous place. Do you regret coming? Melody asked. No way, Troy replied, taking no time at all to consider his answer. I wouldn't have missed it for anything. I thought about what he'd told me sitting by the fire that first night. I don't have many friends, and my heart swelled. Taking the back roads is starting to pay off, Melody said. That was a good call, Troy. Brains and beauty, he said. We make a heck of a team. He glanced at me in the back seat. And then, of course, there's Billy. I balled up my Cosmopolitan survey and threw it at him.
18. Video footage, 7:04 p.m., Thursday, May 5th, 1983. As the vehicle draws closer in the mostly empty parking lot, we're able to make out more details. A van, orange and black, luggage rack attached to the roof, silver hubcaps on the tires. The mellow purr of its engine reminds us of a Singer's sewing machine. "You've got to be kidding me," the camera operator, clearly unimpressed. A dark-haired woman is driving the van, and as she brakes to a stop in the foreground, we notice a round silver Volkswagen emblem on the center of the hood. The woman waves and the camera swings around, making its way to the driver's side door. The windows rolled down. We hear the faint strains of Fleetwood Mac playing on the van radio. But mostly it's the woman we're focused on. She's stunning. "So what do you think?" she asks, smiling with perfectly white teeth. "I think we paid $300 too much," the man behind the camera says. "Oh, hush, it's perfect and you know it. It looks like a child's lunchbox. Wait until Troy sees it, I bet he loves it. Troy drives a moped." At the sound of an approaching vehicle, the camera slowly pans to our right. As it does, we glimpse a cluster of brick and glass buildings, a grassy common area dotted with trees and wooden benches, and a narrow sign that reads Arts and Literature, with an arrow underneath it pointing to the left. And then a bright red convertible Mustang takes over the frame, its rumbling engine sounding nothing at all like a sewing machine. The man behind the wheel is wide and tall with a full beard and mustache. He's wearing sunglasses and a Philadelphia Phillies baseball cap. The top 3 buttons of his shirt are open. "Professor Tyree!" The screen blurs as the camera is lowered and then quickly raised again. "Melody, Billy, so this is your home away from home for the next week." "It sure is," Melody's cheerful voice off screen. "Isn't it hideous?" Billy says as the picture begins to regain focus. "Ah," the professor smiles and removes his sunglasses. "To the contrary. Volkswagen Westphalias in this condition are a true work of art. I noticed it even has custom double doors in the rear." "Told you, Billy." Melody sounds positively gleeful. "As a matter of fact, I almost bought one myself a few years back," Tyree continues. But alas, it wasn't to be. The camera goes close on his face as he stares wistfully off-screen. "In that case," Billy says, "we'll trade you the van for the Mustang for a week." Professor Tyree laughs, a boisterous sound. "And where will you fit all your gear, not to mention the third musketeer, Mr. Carpenter? Troy doesn't take up much space." "You're terrible." And Melody joins in on the laughter. "You'll watch out for him, though, won't you?" the professor asks, a serious look coming over his face. "He's not experienced much of the outside world." "We'll take good care of him." The camera swings around and holds on Melody, who is now leaning out of the van window. "Won't we, Billy?" The camera remains on Melody's smiling face for a beat or two longer than necessary, and then abruptly pans away and refocuses on Professor Tyree. "Absolutely," Billy says off-screen. "We'll keep our eyes on him." "I'll hold you to that." "You still worried about us?" Billy asks. "I always worry about my students," the professor says, no hint of humor in his voice. "Remain aware of your surroundings at all times, and remember that you are guests, and I'm sure everything will turn out just fine." "So much about the Appalachian region remains a mystery," we hear Melody say. "Can you tell us what we'll find there?" The professor looks at her with a startling intensity. When he speaks, we can sense the awe in his voice. "If you look hard enough, you'll find the impossible."
19. I was dozing off in the back seat when Melody and Troy began arguing. "I'm telling you," Melody said, "it wasn't him." "Was too." "It was not, Troy. I saw him clear as day." "So did I, and it was him." "You're wrong. When we turned the corner, I saw—" Yeah, you saw." Just like you saw the man in the woods on the video. Whatever. It was him, Troy repeated. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. What are you kids fighting about? Troy turned around and looked at me. Just the fact that Melody's going blind. She sighed. We drove past a man getting into a car on the side of the road. Troy's convinced it was that hitchhiker from yesterday. It was. The guy we passed today was much older, and he wasn't carrying a sign or a knapsack. He'd probably already stashed them in the back seat, Troy said, along with his axe. I was closer than you, and I saw his face. It was the same guy. A thought occurred to me. I leaned in between the seats. Hey, tell me something. Did you dream about him again last night? Troy stared out the window. You did, didn't you? I think so, he said. It's hard to remember. The same dream? He shook his head. We were in the woods this time. Was he chasing you? No. Someone was chasing us. The three of us? Another shake of the head. He looked like a little boy. Just me and the hitchhiker. We were together running away from someone else. Well, that's freaky, I said, sitting back again. Tell me about it. And that was it? That's all I remember. Considering what you told us earlier, I suppose that's a good thing. What if... He trailed off and didn't finish his question. What if what? Melody asked. I don't know why I just thought this, but what if the hitchhiker's the same person who was on the video, watching us from the woods? 20. What a weird-ass day, I said, holding a hot dog impaled on a birch twig over the flames. The skin was beginning to blister and char, just how I liked it. No kidding, Melody said. Today's vibe was way off. Except for old Teddy, I said with a grin, already working on my second beer. She scowled at me. What's that supposed to mean? Not a thing. He saved our butts with that new tire. Hey, did we bring any mustard? Troy asked, attempting to change the subject. I pointed with my elbow. In the cooler. Troy got up, and I could hear the shuffling of ice cubes as he searched for the mustard container. A moment later, he was back, a yellow plastic bottle in one hand, an unopened can of beer in the other. Found it! We'd set up camp shortly after 8 p.m. while it was still light out. Unlike the night before, we had no close neighbors. In fact, the entire campground appeared fairly empty, which was unusual for this time of year. The dinner menu was hot dogs and beans and Melody's homemade pasta salad. We also had fresh watermelon, followed by another round of s'mores for dessert. And plenty of beer, of course. Pondo and that crazy bastard in the truck. I still can't believe that was just this morning, Melody said. It feels like it happened a week ago. The entire day feels like that to me. I plopped the hot dog into a ketchup-slathered bun. Those people at the restaurant, the flat tire, the storm. I shook my head. That's 2 weeks' worth of weirdness right there. You forgot about our watcher in the woods, Troy said. Which one? I asked. The one in your video. Technically, that was yesterday afternoon. True, but you just told us about it this morning. By the way, I took another look at the footage, Melody said. And I hate to disappoint you boys, but I still think it's just a shadow. Wait, when did you watch it again? I was surprised to feel a territorial twinge in my gut about the video camera, which was especially strange because as much as I wished it did, the camera didn't even belong to me. When you were using the bathroom at Rutter's, remember? You were gone forever. I did remember. The using the bathroom part of that little detour had taken all of 3 minutes. The waiting in line to buy a bag of ice, a pack of Slim Jims, and a cherry Gatorade while a flustered cashier was having trouble issuing a refund for a pair of broken sunglasses had taken the better part of 15. I gotta tell you, Troy said, I wouldn't be at all disappointed if we were wrong about the guy in the video. I'd actually be relieved. You sure about that? Melody asked. I know how much you goofballs like being scared. Not with something like this, Troy said. Someone spying on us is just plain creepy. Besides, Billy likes being scared a whole lot more than I do. 21. All that talk of dangerous hitchhikers and phantoms lurking in the woods must have put us in the mood for good old-fashioned campfire tales, because that's exactly how we spent the next hour or so. I'd recently watched a movie called Ghost Story, in which a group of elderly men living in a small upstate New York town meet regularly to regale each other with scary stories. I was only half serious when I suggested we do the same, and was pleasantly surprised when the others agreed. The flickering firelight, dancing shadows, and dark woods provided the perfect backdrop. Troy went first, doing his best to narrate his story in a deep, spooky voice. According to Cherry Hill legend, back in the mid-1960s, young black children began to go missing from the neighborhood. 4 girls and 2 boys, ranging in age from 7 to 9, vanished without a trace within a 3-month period of time. At first, local residents feared the disappearances were racially motivated. In 1960, whites represented 65% of Baltimore City's population. Within a handful of years, that number plummeted to just above 50. Many white folks were under the impression that they were being pushed out of their homes, and they were angry. There was a marked increase in violence and harassment, especially against black-owned businesses. But those fears soon proved to be baseless in this particular instance. One hot July evening, not long after a 7th child was reported missing, Clarence Polk, retired school bus driver and longtime resident of Cherry Hill, had his family dinner interrupted by a violent knocking at the door. He opened it to find standing on his front porch a filthy and scared young boy dressed in tattered clothing. There was blood on the child's face. A broken shackle hung from his wrist. The boy was quickly ushered inside the house, and the police were summoned. A short time later, after the boy had been given food and water by the family and treated for his injuries by an ambulance crew, he led police detectives to his captor's home, a condemned office building a few blocks away, where police officials discovered a house of horrors. A Haitian man and woman, estimated to be in their mid-40s, had been squatting in the basement for a number of months. No one knew who they were or where they'd come from. Each time the strangers were questioned, they gave different names and backstories. None of those claims were ever confirmed to be true. On the night the man and woman were arrested, with the boy watching from the back seat of a patrol car parked at the curb out front, the police found in the basement hideaway a variety of body parts belonging to several of the missing children. These included hearts, tongues, ears, fingers, and toes, along with one fully intact brain. They were stowed away inside cheap foam coolers, the kind you can buy at your local 7-Eleven for $1 and change. 11 small skulls were lined up next to each other on the dirt floor. One of the missing girls was chained to a nearby wall. What looked like the initials KP had been carved into her tiny chest. The coroner estimated that she had been dead for nearly 2 weeks. Seth Ramirez, a kid in my homeroom at school, claimed that his Uncle Bobby was one of the first police officers to arrive at the scene. He'd told Seth's father that the basement smelled like a slaughterhouse. Flies everywhere, along with piles of human excrement. Even with their mouths and noses covered, a 6 cops lost their lunches right there at the crime scene. The detectives were furious. Uncle Bobby said the man and woman were naked and covered in dry blood when the cuffs were snapped on their wrists. There were all kinds of creepy voodoo symbols painted on the cinder block walls, and a fire pit had been dug into the basement's dirt floor. The cops found bones in the ashes and part of an infant's skull. Troy went on to explain that Because all the known victims were black and the murders occurred in the predominantly black area of Cherry Hill, the Baltimore Police Department swept the story under the rug. Not a single newspaper or television station reported the crimes, and no one from the neighborhood ever found out what happened to the man and woman following their arrests. There were even rumors that they had both escaped from their respective cells. Just poof, up and disappeared. The city tore down the building a few years later, Troy continued, but not before it gained a reputation for being haunted. Many people claimed they'd heard children crying behind the boarded-up windows and doors. Others reported hearing muffled screams and the sound of tiny fingers scratching at the plywood barricades. My own mother refused to walk past that corner. Day or night, it didn't make a lick of difference to her. And even now that the building has been replaced by a brand new Rite Aid, she still prefers to pick up her prescriptions 4 blocks away. To this day, in darkened bedrooms with the covers pulled up to their eyes, kids in Cherry Hill are told the story of the voodoo killers. And to this day, most of them believe it to be true. And with that, Troy got up and walked to the cooler for another beer. All that talking had made him thirsty. Realizing that the story was finished, Melody and I stood and gave a rousing round of applause. Before he sat down again, he responded with a fanciful bow, spilling most of his beer on his sneakers. Once Troy finished cursing up a storm and we finished laughing, we got settled again, and Melody went next with a much shorter but equally chilling tale. I first heard of the legend of La Llorona, the crying woman, from my grandmother in Puerto Rico. There are many different versions of the story, depending on the area in which you live, but this is the one that was told to me. Jacinta was a beautiful woman from the town of Cuamo, which was not far from where my family lived. She was well liked by the other villagers and had by all accounts an ordinary life, until one day in a fit of rage, after seeing her husband with another woman, she drowned her 2 children in the river. Realizing what she'd done, and consumed by horror and regret, Jacinta waded deeper into the water and drowned herself. That should have been the end of the story, but it wasn't. She paused, then said, Many locals reported that Jacinta, her eternal soul trapped in purgatory, could be heard in the middle of the night crying for her lost children, begging for their return. It was said that when a person heard her cry from afar, that meant her ghost was somewhere nearby. But if the cry was heard close by, it meant her ghost was far away. Others claimed they'd seen a woman walking on the side of the road by the town's main bridge. She appeared ghostly in nature, shimmering in and out of existence, and once you made eye contact, it was useless to try to ignore her because she would just reappear inside your car. Most villagers believed that Jacinta's vengeful spirit was responsible for the many deadly accidents that occurred on or around the bridge. In small towns scattered all across Puerto Rico, these hauntings continue to this day, as do the mysterious accidents they allegedly herald. Melody stopped talking and we fell into a prolonged silence, all 3 of us staring into the flames, thinking the same thing, I'm sure. Is my hometown of Sudbury, more specifically Dead Man's Road, haunted by its own version of La Llorona? Did she claim the lives of my parents? After getting up to grab another round of beers from the cooler, considering the day we'd had, we deserved a couple of extras, I rejoined my friends around the fire and started talking. So, there's one story I forgot to tell you about the woods surrounding Church Street. Troy groaned, and I grinned at him around my beer. I was 13 when it happened, and at the time it really freaked me out, so much so that I never even told my mom about it. My father and I started off taking pictures that morning down by the river, which was our normal routine. I snapped some shots of fishermen waiting by the rocks in the mist, then did some wildlife, mostly birds and hawks. After a while, we backtracked through the narrow stretch of woods bordering the road to where we'd parked. I'd screwed up and left my extra rolls of film in the glove compartment. When we got to the car, there was a huge buck. I'm talking a full rack, watching us from the opposite side of the road. I'd never seen a deer that big, and neither had my father, so when it bolted into the woods, we hooted and hollered and chased after it, hoping to get a good clear photo with one of the handful of shots I had left. But we weren't doing much hooting or hollering 15 minutes later when we still hadn't caught another glimpse of the damn thing, and we found ourselves standing in the middle of a clearing, the woods all around us feeling wrong somehow. That was the only word I could think of to describe what I felt that day. And when I said it out loud, my dad surprised me by nodding his head and agreeing with me. His eyes had gone cold and thin and watchful. I could tell he was unsettled, maybe even a little scared, and I didn't like it one bit. On the surface, the clearing didn't appear all that different than any other we'd stumbled upon during past fishing expeditions. But I felt the difference right away. Even without a canopy of trees overhead, it was darker. The air was thicker and harder to breathe, and there were no birds anywhere, not even a single crow or blue jay scolding us from their nests. I wandered a couple steps and almost tripped over the remnants of an old stone foundation that was poking out of the underbrush. It had been nearly invisible from a few yards away. When I pointed it out to my dad, he stiffened and grabbed my arm and began pulling me away. At first, from the shocked look on his face and the urgency of his arm tugging, I thought I'd nearly stepped on a copperhead, maybe even a whole damn nest of them. But when he didn't stop dragging me for another 20 or 30 yards, I soon realized he just wanted out of there, and fast. Eventually, we found our way back to the road, albeit a half mile or so farther south than I'd thought made any kind of sense, and walked back to the car. We didn't talk much on the drive home. It didn't even bother turning on the radio, until my father swung into the Scoop and Serve parking lot and switched off the car. He turned to me then and said, "I don't ever want you to go back there again, Billy. Promise me." I knew where he was talking about, of course. Still, I was confused. "Why?" I asked. "Just promise me," he said again, taking hold of my arm. "I promise. Don't worry. I never want to go back there." "Good, that's good." His chest heaved with relief. "It's a bad place." I felt that too. "Do you have any idea why? What happened there?" "I don't know for certain, but I've heard stories. I only put it all together when we were standing there in the middle of all that quiet." "Stories about what?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, and I think he was wrestling with what he wanted to tell me next. "Stories about a family who supposedly lived in those woods a long time ago, before Sudbury became Sudbury, before the bridge and the railroad even existed." He took another deep breath and went on. "The way I heard it, there were 4 of them, a husband and wife and 2 little girls." "Who told you the story?" "Never mind that," he said. "Just shut up for a minute and listen. When I'm done, we're done. We're never talking about this again." He had metal in his eyes. I'd swear to it. I'd never heard my father talk to anyone like that before, let alone me, so I did what he said. I shut right up and listened. The family's closest neighbors, who lived several miles away, got worried because the family never showed up for a planned birthday celebration, and one of their cows had been found running loose. So the neighbors, the father and son of the household, saddled up their horses and rode over one afternoon to check things out. When they got there, they were puzzled by what they saw. And then, as they investigated further, that puzzlement turned to something a lot worse. It was chilly, snow was on the ground, and yet the front door of their friend's home was standing wide open. They called out and got no response. They walked into the house, muskets at the ready, turned and closed the big, heavy wooden door behind them, and there were deep scratch marks on the inside of the door. Then they saw what looked like streaks of dried blood on the door frame and splattered on the dirt floor directly below it. Now they were worried that their friends had been victims of a wild animal attack, a bear or a mountain lion, so they called out again. No answer, so they began carefully searching the rest of the house. The fireplace was cold, the wood burned down to ashes. 4 half-eaten bowls of stew sat on the kitchen table, also cold. A large pot of the same waited on the stove. Next to the table, 2 chairs were overturned on the floor. One of them smashed into splinters. Not far from the chair, there was a man's boot, ripped open along the heel, along with a discarded bowl and spoon. All of a sudden, the son called out for his father with fear in his voice. The older man hurried over to his boy, who was standing in front of a window that looked out over the rear of the property. The man peered outside at what his son was staring at, and could just make out 4 figures, 2 of them tall, the other pair much smaller. It was said they were standing upright just short of the tree line, looking like scarecrows guarding a snowy field. Father and son hurried around back, muskets once again leveled in front of them. What they found there was a nightmare. Their friends had been fixed to the ground on wooden stakes, their arms and legs lashed to the rough beams with lengths of thick rope and suspended off the ground. They'd been stripped naked, their throats sliced open. Their eyes were empty sockets, whether from hungry crows or whatever evil had committed this foul act. The snow beneath their dangling feet was stained red. In the days that followed, rumors began to spread involving witchcraft and sorcery, devil worship. A story went around that, years earlier, the dead man and his wife had been cast out of a settlement in Maryland for trying to abduct a young boy. No idea why. Then one night, a group of masked men on horseback took matters into their own hands and set the abandoned house ablaze, burning it to the ground. Local settlers began to avoid the area. Travelers who ventured too close to the clearing reported seeing strange lights and hearing the sound of crying babies coming from the woods. The father, who along with his son had discovered the grisly display on that long-ago night, eventually grew old and frail. On his sickbed, surrounded by family, he recalled the deep scratch marks he'd discovered on the inside of the heavy wooden door, but spoke of them to no one. He desperately wanted the memory of that day to die along with him, but his wish wasn't to be, and his son eventually wrote of the experience. My throat hurt from talking for so long. I took a sip of my beer, but it had gone tepid, so I spit it out. As I stood to grab a refill, Melody whistled and began applauding. "Holy hell, you win, Billy! That was a knockout of a story!" Not looking nearly as pleased, Troy got to his feet and stretched. "On that fucked up note, I'm going to bed. To cower in fear and stare at the ceiling for hours." Head hanging, he started toward the tent. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I hate you, Billy." 22. I didn't make you mad before, did I? I looked at Melody in the dying light of the campfire. Mad about what? Shortly after Troy crawled inside the tent, still grumbling as he went, we moved our lawn chairs closer to the flames. Melody slipped off her Chuck Taylors and peeled off her socks. I was 4 beers deep and having a hard time not staring at her cute little toes wiggling around in the dirt. I was starting to think something was wrong with me. "When I doubted you about the man's face in the video." Shaking my head, I said, "Oh God, no, absolutely not. Hell, I agree with Troy. I hope you're right and we are actually imagining it." I gazed at the dark woods. "But I guess we'll never really know." Also, before that, earlier this afternoon when I kind of cornered you about that whole afterlife thing. You didn't corner me. I just didn't know what to say. It's a sensitive subject, especially for the 3 of us. I raised my eyebrows at her. A sensitive subject brought up by a sensitive man who goes by the name of... "Pondo!" we both exclaimed in perfect unison. and then broke up laughing. I still believe it's fate that brought the three of us together, Melody said, her smile fading. Could be, I said. Or it could be totally random, and Mr. Tyree flipped a coin to decide who was in our groups. Well, however it happened, I think it's been really good for us. Especially Troy. She glanced at the tent. I think you've been good for him. I started to respond with one of my usual wise-ass comments, but stopped myself. Part of me was worried that Troy might be awake and listening, and I didn't want to hurt his feelings. A bigger part of me knew that Melody was right. When we'd first started meeting as a group in class, we could hardly get a word out of Troy about anything other than the assignment at hand. Now we couldn't get the little guy to shut up. Hang on a second, I said, getting up from the chair. I want to show you something. 30 seconds later, I was back with a stack of Polaroids. Show me, show me, show me, Melody chanted. Hold your horses. I sat down and shuffled through the photos, searching for the one I'd remembered. I finally found it near the bottom of the pile. There you are, you sucker. Smiling, I got to my feet and handed the Polaroid to Melody. She held it up in front of her. Oh, Billy, it's... And then she brought it closer to her face, allowing the fire to illuminate the image. Voice thick with emotion, she said, How did you... My God, look at him. I haven't shown it to him yet. She looked up at me in surprise. Why not? He'll love it. I guess I wasn't sure. It felt like such a private moment. Earlier this evening, after the storm, we'd pulled over at a scenic overlook. We'd all gotten out of the van to stretch our legs and take a look, and were surprised to discover that we were the only people there. I'd watched Troy climb atop a rock outcropping overlooking the mouth of a forested valley hundreds of yards below. With the storm clouds gone, we could see for miles. Far to the north and west, ringing the untamed wilderness like a horseshoe, stood a fog-shrouded stretch of the Appalachians. It felt like a glimpse of a prehistoric world. If a dinosaur had poked its head out of the treetops, I wouldn't have been totally shocked. After a moment of silent awe, Troy had turned to me and said, I've never seen mountains before, Billy. Any mountains. Will you please take a picture for me? While I snapped a half dozen or so shots, he explained that his father's favorite novel was The Last of the Mohicans. And while he realized these weren't the same mountains from the book, he still wanted his father to see them when he got back home. Before I left Troy alone on the ridge, I glanced back over my shoulder and saw him standing there, so proudly, silhouetted by open sky, blues and pinks and purples, and a scattering of drifting clouds. The wind was soaring, and he appeared as if he were on the verge of taking flight. The sight stole my breath, and without even thinking about it, I snapped one last photo. When I examined the Polaroid later, I realized that what I had captured was Troy Carpenter from Cherry Hills, Baltimore, not as the boy he currently was, but rather as the man he would one day become. 23. Ever since that first late night, while the others were sleeping, I'd taken advantage of the solitude and reviewed the day's video footage. But until this evening, I hadn't even bothered to glance at the Polaroids. There just hadn't been time. In the back of the van, tucked away in little gray canisters, there were 8 rolls of 35mm film waiting to be developed. Almost 300 photographs. It sounded like a lot, but I knew from experience that it wouldn't be nearly enough. Our last couple of days on the road were going to be very busy ones. Once Melody had settled down about Troy's photo, including several moments of enthusiastic and uncomfortable praise for the photographer, I moved my chair another foot or so closer to the fire and began sorting through the remaining Polaroids. In the flickering orange glow of the dwindling flames, the images possessed an otherworldly quality, almost as if they'd been shot in another place and time. And that was precisely what I loved so much about Polaroids. They had an organic feel to them, an unpracticed, spur-of-the-moment energy and imagery that was hard to nail down in other mediums. Each and every photo had a slightly different look. Most of the images I flipped through with just a cursory glance. The lighting from the fire wasn't bright enough to conduct a thorough inspection, so I found myself cataloging content instead. The leather motorcycle jacket from day one, Jennifer Harper sitting in her yard with the tire swing in the background, a bumblebee taking flight from the flowers at the base of a cross, the smiling little boy with the missing front teeth. I took the next 4 Polaroids from the pile, the baseball gloves from Michael Meredith's memorial by the bridge, and spread them out on my lap. Presumably, his teammates had left the gloves there in his honor. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that there was a first baseman's mitt mixed in with 3 regular fielder's gloves. There was writing on each of them, names and initials and jersey numbers, with an R.I.P. Mikey thrown in for good measure. Someone had drawn on the webbing of the first baseman's mitt a crude stick figure with eyes where the hands should be and a long, forked tail, enclosed in a circle. I stared at this strange drawing. In the wavering shadows of the campfire, it blurred in and out of focus. My eyes began to water. I wanted to look away, but there was something about it, something compelling and unsettling and familiar. Where the hell had I seen it before? On television? In a book? In class at school? Perplexed, I sat back in the lawn chair and closed my eyes. Within seconds, I was fast asleep. 24. When Melody shook me awake a short time later, the campsite was cloaked in darkness, the only source of light a mound of glowing embers at the bottom of the fire pit. I was surprised to discover that I was shivering. What time is... She clamped her hand over my mouth. "There's someone out there," she whispered, "watching us." Eyes darting all around us, I waited for her to remove her hand. Where? "In the woods." Staring at the tree line, it was hard to make out much of anything. Even the van, parked only 10 or 15 yards away, resembled nothing more than a big black blob set against an even bigger and blacker blob. The wall of trees might as well have been the towering parapets of an ancient castle. I can't see a fucking thing. Look directly over the fire pit. I could smell the beer on her breath. Hopefully she was just sauced and seeing things. Now just a tad to the right. I squinted and saw nothing. I closed my eyes and opened them again. And from within the inky darkness, 3 shadows began to slowly gain focus and solidify, standing shoulder to shoulder, each of them thicker than a man's torso and impossibly tall. I see trees, I think. "Keep looking." I could hear the frustration in her voice. "The person's still there. They haven't moved." Holding my breath, I scanned the woods from one end to the other and then back again. Right where you told me to look, I see a cluster of trees, 3 of them standing apart from the others, but that's all. I reached over and touched her on the arm. "You sure you're not?" "Oh shit," she hissed, looking all around us. "They're gone." I turned back and stared into the woods, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. Only 2 of the trees remained. Day 4. Monday, May 9th. 1. "I don't understand why you didn't wake me." "We didn't want to alarm you," Melody said, "especially after the other night." The early morning sun felt warm on my face and shoulders. I didn't need Hair Metal Harry to tell me that today was going to be another scorcher. Our shoes already soaked from the dew-covered grass, we slowed as we approached the tree line. "So instead, you just left me there, all alone." "You weren't alone," she said. "We were sitting 20 feet away from the tent, in which I was sleeping, all alone, unaware of the danger." I knew we weren't going to win this argument, but I hated seeing Troy so pissed off at us. "We thought about packing up and going to a hotel," I said. "But the more we talked about it, the sillier we felt." "We'd both been drinking and had fallen asleep," Mel added. When we woke up, it was late and the fire had gone out. It was dark. We know we saw something. We just aren't sure what it was. It could have been a deer for all we knew." Troy crossed his arms over his chest. "Yet you were both concerned enough to stay awake and stand watch for the rest of the night." "My adrenaline was pumping," I said. "No way was I falling back to sleep." "Same," Melody said, pushing aside some low-hanging branches and entering the woods. Troy cut in front of me and followed right behind her. I couldn't figure the guy out. He really was a scaredy cat. That wasn't just us teasing. So why the sudden burst of bravado? Was he simply running his mouth? Posturing? I didn't think so. He seemed genuinely upset that we hadn't woken him. And then the answer came to me. There was safety in numbers, and we'd left him all alone inside the tent, where someone could have snuck up on us in the dark, sliced it open, and stolen him away, or done something even worse. With all the horror movies I made him watch, I had no one else to blame but myself. After glancing back at the van to get my bearings, I waded into the woods, and couldn't find my friends anywhere. What the hell? They were right in front of me just a few seconds ago. Spinning in a slow circle, a jolt of panic knuckling my spine, I called out, "Hey, where'd you guys go?" Nothing. Dead silence and unruly forest. I was getting ready to holler again when, "Over here!" Melody yelled from somewhere off to my left. Relieved, I pushed my way through a tangle of overhanging branches, crab-walked underneath a bunch more, tiptoed through a stand of thigh-deep sticker brush, hoping against hope that there was no poison ivy or oak, and found Melody and Troy standing beside a pair of red oaks surrounded by a mound of mulchy earth. By the time I reached them, my hands were scratched and bleeding, my shirt sleeve was torn, and I was dripping with sweat. "Where'd you go? I completely lost track of you." "How's that even possible?" Troy said. "You were right behind us. It just happened, so you tell me." His eyes narrowed behind his glasses. "I guess now you know how it feels to be left all alone." "I told you, we didn't leave." "Guys, look," Melody said. "I'm pretty sure these are the trees we saw last night." Even from this reverse perspective, the oak trees resembled a pair of sentries standing shoulder to shoulder with perfect posture, guarding the woods from potential intruders. Stopping at her side, I peered through the canopy of branches and leaves to our campsite. I could have drawn a straight line from our present location to the fire pit. Seems about right. I glanced down at the ground. "Any sign of over there?" she said, pointing. The forest floor was a messy carpet of broken twigs, tangles of vegetation and roots, and rocks of all shapes and sizes. The earth beneath my shoes crunched and squished with my every step. On the opposite side of the trees, I found a patch of bare earth, maybe 3 square feet of dirt and moss. Stepping closer, I took a good look. The moss was disturbed in several places, as though a shoe had scraped against it and torn it from its moorings. There were a handful of identical scuff marks in the dirt. Could have been a deer or maybe and then I saw it, at the edge of the dirt, a distinct indentation. Inside the indentation, a delicate pattern. The heel mark of a shoe. I glanced up at Melody. "You were right. Someone was here. Looks that way." All of a sudden, I needed a drink of water. My throat had gone bone dry. Troy bent down, studying the shoe print. "The question is, why?" Guys, there's something else you need to see over here." Melody had moved to the opposite side of the tree, closer to our campsite. She was staring at something on the ground. "What is it?" Troy asked as we walked over and took a look. All of a sudden, I needed something stronger to drink than water. In a trampled-down area of brush at her feet, there was a dead rabbit. Its gray-furred stomach had been split wide open, its internal organs spilling out onto the ground. Flies buzzed all around it. "Looks pretty fresh," I said. "I think it's time we get the hell out of here," Troy said, unable to look away from the grisly display. For once, I agreed with him. 2. Why would someone do that to a poor rabbit? I glanced at Troy in the back seat. It could have been another animal. We don't know that it was... No way was that done by another animal, he said. Not unless it was carrying around a pocket knife. Not true, I said. It could have easily been a hawk. Their talons are like razor blades. Melody turned the key. The van's engine groaned, stuttered, and quit. You and Mel saw someone watching us from the woods last night. My money's on the creeper, not some hawk. Melody tried again. Same result. We all shifted uneasily in our seats, looking at each other. No one said the obvious, this is not good. What if our watcher had tampered with the van during the night? Staring at the silver key in the ignition, Melody muttered a quick prayer and gave it another turn. This time the van roared to life. In the back seat, Troy clapped his hands and uttered an, "Oh, yes!" I sat back and exhaled a long breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Never doubted it for a second, Melody said, giving the steering wheel a reassuring pat before shifting into drive and leaving the campsite behind. Leaning forward, I switched on the radio and turned the dial to 98 Rock. The grinding guitar licks of George Thorogood immediately assaulted my ears. Behind me, Troy made a loud gagging sound. I smiled and turned up the volume. Rolling down the window, I promised myself that today was going to be a better day. Super productive, no insane storms, and no more weird vibes. After all, it was just a dead rabbit. There were probably lots of dead critters in these woods. It wasn't like someone had left it in the middle of our campsite. We should stop at Mickey D's for breakfast, I said, raising my voice above the music. Troy can use some of those gift certificates he got for his birthday. I put my feet up on the dash and started to play a mean air guitar. I didn't get them for my birthday, jackass. Even with my eyes closed, I could hear the smile in his voice. Oh, that's right. Your Someone plucked me on my ear. My eyes flashed open. Ow! I abandoned my invisible guitar and rubbed my earlobe. That really hurt. Remove your feet, Melody said in her sweetest voice over the music, or the next one will hurt even more. Sulking, I slowly lowered them. Sorry. I wet my fingers with my tongue and wiped away a small blemish from where my shoes had been resting. Once I was satisfied the dashboard was no worse for wear, I glanced up at the sun-dappled road in front of us, and my stomach turned to ice. I lowered the music. Pull over, I said, my voice strained. What? A small object was sticking out from underneath the wiper blade on my side of the windshield. Why? I was surprised I hadn't noticed it earlier. But now that we were driving at a higher rate of speed, the object was fluttering in the wind. I was almost positive I knew what it was. Stop the car. What's wrong? Melody asked, slowing down. I leaned closer to the windshield, praying I was wrong, but I wasn't. It was a deflated balloon. Bright green with the outline of a gray knight printed on its side. Just like the balloons we'd seen yesterday afternoon at Michael Meredith's roadside memorial. 3. Should we call the police? Troy asked, pacing up and down the narrow shoulder. We were parked no more than 15 feet away from a no stopping sign, the van's left rear bumper protruding into the road. 2 tractor trailers had already laid on their horns as they roared past us. The driver of the second truck had screamed, "Can't you fucking read?" and hurled an empty Pepsi can out the window, which sailed harmlessly over our heads and landed in the weeds. Melody stared at the limp balloon in her hand. The police? And tell them what? Oh, I don't know. That some redneck racist motherfucker is stalking us halfway across Pennsylvania? We don't know that it was him, she said. Troy spun around to face her, voice shrill, arms waving. If it's not Coach, you're running around with the goddamn colored people, then who is it? That asshole doesn't seem like the kind of guy who plays mind games, I said. If it was him, I think we'd know it by now. Then it's the man in the woods, Troy said. The one from the video. Maybe, I said, trying to make sense of it all. He started pacing again. Someone's clearly following us. We know that now. Whoever it is spied on us from the woods in Sudbury. Then he followed us to Leesburg and the Meredith Memorial and took a balloon with him as a souvenir. Later that afternoon, we just happened to get a couple of nails in our tire. Then, last night, you both saw someone in the woods at our campsite. This morning, we find a shoe print and a mutilated animal." He stopped walking and pointed at the balloon in Melody's hand. "And now this." "But why?" Melody said. "Why would Occam's razor? The simplest answer is the truth. And the truth is because he wants us to stop. Whoever it is, and for whatever reason, he doesn't want us messing around with the memorials." His voice sounded calmer now, and he was no longer pacing. He'd finally crossed over from that initial flurry of blind panic to thoughtful analysis, which was where Troy was at his best. I'd witnessed it dozens of times before back at school, usually when a deadline was looming for a class assignment. "Let's say you're 100% on the mark here, A++ and all that," I said. "If this person feels that strongly that what we're doing is wrong, why not confront us and make his case? Or leave a note demanding that we stop? Why all this passive-aggressive bullshit?" "Maybe it's more fun this way," Melody said. "Maybe he's getting off on scaring us." I wasn't convinced. "It seems like an awful lot of time and energy. And for what?" She shrugged. "Hell, I don't know. I'm just guessing." "Hey, what if it's Pondo?" Troy said. "He's exactly the kind of freak who would do something like this. And he was with us at the Meredith Memorial and the green balloons." "He went out of his way to help us," Melody said, frowning. "Why would... Maybe he changed his mind. Or someone changed it for him." "Penny?" I said. "You never know. I guess it's possible." "Whoever it is wants us to know that they're following us," Troy said. "Why else would he let you two see him in the woods last night, and then leave the balloon for us to find?" "So he wants us to know," Melody said. "Why?" "Because he's either playing mind games, like you said," Troy glanced nervously up and down the road, "or he's fucked in the head and seriously dangerous." 4. I didn't know what to think. On one hand, I was totally convinced that there was a man hiding in the background of the video I'd taken at my parents' memorial. For me, that was non-negotiable. As for the mysterious figure in the woods at our campsite last night, on that point I was a little less certain. Maybe a lot less. The truth was, I really had no goddamn clue at all. The footprint in the mud could have been left by another camper. It could have been there for days, even weeks. The 6-pack of beer I'd drunk and the darkness of the woods definitely contributed to my lingering doubts. Then there was the flat tire. For me, that was a coin toss. Accidental or sabotage, I was pretty sure we'd never really know for certain, which now left the balloon. It was hard to argue with something staring you right in the face. The balloon hadn't gotten there by accident, and there was no mistaking where it had come from. It perfectly matched the balloons we'd seen blowing in the wind at Michael Meredith's memorial, where we'd also met the enigmatic Pondo and Coach KKK. There was little question that someone had snuck into our camp last night and placed the airless balloon under our wiper blade. All of which led right back to the beginning, the man's face in the woods from the Sudbury video. The whole thing was maddening and disturbing as hell. "Hello? You gonna stop daydreaming and help load the tripods?" Melody asked. "Yes, ma'am," I said, snapping out of it. I got up from the guardrail where I'd been sitting and headed for the pile of equipment. "Sorry about that. You caught me wool gathering." "Wool gathering," she repeated with a sad smile. "My mom used to say that all the time." I wasn't sure how to respond, so I said nothing at all. Par for the course for me these days. We ultimately decided not to report the balloon incident to the police. Just calling it that, the balloon incident, highlighted how bizarre this whole thing was. And to be honest, there was the very real possibility that we would have been checked out to see if our pupils were dilated. Instead, we'd simply climbed into the van and got back on the road. An hour or so later, we'd sped past a memorial a few miles west of Smithtown. None of us were overly enthusiastic about stopping, but we also knew we had a commitment to the project. So, After a brief discussion, Melody pulled over and turned the van around, and we went to work. As luck would have it, what we discovered on the side of the road only served to deepen our dark and dreary collective mood. 6 months earlier, a child had been killed here while riding his bicycle. Gabriel Ramos. The memorial was practically papered with his round little face. Gabriel playing soccer, Gabriel riding on the back of a pony, Gabriel wearing a suit and dancing at a wedding. According to the laminated newspaper articles thumbtacked to a nearby fence post, the driver of the car was high and fleeing from the police at the time of the tragic hit and run. He'd been captured and arrested a few miles down the road after causing a multi-car accident at a busy four-way intersection. The plan, now that we were done here, was to backtrack the 2.5 miles to Smithtown and see if we could locate Gabriel's mother or father. One of the laminated articles noted that they both worked at the county courthouse. I picked up a pair of tripods from where they were leaning against the fence and made my way toward the van. An empty-handed Troy passed me going in the opposite direction. "Hey," he said, sounding excited. "I just came up with another theory." "Tell me at lunch," I called over my shoulder. We'd never made that McDonald's pit stop, and my stomach was growling. I dumped the tripods in the back of the van, rearranged the coolers to make more space, and went to help with the rest of the gear. I knew something was wrong as soon as I heard Troy's voice. "It's okay. Just tell me what happened." Melody was staring at the empty road, her body rigid, her face pale. "She was like this when I got here," Troy said, looking up at me with a helpless expression. I stepped closer and gently placed my hand on her shoulder. "Mel, you okay?" No reaction, not even an acknowledgement that I was there. Moving in front of her, blocking her view of the road, I tried again. "I'm on to you, Mel. Stop trying to scare us." She began to blink, very rapidly, and her eyes appeared to slowly regain focus. Billy? I thought I saw, but it... Whoa, slow down. You're okay. Troy and I are right here." She turned her head and looked at Troy. Then she stepped around me, facing the road again. "I thought it was Mateo, my ex," she said in a shaky voice. "A car slowed down, a blue and gray Charger. The man inside..." From the road, we heard the rumble of a powerful engine fast approaching. All three of us whiplashed our heads around just in time to watch a convertible Corvette blow by. Leaves and street dust danced in the air all around us. Troy lifted a hand to his face and sneezed. "The driver had long dark hair, just like Mateo's," Melody continued. "And he was wearing mirrored sunglasses. I haven't seen him in nearly a year. I knew it couldn't be him, but for just a few seconds I thought..." She swallowed a sob. "God damn, I was so scared." "It's okay." I pulled her close and let her cry. "It wasn't him, Mel. Just keep telling yourself that. It wasn't him." After a moment, the tears began to slow. I gave her a reassuring squeeze, enjoying it more than I should have. Besides, even if it was him, we have Troy to protect us. Her head resting against my shoulder, she giggled. "Oh, bite me, Billy." And then I was giggling too. And before we knew it, both of us were bent over on the side of the road, hands on our knees, belly laughing and unable to stop. "I'm so sorry," Melody said, using the back of her hand to wipe her face. "You should be, assholes," Troy said haughtily. "I was just trying to help." But she wasn't even talking to him. Pointing at my shoulder, she said, "I got snot all over your shirt." Feigning that he was offended, at least I thought he was faking, Troy stomped off to the van and slammed the passenger door behind him. The laughter finally subsiding, I looked at Melody and asked, "You okay?" She nodded and took a deep breath. "I feel stupid now." "Nothing to feel stupid about. I'm sure it was quite a shock." She stared down the road. "I've had scares before, but nothing like this." I checked to make sure Troy was still inside the van. "He the reason you have a gun?" There was no surprise in her eyes. "I kind of figured you'd seen it, but then when you didn't say anything, I'd hoped I was wrong." She hesitated, and I could tell she was deciding how much more she wanted to share. Don't worry, it's licensed and I took a training class. All legit. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Melody had never said much about her ex-boyfriend. The handful of times I'd brought him up, she'd always seemed in a hurry to change the subject. Now I knew why. Was it really bad? I asked. She sighed. For the first 6 months, he was a perfect gentleman. A dream. Closing her eyes, she continued. And for the year after that, he was a perfect nightmare. Jealous, controlling. Fresh tears ran down her cheeks. Abusive. She opened her eyes and looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before. I'm embarrassed and ashamed that I let it go on as long as I did, and that a man I once loved was sent to prison because of my testimony. I only pray that he's still there. For a change, the right words came to me. It sounds like you were very brave, and have nothing at all to be embarrassed or ashamed about. He's the one who fucked up, not you. I'm proud of you, Mel. Fighting back another rush of tears, she whispered, Thank you, Billy. 5. It felt like I was a character in a Norman Rockwell painting. The park bench I was sitting on was located at the top of a small rise overlooking a grassy field lined with elm trees. At one end of the field, a group of children were playing a game of kickball. On the opposite end, a young mother was teaching her daughter how to fly a kite. Not far from the mom, 2 men stood talking, while their dogs, both loose and trailing leashes, chased each other in widening circles. Most of the benches surrounding the field were occupied. An elderly man feeding the squirrels, a couple of businessmen eating early lunches from brown paper sacks, several people reading books or newspapers, enjoying a stint of fresh air before the day grew too hot. Right next to a group of stoop-shouldered, gray-haired men playing chess in the shade, a pair of food carts were set up on the sidewalk. One vendor was hawking ice cream and snow cones. The other was selling hot dogs and salted pretzels and sodas. There were long lines in front of both of them. Across the street from Rockfield Park was a cluster of colorful storefronts. First National Bank, Reynolds Drugs, Delmar's Video Rentals, Pisano's Pizza, Lola's Flowers and Gifts. The sidewalk was busy with shoppers and lazy day strollers. Not a speck of litter on the ground. On the corner, the Smithtown Post Office, a squat brick building with the American flag flapping in the breeze out front. Catty corner, on the next street over, stood the Smithtown County Courthouse, which was where I'd dropped off Melody and Troy 30 minutes earlier. Hopefully by now they'd had some luck tracking down Mr. or Mrs. Ramos. The only dark stains to be found among this golden-hued portrait of Americana innocence were the missing person posters. So far, I'd seen them displayed on storefront windows, light poles, and trees. On my way to the park, I'd crossed paths with a mail carrier working his route and asked him what had happened. He told me that a local woman, 24-year-old Brianna Kelliger, had gone grocery shopping one early April afternoon and never returned home. Her car was discovered later that evening in the store's parking lot, the back seat still loaded with bags of groceries. But there was no sign anywhere of the woman. An extensive search and investigation failed to turn up any substantial leads. Brianna had been married less than a year and was 7 months pregnant at the time of her disappearance. The town was still in mourning. Looking up from the spiral notebook in my lap, I glanced at the van, which was parked along the curb on a nearby side street. Keeping watch over the so-called mystery machine was my job this morning. The last thing we needed was another flat tire or nasty surprise waiting for us under the wiper blade. Enough was enough, for Christ's sakes. Satisfied that there was no mischief going on, I picked up my pen and went back to sketching in my notebook. I was trying, with only moderate success, to replicate the mysterious symbol I'd photographed on the baseball glove at Michael Meredith's memorial. Something about it was still itching at my brain. I could have sworn I'd seen the symbol someplace else, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember where or when, and it was really starting to nag at me. Last night, unable to sleep after what Melody and I had seen in the woods, I'd reviewed the video footage to see if I had managed to capture a clearer image of the drawing than what was rendered in the Polaroid. Fortunately, without even realizing it, I'd done exactly that. And by freezing the video, I was able to make out numerous additional details. I picked up the camera from the bench beside me and peered through the viewfinder at the symbol, then quickly looked back at my drawing. Close, but not quite there yet. The legs, if that's what they really were, needed to be longer. "What you doing, mister?" Startled, I looked up from my notebook. So much for being an attentive watchman. A young boy, maybe 8 or 9, stood in front of me. He had recently eaten a snowball. His lips were blue and there were smudges of melted marshmallow on his chin. Smiling, I said, "I'm waiting on some friends and doing a little sketching. What are you doing?" Ignoring the question, he pointed at the video camera. "Oh, that. I was just working on some homework earlier." "You look too old for homework." I laughed. I feel too old for homework. And then I had a thought. "Hey, you want to help me with something?" The kid shrugged. "Sure." I flipped to the front of the notebook and scanned the list of time codes I'd written down. Once I found the notation for the man in the woods, I hit rewind on the camera. "I want you to look at something I recorded and tell me what you see." "Okay." Looking through the viewfinder, I watched the numbers in the upper right-hand corner streak past. After probably 20 seconds, I paused the tape. My mother and father's memorial appeared in sharp focus. Handing the camera to the boy and pointing at the viewfinder, I said, "Here you go. Just look through there." "Whoa, it's heavy," he said, almost dropping it and nearly causing my heart to leap out of my throat. "Another one of your bad ideas, Billy." But the kid surprised me. Using both hands, he steadied the camera, lifted it to his face, and took a good long look. "What is it?" he asked after a short time. "Focus on the trees in the background," I said. "Tell me what you see." He was quiet for a while. I was almost ready to accept defeat when he said, "There's someone in the woods." I almost jumped off the bench. "You see him?" Trying to calm my voice. "Just his face. But you definitely see someone?" He nodded. "Who is it?" "I'm not really sure." He looked up at me with fear in his little eyes. "Is it the boogeyman?" And in that instant, I could clearly picture the boy's furious mother admonishing me as I fled toward the van. "That poor boy's gonna have nightmares for a month thanks to you! What in the hell were you thinking?" "I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking, ma'am. That's my Maddie!" I looked up. One of the shirtless kids playing kickball was standing at the bottom of the hill with his hands cupped around his mouth. "Stop talking to strangers, you dweeb, and get your bony ass out in right field!" The kid rolled his eyes. "That's Louis, my big brother. He's so bossy." He handed back the camera. "Gotta go, mister. Thanks for letting me look." Before I could say goodbye, he was soaring down the hill like a human kite, face turned to the sun, arms pinwheeling at his sides. As he raced to his position in the outfield, I heard his brother say, "About time, you douchebag!" And then they were both giggling. My heart aching from memories of summers long past, I put down the camera and returned my attention to the drawing. Drawing or symbol? Symbol or drawing? I couldn't decide which description was more fitting, or if it even mattered. After a while, I decided that the circle around the stick figure made it lean more toward a symbol, like a peace sign or a smiley face. A few minutes later, I looked up and saw Melody and Troy cutting across the corner of the field with a short, dark-skinned man at their side. The shirtless boy on the pitcher's mound pointed at Troy's hair and said something to his teammate. The teammate yelled something to Troy, and both boys doubled over laughing. Never breaking stride, Troy flashed them his middle finger and marched up the hill.
6. Video footage. 11:22 a.m., Monday, May 9th, 1983. Alvaro Ramos sits on a park bench at the top of a grassy hill. He's wearing tan work pants and a maroon short-sleeved button-down shirt. A patch over his heart reads Maintenance Supervisor. His dark hair is buzzed short. His brown eyes are wide and nervous. There's a small scar above his left eye. It resembles a lightning bolt. Gabriel was a wonderful boy, never any trouble. He looks away from the camera, perhaps at the boys we can hear playing on the field below as he speaks. His voice is gentle and laden with the weight of great suffering. He was a normal 9-year-old, enjoyed playing soccer and baseball. He'd just started collecting baseball cards. He asked me for a raise in his allowance so he could catch up with his friends' collections. He loved riding that silly bicycle of his. He called it his chopper because the front wheel was smaller than the one in the back. A few months earlier, he saw it in a thrift store and fell in love with it. He used part of his savings from his piggy bank to pay for half of it. His mother and I paid the other half. He pauses for a moment. My wife blames herself because she supported his decision to buy the bike, but I tell her that's not right. It wasn't the bike that took him away from us. God works in mysterious ways that we don't always understand or agree with. That has always been his way. Nodding at someone off-screen, the man's lips twitch into something resembling a smile. Still, it looks painful. You asked me what I missed the most about Gabriel. It's all of his questions. He was the most curious little boy. Papa, why do the clouds look different today? Papa, what kind of bird is that? Why are some people tall and others short? Why does Tommy get sunburned and I don't? Papa, what happens to people after they die? He stops to catch his breath. He was learning to play the guitar. We couldn't afford to sign him up for lessons, so we checked out books and cassette tapes from the library. He was very dedicated to his studies. He wanted to start a band when he was older. Mr. Ramos sighs, and it's as if we can hear another piece of his heart crumbling. His uncles used to tease him and call him Carlos Santana. They'd say that all of the girls would chase after him once he was in a band. Gabriel would just smile. His grandfather gave him a brand new guitar for his birthday. It was the happiest I'd ever seen him.
7. Poor guy, Melody said, watching Mr. Ramos walk across the field on his way back to the courthouse. The kickball game had ended moments earlier. Most of the kids, including my new friend and his bossy big brother, had headed off in the direction of town, probably on their way to the pizza shop or the arcade. A couple of stragglers remained, tossing around a frisbee. And his poor wife, Troy added. Do you feel like we invaded their privacy? They both turned and looked at me. I mean, we asked a couple questions to get him started, but everything he shared with us, he did so willingly. Melody started to say something, but changed her mind. We didn't do anything wrong, Troy said, if that's what you're asking. He glanced around the park. But that doesn't mean someone else wouldn't disagree. Exactly, I said. I'm trying to get a handle on why anyone would be so upset with what we're doing. I sat down on the bench and placed the video camera in my lap. I get that we're strangers breezing into town asking sensitive questions, but we're not being rude, and we're certainly not forcing anyone to talk to us. Nothing unethical. I think for some people we're opening up old wounds, Melody remarked. In many cases, wounds that have taken years to begin to heal. Even your Aunt Helen said something to that effect. Sometimes it's better to leave the dead alone, I said. Think of it like this, Melody said. And I don't mean to be indelicate, but how would you feel if you drove past your parents' memorial one day and there was a camera crew set up taking video? How would I feel if people I didn't know were asking personal questions about my mom and the way she died? Or talking to Troy about the day he lost his brother? Yeah, I've definitely considered that. I shook my head. To be honest, I'm not sure how I'd feel. But I sure as hell know one thing. I wouldn't follow any of those folks around, spying on them from the woods and leaving creepy shit on their cars. I might, Troy said. And once again, I couldn't tell if he was kidding or not. Melody picked up the camera case from the end of the bench. What do you say we grab something to eat and get back on the road while the day's still young? Sounds like a plan, Troy said, starting for the van. Hang tight for a minute. I lifted the camera and peered into the viewfinder. That bit about Gabriel's guitar was amazing, but it only works if we have the footage to go along with it. I want to make sure we got enough coverage of the actual guitar. If not, we'll have to go back.
8. Video footage, 9:48 a.m., Monday, May 9th, 1983. The camera slowly pans across a stretch of uneven ground, which we can't actually see because it's covered in plastic flowers, a variety of candles, miniature flags, and several papier-mâché donkeys, all of these items arranged at the base of a chain-link fence. As the camera pulls back, we see a collage of photographs attached haphazardly to the fence, most of them depicting a young boy doing the things that young boys do. The camera lingers on one of the larger photos, the smiling boy jumping over a wave at a sandy beach, before panning further to the right and settling on a tangle of rosaries that have been draped over the top of a wooden cross. After going close and holding on the rosaries for an extended beat, the camera continues on its way, revealing a number of newspaper articles affixed to the fence, a large, colorful banner representing the Costa Rican national soccer team, and a little further along, what looks like a collection of handwritten letters inserted into plastic sleeves. And finally, we come to a guitar leaning against the fence. It appears to have been wrapped in some type of plastic to protect it from the elements. A long silver chain and combination lock secure it to a nearby fence post. It's a handsome instrument, acoustic six-string, spalted maple top, rosewood fingerboard. As the camera zooms and slowly tilts downward, we notice writing of some sort below the neck of the instrument. But it's too small and impossible to read underneath the layers of plastic. And then we see a splash of black and white artwork directly below the bridge, no larger than a silver dollar. A logo? It's hard to tell at first. We catch only a glimpse as the camera shifts and begins to tilt upward. The image abruptly rewinds and freezes. It's not a logo. It's a symbol.
9. Holy shit. I lowered the camera and looked at the others. My face felt hot all over. Let me guess, Troy said. We're going back to get more coverage? You guys wait right here, I said, getting up from the bench. I need to show you something. I hurried over to the heavy plastic case housing our one and only portable microphone and yanked my spiral notebook out from beneath it. Behind me, I heard Melody ask, "What's he fussing about?" No idea. Before I'd even made it back to the bench, I said, "Look in the viewfinder. Tell me what you see." Troy picked up the video camera and handed it to Melody. Ladies first. Okay. She leaned close to the eyepiece. And what am I looking at? Let Troy see when you're done. Confused, she passed him the camera. He took a turn. Are we supposed to know what this is? Just tell me this, I said, opening the notebook. Isn't the drawing on that guitar and this... I held up the page so they could see the sketch I'd drawn a little over an hour ago. The exact same thing? 10. Okay, I agree. It's weird, Troy said. Which, by the way, is how I'd describe this entire fucking trip so far. But I still don't understand why it's such a big deal. Melody sat down next to me. What are you thinking, Billy? I'm not exactly sure yet, but here's the thing. Even before I noticed the symbol on the guitar a few minutes ago, it was stuck inside my head. Gesturing to the notebook that Troy was now holding. That's why I sketched it today while I was waiting for you. I glanced over my shoulder at the van. I need to get the 35mm film developed, ASAP. What's the rush? Troy asked. I think that same symbol appears on at least one of the other memorials, maybe more than one. When I first spotted it in the Polaroid of the baseball glove, I was almost positive I'd seen it before, but I had no idea where or when. Now I'm nearly certain it's the other memorials, something subliminal. Have you considered that it might be some type of religious symbol? Troy asked. And that's why it was left in both places? No, I admitted. I hadn't really thought of that. Hell, it might even be the logo of a local band that both Gabriel and Michael Meredith listen to. It's probably on t-shirts and bumper stickers. I guess it's possible, but you think it's somehow tied into everything else that's been happening, don't you? I think there's a chance. Hold on, I have an idea, Melody said. Troy and I turned and looked at her. After the bad scare she'd had by the side of the road earlier, she'd been a lot quieter than usual. Why don't we drop off the film? I saw a 1-hour photo sign on the window of that drugstore over there. And while we're waiting, pay a visit to the library and see what we can find out. Beautiful and smart, Troy said with a grin. We're 2 peas in a pod. Pondo and Penny. And off we went, our laughter lightening my mood. 11. The number one unwritten rule in almost all of the many scary movies I'd watched in my lifetime was little more than an exercise in common sense. Never split up. The implication being, as I'm sure Troy would be happy to tell you if he were still around, that there is safety in numbers. So, what did we do as soon as we walked in the front door of the surprisingly cavernous Smithtown Library? We split up, of course. But only after Troy looked around and said, Don't ask me why, but Jesus Christ on a stick, this place gives me the creeps. And then off he went to find the restroom, groaning as he clutched his cramping stomach. Watching him go, Melody announced, I think I'll start in the regional interest section. She looked at me. Why don't you check out religion, or maybe go talk to Miss Grumpy Face over there? Gesturing to the stern-faced librarian sitting behind the counter before walking away. After eyeballing the librarian from a safe distance, during which she never so much as lifted her head to look at me, no may I help you, or nice day, isn't it? Hell, I never even saw her turn the page of the book in front of her, so maybe her heart had given up the goose and she'd passed away right there on the job. I decided to head for the stacks and see what I could find. The library was shaped like an elongated T, and as luck would have it, the nonfiction section was located the farthest possible distance away from the front entrance. My footsteps echoed as I walked down the long corridor. The carpet lining the aisles of bookshelves was the color of pea soup, old and worn. Dust motes danced in the narrow beams of sunlight slanting through the windows. Where there were no windows, shadows gathered, forming deep, dark pools. I walked at a brisk pace. At one point, I thought I heard a child giggling somewhere behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, saw no one, and began walking even faster. When I finally found what I was looking for, a nonfiction section that was nearly as expansive as Sudbury High School's entire library, it didn't take long for me to feel overwhelmed. There were way too many choices. The philosophy of religion, religion and race in the South, a history of the world's religions, religion in the Constitution, a world religion for the New Age, spiritual leaders who changed the world. I didn't even know where to start, so I used the shotgun approach and selected several volumes. I was sitting at a table along the wall skimming the contents page of a phone book-sized Religion in the 20th Century when Troy returned from the bathroom. Avoid the shitter at all costs, he said, settling into the chair across from me. That hallway goes on forever. It's like walking into a goddamn haunted house. He looked at what I was doing and made a disapproving tisking sound with his lips. That'll take hours. Picking up a book from the nearby stack I'd made, he flipped to the back. First, make sure the book has an index. Then search for religious symbols. I'm 19 years old, Troy. I go to college. I know how to use an index. Ignoring me, he traced his finger down the page. Here we go. Pages 112 and 113. A few seconds later, he slid the open book to the center of the table so we could both see what he'd found. A 2-page spread labeled popular religious symbols. There were 5 rows of 7 on each page, for a total of 70 small images. What would I do without you, oh brilliant one? Nonetheless excited, I leaned over and began studying the various images. Some I recognized right away. Christianity, Judaism, Taoism, even Buddhism, which I'd learned about from a girl in my freshman year English composition class. But most I'd never seen before. At one point, I thought I'd found a match, but after consulting the sketch in my notebook, it wasn't even close. I scanned the pages for a second and third time and looked up at Troy. No dice. I sat back in my chair. So what now? We try another book, I guess. Sensing my dejection, he quickly added, and even if we don't find anything, I'm pretty sure there's a rational explanation. A rational explanation, I repeated. From the guy who believes in the Loch Ness Monster. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Don't be so defensive. I'm not being defensive. I really want to know. What do you mean? I thought about it for a moment. I just find it interesting that you believe in all those far-out concepts like UFOs and Bigfoot and ghosts, but you don't think what we're dealing with is particularly troubling. I never said that. The man in the woods, the balloon on the windshield, even the flat tire, that's all troubling as hell. He glanced at the book sitting open between us. The symbol you found, what can I say? My gut tells me they're not related. Fair enough, I said, sliding another book off the pile. Don't be mad, Billy. I'm not mad. You promise? He looked like a little boy again. I promise. I'm just tired and confused. Yeah, well, welcome to my life, he said and stood up. And on that note, I'm going to find Mel, see if she's having better luck. I didn't want him to leave. It was too damn quiet back here, and for some reason I couldn't get that high-pitched giggling I'd heard out of my head. But I didn't dare say any of that out loud. I'll finish looking through the rest of the pile and catch up with you as soon as I can. Sounds good. Photos won't be ready for... He checked his wristwatch. Another 40 minutes, so we have plenty of time. Glancing over his shoulder as he walked away, he added, Make sure you return those books to the proper shelf. You don't want the library policeman coming after you. Ha ha ha. I tried to keep my voice light, but didn't do a very good job of it. Troy stopped and turned around. You sure you're okay, Billy? I'm fine, I said, waving a hand at him. Go find Mel. I'll be there in a few. He looked like he had more to say, but then he was walking away again, the sound of his footsteps fading. A moment later, he was gone and all was silent. I turned back to my notebook, listening for the return of that rustling sound and a child's taunting laughter from deep within the gloom. When it didn't come, my mind immediately returned to the library policeman. I remembered the posters on the walls of my elementary school library. Don't be late, or else, featuring a faceless shadow man wearing a long dark trench coat and old-fashioned fedora. Those images had terrified me at the time. More certain than ever that something dark and mysterious and dangerous was lurking close by to all three of us, I picked up another book and opened it. 12. This is the closest I could find. Melody held up the book for me to see. A large drawing was centered on the right-hand page. She was right. It definitely bore a resemblance to the symbol I'd discovered on the baseball glove and guitar. To be certain, I opened my notebook and compared the two images side by side. At a glance, it appeared as though the drawing in the book was a work in progress, the arms and legs cruder and less developed, and there were no eyes in the hands, while the sketch I'd made based on the photograph was more of a finished product. Is it religious-based? I asked, closing the notebook. How'd you find it? She turned the book around so we could see the cover. The artwork was amateurish, yet striking. A mist-enveloped mountain range underneath a full moon. In the foreground, a pair of glowing red eyes peering out from within the shadows between the trees. Amid the clouds floating in the night sky, the title, Mysteries and Myths of the Appalachians. At the very bottom, just below the red eyes, the author's name, Larson Rutherford. Fact or fiction? Troy asked. Most likely a little of both, Melody said. It's based on actual testimony from local Appalachians, but you know how that goes. Moonshine and tall tales, I said. Thanks to Uncle Frank, I was very familiar with that aspect of local tradition. Can I see it? Troy said. Sure. Melody handed over the book. Troy took a seat and started reading. I could tell he was excited. Finally. And I knew why. After all, Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster had both started out as local legends and grown from there. This stuff was right up his alley. The book was published in 1974 by a small regional press, she said, so probably not the most rigorous editorial staff. But the author's actually a retired English professor who moved back to the Valley after teaching at Penn State for 30-plus years. You never answered me, I said. Is it a religious symbol? You could say that, Troy said, staring up at us. He no longer looked excited. Apparently, it's used by Satanists. 13. The woman at the front desk turned out to be alive and well, and a whole lot friendlier than I'd initially imagined. When I approached the counter to request change for $1, she greeted me with a pleasant smile that instantly transformed into a series of lengthy yawns, leading me to believe that she'd been catnapping when we first came in, and even counted out each of the coins as she placed them into my hand. Without a Smithtown Library card in our possession, we only had two options when it came to Larson Rutherford's Mysteries and Myths of the Appalachians. One of us could stuff the book down our pants and make a break for it, or we could use the Xerox machine by the water fountain to photocopy the most pertinent sections. With thoughts of the library policeman still rattling around inside my head, I couldn't volunteer quick enough to go ask the librarian for change. At a nickel a pop, my wrinkled $1 bill would net us 20 pages. Not a bad deal. We can also check used bookstores, Melody said, plugging a coin into the slot. I'm sure someplace will have it. The copier spit out another page onto the tray, and I added it to the pile. The paper felt pleasantly warm on my fingertips. The inky smell reminded me of middle school. I never realized that Satanism was such a widely accepted religion. I wouldn't exactly say accepted, Troy commented. I searched for a better word. Widespread? Not sure I'd go that far either. But yeah, according to the book, in some areas, mainly rural, Satanism is gaining a larger following. Why would anyone do that? I mean, it's one thing to not want to go to church anymore, but to worship the devil? Really? Lots of reasons, Troy said. Rebellion against authority, a profound sense of abandonment and/or abuse, nihilism. So then the million-dollar question becomes, why was a satanic symbol left on the roadside memorials of a high school baseball star and a 9-year-old boy? Hold on to that thought, Melody said, removing the book from the glass surface of the Xerox machine. That was our last nickel. Time flies when you're not having fun, Troy said. I've got to use the bathroom before we leave. I handed the stack of photocopies to Melody. I'll meet you guys out front. As I made my way past the front desk, I wasn't the least bit surprised to see the librarian fighting to keep her eyes open as she sorted through a bin of recently returned books. Maybe she was burning the candle at both ends, or perhaps had a new boyfriend and wasn't getting enough sleep. I chuckled to myself just thinking about the second scenario. The dead-end hallway where the men's and women's bathrooms were located was every bit as narrow, dark, and spooky as Troy had described. The under construction, please excuse the mess sign failed to do it justice. There were loose wires hanging from ragged holes in the ceiling, exposed pipes in sections of both walls. The carpet had been stripped, and the floor was uneven and sticky on the bottom of my shoes. It was a little like walking inside a long-abandoned movie theater at midnight. A glowing red no exit sign at the end of the corridor provided the only illumination. I hurried into the restroom, stopped in front of the first urinal I came to, unzipped, and did my business as quickly as possible. When I was finished, I washed and dried my hands and, as I was leaving, caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror above the sink. A jolt of shock reverberated throughout my body. It was like looking at an old photograph of my father. His eyes, his jawline, even the little bump on the bridge of his nose. When the hell did this happen, I thought, and how did I not notice before today? Momentarily shaken, I pulled open the door and stepped back into the hallway. With the glare of the fluorescent lights spilling out of the bathroom, I could actually see where I was going. The bare floor at my feet even looked sticky. And then the door swung closed behind me, and I was plunged into complete and total darkness. My first instinct was to freeze, and that's exactly what I did. Raising my hands in front of me, I reached out and nervously probed the blackness. If I heard giggling or my fingers so much as grazed the flesh of another human being, I was going to scream, shit my pants, and faint. Not necessarily in that order. As my eyes struggled to adjust, I began walking. The dim glimmer of light at the mouth of the hallway appeared impossibly far away. A sound came from behind me. Rustling, footsteps, breathing. Had someone whispered my name? I was halfway to the light, and I was sure it was the library policeman lurking in the darkness, coming for me at last. I picked up my pace, almost jogging now. Oh, Jesus, or maybe it was the man from the woods. I could see the corner of the display table in the lobby. I could hear the thump of books being stacked on a cart as our sleepy librarian friend prepared them for a return to the shelves. I was almost there. At the front desk, just out of view, a telephone rang. A part of me was so relieved I almost shouted, "Hello?" The thought made me smile, all of my nervousness draining away. That's when the hand reached out of the darkness behind me and grasped my shoulder, and I screamed. 14. "Oh my God, Billy, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean..." For a second, my mouth wouldn't work. It opened and closed like a dying fish gasping for oxygen, but no matter how hard I tried, no words would come out. This is what it feels like to drown or have a heart attack. And then the world turned right side up again, and I found my voice. "Naomi?" She shrank back a little. What the hell are you doing here?" "I came to find you." She was struggling to hold back her laughter. She thought this was funny. "I swear I didn't mean to." She crammed a hand over her mouth, but I could still see the widening grin behind it. "It's not funny, goddammit!" "Oh, my goodness," a hushed voice at the end of the hallway. "Is everything okay?" I turned around. It was the librarian. She no longer looked sleepy. 15. "I still can't believe it," Naomi said with a giggle. "You screamed so loud." We were standing outside on the library steps. Melody and Troy were nowhere in sight, probably waiting at the van, wondering what was taking me so long. Naomi's friend Jenny leaned against the hood of her car a short distance away, paying us little attention. When we'd first emerged from the building, she'd given us a disinterested wave and immediately returned her attention to filing her nails. It was dark. I thought I was being attacked. "You're lucky I didn't turn around and pop you in the face." I sighed, knowing how ridiculous I sounded. "Or faint." "Why would someone attack you in the library?" "Long story. I've got all day." A car drove by on the street. I watched it stop at the four-way intersection and continue on its way. Still no sign of the van. "Why are you here, Naomi?" I still couldn't believe she was standing right in front of me. "How did you find me?" "Well, I've been thinking about you since we ran into each other at the diner." The intensity in her eyes surprised me. She was dressed in a jean skirt and a tank top, the familiar scent of her perfume lingering in the air between us. and I was reminded once again of how much she'd grown up since we'd last been together. And then, yesterday after dinner, I got into a huge fight with my parents. It was bad. I had to get out of there. So I called Jenny, and here we are. And you just happened to know where we were? Not exactly. For the first time, she appeared uneasy. We checked a bunch of campgrounds in the middle of the night, but couldn't find you. Go on. Jenny spotted the van parked down the street a little while ago. We waited in case you came back, but when you didn't, we started looking around town. I only went in the library because I had to pee. I couldn't believe it was you in front of me in that hallway. There's something I don't get, I said, my suspicion mounting. How'd you even know which direction we were traveling? I don't remember mentioning it back at the diner. That uneasy look in her eyes again. Your aunt. Of course. I'm going to have to talk to that woman. She lowered her eyes to the ground. She was only trying to help. So what now that you found me? I asked, pretty sure I already knew the answer. I want to go with you, she said, the intensity returning to her gaze. I want to help. Before I could answer, the van pulled up to the curb. 16. We thought we'd surprise you. In the front seat, Troy held up a stack of envelopes containing the prints we'd ordered. He glanced at Naomi and Jenny, both of them standing beside Jenny's car. But it looks like the surprise is on us. Still embarrassed from the spectacle I'd caused inside the library, I said, You don't know the half of it. How'd they find us in the middle of nowhere? Melody asked. Did you call and... No, I didn't call them. I wasn't sure why exactly, but it bothered me that Melody thought that. Aunt Helen told them. I gave her a list of our likely stops before we left. But I never expected her to share it with anyone, especially Naomi. I'm as shocked as you are that they're here. She drummed her fingers on the steering wheel. So now what? They want to come with us? Just Naomi, I said. Jenny is driving home this afternoon, with or without her. More finger tapping. And how do you feel about that? I'm not sure, I said with a shrug. I don't want to complicate things. But on the other hand, I have to admit, yeah, maybe she could help. She told me she took a class on Appalachian culture, and it has nothing to do with what she's wearing. Melody was smiling now, really enjoying this. It has not a single thing to do with that, I said, rolling my eyes. Besides, after how I treated her, I'm pretty sure she still wants to kill me in my sleep. Speaking of sleep, Troy said, does this mean we have to share the tent with her? You can sleep in the van with me, Melody said, patting him on his leg. We'll let the lovebirds have their privacy. We're not lovebirds. I could feel my cheeks flushing red. Troy puckered his lips and began making kissing sounds. Oh my God, Melody giggled. I have no intention of... The side door slid open. Naomi stood outside the van with a big grin on her face and a pink knapsack slung over her shoulder. Ready to get this show on the road? When no one said anything right away, she climbed over my legs into the back seat. Troy turned around and studied us for a moment. Judging by the thoughtful expression on his face, I expected him to say something astute. Instead, okay. Now we look like a Benetton ad. 17. Are you hungry? I asked as we pulled into the gas station. No. Naomi brushed the hair out of her eyes. I had an Egg McMuffin and some candy. Breakfast of champions. You sure? You want me to run inside and see if they have a vending machine? She smiled. That's sweet of you, but really, I'm okay. Why does it all of a sudden feel like I'm on a first date? I felt Melody's eyes watching us in the rearview mirror. I could only imagine what she was thinking. While Troy got out and worked the pump, I brought Naomi up to speed on our trip thus far, including the recent stint of weird happenings. She mostly listened, only interrupting to ask to see the sketch in my notebook and to tell Melody that the van reminded her of the mystery machine from Scooby-Doo. I was afraid that Melody was going to respond with a smart-ass comment, But instead she laughed and played along. I was grateful for that. I realized that by allowing Naomi to come along, I was risking messing up the overall chemistry of the group. I was determined to not let that happen. When Naomi handed back the notebook, her fingers grazed my hand, and I felt an almost electric jolt pass through me. I still couldn't believe she was sitting right next to me, our knees practically touching. The whole thing felt like a dream. "Please take this for gas," Naomi said, leaning between the seats. She reached out a hand holding a $10 bill. Melody glanced at the money but didn't make a move for it. "Oh, you don't... It's not... No, really, please take it." Naomi scooted closer, extending her arm. "The last thing I want to be is a freeloader. I can also help out with food and campsite fees." Melody reached over and took the wrinkled 10 spot and deposited it in the dashboard ashtray next to a couple of ones and some change. "Okay, since you put it that way. Thank you, Naomi. With the way this thing guzzles gasoline, that'll be a huge help." Outside, the gas pump clicked off. The tank full, Troy replaced the nozzle and walked around the front of the van. As he passed the window on Naomi's side, he checked to make sure that she wasn't looking and then made the same kissy face as before. After climbing into the passenger seat, the faint scent of petrol hitchhiking along for the ride, he immediately turned around to face us. Holding my breath, I braced myself. There was no telling what he might say or do next. "Can we please look at the photographs now?" "Let's do it," I said with a sigh of relief and more than a little excitement. Even with Naomi's tan leg hovering inches away from me, the urgency to get to the bottom of the mysterious symbol hadn't dulled even a bit. It had only been 15 minutes since we'd driven away from the library, and I'd already thought of the photos about a dozen times. Spinning around in his seat, Troy grabbed the stack of envelopes from the dashboard and promptly almost dropped them. "I was thinking we'd divide and conquer." He handed several of the packets of photographs to Melody, several more to me, and kept the rest for himself. I didn't much like the idea of sharing, especially since I was the one who'd taken all the photos, but I reminded myself of that whole group chemistry thing and kept my mouth shut. Melody pulled away from the pumps and parked the van next to an old storage shed on the opposite side of the station. For the next several minutes, we sat there in silence and slowly flipped through piles of glossy, full-color 5x7 prints. The first envelope I opened contained a series of shots from day one. The waterlogged leather jacket, the collection of empty wine bottles, the little boy with the missing front teeth. Then came images from yesterday. The flooded crosses from Bruce and Betty Carson's memorial, the flat tire on the van, finally, in the last packet, my parents' memorial. The apple crate covered in candles, the wooden cross, the wreath of artificial flowers, many of them now missing, stolen away by the wind. It was all there in sharp detail. I took my time, clearing my throat several times to keep it from going dry, and finally found what I was looking for in the next-to-last photograph. Tucked away in the lower corner of the oversized poster board, and nearly hidden among all the handwritten messages, that odd symbol. My hands shaking, I looked up and snuck a peek at the others, if only to see if anyone else could hear my heart pounding. Troy was sitting perfectly still, holding 3 or 4 photos, fanned out like playing cards, in his left hand. Melody lifted a photograph in front of her face, first moving it closer, and then farther away. After a moment, she returned it to the stack in her lap. When I glanced at Naomi, she just smiled. Troy was the first to speak. "You were right, Billy." He turned and held up a photo. "The symbol was drawn on the baseball glove." And then, with a dramatic flourish, he whipped out a second print. "But it's also on a photo of Chase Harper." Melody didn't even bother turning around, nor did she hold up any photographs. A painted rock behind the billboard, one of the posters on the fence by the cemetery, the symbols on both of them. When I didn't say anything right away, Melody shifted in her seat and stared at me in the rearview mirror. Troy began tapping his fingers on the armrest, faster, louder, drumming to the beat inside his head. I knew the suspense was killing them, but I wasn't dragging it out for dramatic effect. My stomach felt sick. My head throbbed. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to speak the words out loud. Then finally, I found the symbol in one other photograph. I swallowed the lump in my throat and raised the glossy print in front of my face. At my mother and father's memorial. 18. After leaving the gas station, we drove back to Gabriel Ramos's memorial to see if we had overlooked anything else the first time around. Getting out of the van and walking to the fence where all the photographs and newspaper articles were displayed, it felt like I was moving in slow motion. My head bogged down with a myriad of troubled thoughts. None of the others said anything, but I could tell they were feeling the same way. As we huddled in silence in front of Gabriel's guitar, a surprise birthday gift from his doting grandfather, I glanced over at Naomi. She was biting her lip and trying not to cry, an endearing idiosyncrasy I remembered all too well from our years of dating. I wondered if she was having second thoughts about tagging along on our class trip. Returning my attention to the memorial, I felt a shiver of unease travel down my spine. Seeing the symbol in person for the first time, really seeing it, felt strange. Looking at it now, I had no idea how we'd missed it during our first visit. It was right there in front of us, like an ominous staring eye. "I don't know about you guys," Melody said, "but that thing is giving me some seriously bad vibes." She turned and started walking away. "Take all the time you need, but I'm going to wait in the van." Troy didn't comment at all, just stood there staring, which was testimony enough that it was really bothering him. For a moment, my mind flashed back to the morning my father and I had discovered the old stone foundation in the woods off Church Street. Strangely enough, before last night, I hadn't thought of it in years. For me, standing in front of the guitar and looking at the symbol up close felt eerily similar to that long-ago experience. The symbol was wrong. It didn't belong here, and every fiber of my being recognized that. But there was also a story behind it, and I was determined to find out what it was. "This is all so sad," Naomi said, looking at the photos hanging on the chain-link fence. "If something like this happened to my sister, I don't know what I'd do." Dropping to one knee, I reached out and traced the symbol with my finger. "Don't touch it," Troy said from behind me. Whoever had drawn the symbol had done so after the guitar had been covered in plastic and chained to the fence. They'd used what appeared to be permanent black marker. I wonder how long it's been. The breath thickened in my throat, choking off my voice. My vision blurred momentarily, then cleared again. An acrid burning scent clogged my nostrils, and then it too was gone just as quickly. All of these sensations identical to what I'd experienced 3 days earlier at Chase Harper's memorial. I jerked my hand away and stood up. "Are you okay?" Naomi asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, backing away from the guitar. "You don't look fine," Troy said. "I thought you were going to lose your lunch for a second there." No, I'm good." But I really wasn't. For a moment there, it had felt like I was dying. Gesturing to the camera hanging around my neck, he asked, "What now? More pictures?" "Just a few," I said, trying to hide the panic I was feeling. "We won't be long." "You guys take your time." He narrowed his eyes at the guitar. "I've had enough, though. I'm going to keep Mel company in the van." Naomi waited for Troy to walk away, and then she put her hand on my shoulder. "I have to say I'm really happy to see you back behind the camera. I'm proud of you." At first, I didn't say anything. I remembered with unsettling clarity, shortly after the accident, Naomi begging me not to throw away the prints and photographs from my bedroom walls. I'd ripped up several of them in her face, and she'd run from the house, crying. I'd been so damn angry back then. "I missed it," I said in a shaky voice. She gave my arm a squeeze and looked over at the symbol on the guitar. "So why would someone leave something like that at your parents' accident site? Or even here, for that matter? It doesn't make any sense." "You're right, it doesn't." "Are you going back to their memorial?" We haven't discussed it yet. I glanced at Melody and Troy talking inside the van. But my guess is yes. Sudbury's on our way back to campus. I hate to think I came all the way out here just to have you take me back home again. I didn't mean we'd be going right away. I hope not. I lifted the camera and snapped a photo of the guitar. What did you get in a fight with your parents about anyway? Jenny, she said. They caught her smoking weed in my bedroom. That girl's always been trouble. Now you sound just like my father. He's not wrong. I lifted the camera again. Well, at least she never ran away from home like someone else I know. And as much as I wanted to, I couldn't argue with that.